Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Canna Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
But it seems like things sometimes get overly complicated.
And this is where I think Brian comes in, because he seems to know the history of stuff and how it's moved from flat to globe in order to work again with flat, right? And I think that's why they have all these different things. Anyhow, I'm gonna go mute. Okay.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we got you.
Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Nathan.
Morning. I see Ian's been busy again, huh?
Who's Ian?
All right.
Who's Ian, Neil?
Isn't he the guy that
Ian,
Nathan invited on Skype?
Ian Leahy?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I see. I see his picture. Is that Ian? Okay. Who is he, Neil? What does he do?
Ian Leahy. He's the guy that we critiqued not too long ago. He's spoken to somebody else that has a show about flat Earth. The video's in Master B. I just was watching it.
Yeah, I see it. I see it in Master B, but I must have missed when it was being reviewed, because I never heard that name before.
Yeah, we reviewed one of his videos and he came on the show. Nathan knows who he is.
He's a really nice guy, it seems like.
Yeah, but hey, listen, I like what he does. He started right out explaining how Earth is measured flat, and that's the bottom line. But then when a guy asks him, what does that have to do with people repossessing my car and things like that, the everyday life, I don't like that, well, you take your power back. That's a David Scheiss nonsense. What power you take back? You just have a knowledge that Earth is measured flat. Right? It has nothing to do with getting your power back. It's not the main conspiracy, the big dog, because it's not a conspiracy. Nobody conspired to make Earth flat. It's just flat.
That's lack of appreciation of fallacy. So when someone offers up a non sequitur fallacy, rather than saying that's completely non sequitur, you know, the argument is that we've got an Earth curve edge and that we live on a ball. Earth is actually measured flat and there is no Earth curve edge. You say you've got bills and payments and... No. That's non sequitur.
Right. So going in to explain that it's a way of taking your power back is nonsense to me. Sorry, I wouldn't do that.
Well, as far as relevance goes, if it's irrelevant to the individual, then why don't they just accept what it is, what it's measured as, if it's irrelevant to them?
Yep. Well, I only seen about 5 minutes of it. I'm sure he's done well because the guy supposedly is a flat earther now, and we'll see.
We're hopefully disciplining the audience in how to be cognizant of logical fallacies, right? And up until now, the majority of flat earthers have responded to what is a non sequitur fallacy, but it's still telling of the individual as asking you the question and their thought process and the consequences for them. Now, for anti-flat earthers, they'll level it at you in a projection, but sometimes with normies, they don't. They just, they'll lay it out quite clearly. Well, that would mean I'd have to concern myself with the conspiracy of. In other words, okay, you say you'd have to concern yourself with that conspiracy, or you say you'd have to imply X, Y, and Z, but it's non sequitur. And now, us, flat earthers, have heard these concerns from the person you've put the information to, and then thought, perfectly reasonable that I should address this. And then they've gone on to attempt to address it. So the whole taking your power back, what does it mean to me? I've still got bills to pay. It's like, those are both non sequitur. What does it mean to you? I don't know. What does it mean to you that the world isn't as you've been told? I don't know. How that affects you is not really consequential to the fact it's measured flat. And, well, there'd have to be a big deception involved or whatever other non sequitur I offered up a minute ago. Well, okay. You say there must be a big deception afoot, or there must be hundreds of thousands of NASA employees involved that can't possibly be involved. But again, non sequitur to the fact it's measured flat. You can concern yourself for how many people are employed by a group of individuals that say it's a ball when you know it's measured flat, but it's really non sequitur to it being measured flat. So, your concerns are your own, is how I've started to phrase it back to these people when they throw these non sequiturs at me. Well, that's very telling of your concerns, as in tells me what you are concerned about, as opposed to being a reasonable question that I should somehow have to answer. Well, how does it affect my car payments? I don't know. Have you got a good interest rate? It's inconsequential to my argument.
Yes, I agree.
Well, now, with the NASA thing, is that a fallacy of division because the company is lying, all the people in it must be lying?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I don't know.
What must apply to part must apply to the whole, but it's kind of the other way around, isn't it? You're saying what applies to the whole must apply to every sum of its parts. So maybe it is a fallacy of division.
Might be a composition. It's either composition or division.
Yeah, but to say that NASA is an entity in a compartmentalized manner infers that everybody who's working for them must be in on the lie. And conversely, when someone appeals to, well, my grandfather worked on the rocket at NASA and is very proud of the engineering work that he did, and it was of an exceptional standard. Okay, therefore we went to space. No, that's non sequitur.
He designed one heck of a rocket, but it didn't go to a second law of thermodynamics violation, Bubba.
Exactly. Yeah, you made the most delicious Turkish delight you could ever make. Really. Yeah, it's not going through the wardrobe. It's not going to be offered to the Queen as they're suggesting it should be. There is no Queen, there is no Narnia. Outer space is fake, therefore all the stuff that the engineers believed was going to space is still real stuff that they've really created and they've really been paid to do so, and I'm sure it's excellent work. That doesn't mean that they know that they haven't been to space and therefore have to lie about it. It's nonsense. Again, inconsequential. If you want to refer to NASA, okay, let's have a look at how NASA deal with the world. Oh, they deal with it flat. Dealt with as a flat, non-rotating plane. Yeah, it would have to be, because that's what it is. So when they disclaim these things, I'm sure they've got a whole line of excuses on the anti-flat Earth side for why NASA would disclaim that they're dealing with Earth flat. Well, because it's easier that way. It's like, yeah, okay, but that's the nitty-gritty of what we are actually dealing with here. You can believe the televised propaganda that NASA put out in terms of space being real, or you can just look at how they actually functionally deal with and measure Earth. Well, the latter is the one that dictates what Earth really is. The former is just the fantasy of the religion of heliocentrism put on your television screen for you to indulge in. Your fantasy of a globe that you don't know you've got. You think it's real. Again, non sequitur. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, I have a statement of fact that you can't describe space without a flat Earth. Sounds crazy, but you can't. If you want to describe heliocentric space, you need a flat Earth to do it.
Yeah, I only came to the conclusion in regards to Up about a month ago when you hammered it home for about the 10th time. But orbital motion requires radial values measured from a flat Earth, and the gradiated pressure that they described to need a gravitational force to hold it to is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. There's multiple aspects of space that require a flat Earth just to describe it. It's nuts. Not to mention the asymptotically flat plane that the stars within the heliocentric universe are described with respect to. They try and bury that in fourth dimensional space-time now. Have you noticed?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I started giggling myself when I realized what that word meant.
Yeah. And they were putting it out there for the public in 1980, whatever it was, on that 80s video that we had with the cheesy graphics. Remember? They were putting it out there years ago.
It's almost like walking through the looking glass once you realize what they've done, you know? And you're like, how are y'all not getting this?
Yeah, and there's enough layers of bullshit for people to get confused and then revert to type and say, yeah, well, I don't really understand this, but it's definitely a bull. That maybe is perhaps why there's so many layers.
That's always the question, though, right? Why would they lie? Why would they do this? Why would they do that? Who cares? It's flat.
Yeah, appeal to motive fallacy. Why would they lie is an appeal to motive. Like, lie? No, let's establish if it's correct or not. Stealing your words left and right here, John. Then we'll establish motive. Once we've established you, FED, have established that it's flat. I don't care. You could go off on your own then. I'll cut you loose. You worry about them motives. You understand it's measured flat now? You do? What was that? You originally wanted to know why would they lie? Ah, bugger off. You can find that out for yourself. I couldn't give a toss.
To be honest, that was my first question to my brother. I was like, but what do you it don't make sense. What about that? I hit him with everything. And I was like, but what? I don't understand. So that was one of my first questions.
Go ask him.
But back then, there was no measured flat back then. We didn't have the information we have now.
Go ask him. You know what I say? We're not lying. It's definitely a ball. Imagine you're on a ball. Now, you're imagining you're on a ball? Right. Well, if you imagine you're on a ball, blah, 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 therefore a ball. See? We are on a ball. No, I'm asking you why you'd lie about it being a ball when it's measured flat. Here's how it's measured flat. Fundy, decry him. Moron, retard. How dare you present the actual information of how Earth became spherical in its origin measurements of flat Earth. Get out of here, crazy flat earther. Hold on, I was here appealing to you for why you'd lie to me, and you're telling me off? Yeah, that's how it works out. Yeah? Like you were here asking me about why they would lie, telling me off? You know, it's how what goes around comes around. Once you realise the reality of your situation, suddenly everyone's against you. It's nuts how that works, isn't it? You think you've come in contact with this most amazing information, and then you become the enemy. Yeah, because now you're on the outside looking in through the looking glass, as John just put it.
Well, I don't like when they put flat Earth as a conspiracy, though. Because that's what it kind of said. It's like the big conspiracy. This is the biggest one of all. No, it's not. Nobody can spy it. Earth is just flat.
If you accept that this deception has come from Freemasonic means, which most people are under the assertion of in years gone by, it's part of the narrative and it's relatively easy to dig out their involvement. Well, part of their bullshit is to reverse things. Okay, so we're going to reify globe Earth. Let's accuse flat earthers of reifying this, what's on screen now, pizza pie in a sky vacuum. Let's accuse them of reification. Yeah? They say we need to have containment, or our model violates the second law of thermodynamics. Let's charge the flat earthers with proving their container. Yeah? Now we've got a sphere edge for boats to go over. Let's charge the flat earthers with their edge that they would fall off. Yeah? that's how it's geared, isn't it?
Yeah, but that model that was just on screen is how they describe their model within the mathematics.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Not
What
quite,
do they
because
want to hold us for?
they've got two, haven't
You know
they,
what I mean?
antipodal. It's not quite that. It's two, one underneath the other inside the celestial sphere, mathematically.
Well, mathematically, it's still a flat plane, and they're asserting heliocentric motion. So it's actually their claim of what is. They're just debunking it so they can say it's a globe. It's insane.
Yeah.
And then he said they're hiding God. I don't like that one, hiding God. I don't know about that one.
You're sensual goat, aren't you, Mush? Is that you?
What was that, Nathan?
Is this a video you want me to cover today?
No, that was sent by Sensual Goat. He asked me to post that. It's
Oh, okay.
1 hour long. Yeah.
Which one? The one with the guy holding up the flat Earth and the globe Earth, or the Umbra
He
one?
sent 3. So the 3 latest that are from me, that's all from Sensual Goat. He just asked me in the main text to share with you and to see if you're interested in reviewing that.
I thought we'd already covered the one video with the guy we were talking about earlier, Ian Leahy. Have we not already covered that?
Oh, I'm not sure, bro. I just reposted what he asked me to post.
Okay, I mean, well, I'll have a look at this one. Maybe it's a different interview, but I could have swore we've covered both of these people before individually, or we've done this video before.
Know who don't want us to know have ever been there.
Funny you should say that, because a few years ago there was
Started at the 15-minute mark, which tends to suggest to me that we've already covered this. I think this is the one we already covered. Let's look at this other one.
So if you were to ask the average person on the street whether the earth is round or flat, you would probably get some weird looks, and then the answer something along the lines of it's round. Obviously, everybody knows that. But if you were then to go on and ask them why they know that it's round, or how they know that it's round and not
Question, I like this guy's opener. Right, we'll do this video. Cover that on the live show.
It's a whole video, right? There's no clips.
Right.
There's no clips for it now, so I don't have no idea where to cover it, but it's not a very long video, I don't think. Or at least 12 minutes. It's not very long. It'll only take us 2 or 3 shows.
If you couldn't see the whole, right, how would you know an aspect of something's shape? What would you have to do to get that?
It's one thing asking, and the other knowing that they measure a flat Earth to derive the sphere, right?
Yeah, measurement is to know. That's what to know. You know, like to take someone's measure is to know someone. To measure is to know, and to figure out. You know, it's.
Is my mic working?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we checked.
It seems like nobody's hearing me. You asked a question, I said measure. I get nothing.
Oh, we didn't hear that.
Bro, but you guys got to understand that we're dealing with the people who are asking what shape is the level surface.
Yeah, that's in essence what they're asking. That's correct.
Like literally, this guy in the main text chat, he asks like almost every day, what shape is the level surface?
Yeah, that's the question they want it to be. Aspects aren't shapes. We deal with Earth as an aspect that's flat, and he wants it to be a shape because that aspect that we deal with turns into his globe shapes after it's been measured flat. So he wants to ask us what shape is flat. It's a category error.
And how
What he
about the
wants
other
to
guy?
do is close his eyes and have the view of God so that he may look down upon the earth and know. That's what he wants. Yeah, that ain't happening, Bubba. There's
He
no
wants to.
space
He wants
up
to be
there
God.
that you
Did you
can-
say? He wants to look down on the earth as God.
Well, that's part of heliocentrism, is to step back from the objective world you live in and look back upon it, with to have that power to, you know what I mean, to know the world in such a way.
Right.
John's right, because in Job, God says that to Job and his three friends. Where were you when I measured the earth?
Yo, guys, how about just one more? I know y'all don't like to read comments from the main text chat, but check this one. You see the effects of the Earth curvature, just not exactly where geometry would put it.
Okay.
Like, how do you respond to that?
It's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in your maths. Is that what you think? Wow. It's marked with an X and labelled horizon, and you're begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve maths that used to be asserted as blocking boats and buildings with a physical hill that gets in the way. Now it's just the effects of the hill getting in the way. We can't really see the hill or measure the hill. Oh, I see. Well, then we can't see or measure the hill. But we do measure it flat. We can measure it flat. And we do, and we put that into practical application with navigation and mapping and building things. But what's that? We can't see the curve, and we can't measure the curve. I see. Hear what they're really saying.
Well,
We can't measure it.
Can surface level give you a tangible obstruction? That doesn't make sense, sir. How is surface level going to give you a tangible obstruction?
Yeah. The question Mush is put into us, though, is how do you respond to somebody who becomes an anti-flat earther and denies their own rhetoric? Well, you've got two options. You can slip into what a lot of Quantum Eraser's show was yesterday, I've got to be honest, which is explaining to them what their position should be based on the globe earth rhetoric. Alternatively, take them at face value. If they're rejecting the globe earth rhetoric, say, okay, so you reject the globe earth rhetoric. Yeah. Okay, you can't measure the globe earth claim of a physical sphere edge getting a new way called earth curve. Okay, we can measure it flat though, and it's useful to do so. So where are we going to go from here? You can't measure it globe shaped, and the measurements for the inference that it's globe shaped and you're witnessing the effects based on an R value derived from a flat earth measurement is that it is still globe shaped even though you can't measure it or prove it. Okay, you can believe whatever you want. It's measured flat.
Also, he's claiming an effect in physical reality, which puts him in the purview of natural science. So he's an idiot.
Yep.
I mean, the guy, yeah, I gotta agree. The guy, he says in the same comment, he says, level is a constant elevation, level over plane is a plane, level over sphere is a sphere. The only real debate is what shape elevation conforms to.
There
That's
is
all in the
no
same
That's not a
level
debate.
on a sphere.
That's not a debate. What
I know,
shape
but I'm saying
elevation
this is all in the
conforms
same
to?
comment from
Elevation
the same guy
is-
in the same.
Elevation,
Sorry, bro.
elevation itself is a description with respect to a surface level. So how high or low something is, that's elevation. Well, you need a flat earth to describe elevation. So if his question is, well, it's only
That was
about
his first
what shape
statement, bro.
elevation
I
comports
understand.
to, well, then the answer is flat. If you want to call flat a shape, which it isn't, it's an aspect.
So that was his first thing
Right.
that he said.
Just like
Level
in-
is a constant elevation.
You
In the same
can't
comment,
have
he says,
Earth curve without level being a horizontal plane. What's he talking about?
In the maths. It's
that's
been
why I screenshot these comments. It's hard to believe that these people are saying this, man.
not at all. I've been hearing them for 10 years. You just got to educate them on
Right,
where their
he's-
origins of their claim comes from. How are you going to deny it? It's right there. There's your celestial sphere. There's your angle coming from hell. Globe's not used at its surface. No, it is. We just take angles from a surface that won't give us angles and assume that they're running parallel to the centre of the sphere where we'll do the calculations from. No, you're doing it on a plane in the centre of hell so that you can do the measurements of angles. That's how it began.
Yeah, and the Earth curve mathematics, the level is horizontal in mathematics. How can you say that level is not horizontal and it's conforming to a curve when the mathematics itself requires it to be a horizontal plane? It's if you believe that, you're in a paradox.
Yeah, exactly. And that's their problem at that point. We're not bracing against them so much if we're telling them what their origin story is, are we? Now, they may not like their origin story because it involves measurements and Earth and flatness. But that's their problem, isn't it? You can deny the origins of your rhetoric, but if somebody shows you the origins of your rhetoric and proves that they are that, what can you do? Well, that's what we're doing at the moment. All they can do, and it's not even globe earthers that can do this, is suggest that celestial navigation's ours and needs defending by us. And it doesn't. You don't have to defend mapping or navigation.
I mean, really,
Sorry, go on.
if you had to defend something, I would defend celestial navigation. That's a pretty safe place to set your hat, if they want to accuse us of navigating the world and finding new places, that's fine. Go ahead.
I get out what you're driving at. You don't mind the stolen valor. But it's like, it's debating something that's not debatable. That is what it is. It's not in contention. Nobody's contesting celestial navigation as a process. And when they do, they can't. They have to level it at our door like it's our claim of what would be. If what we say is true, then blah, blah, blah. No. We're not just saying that this is true, this is what it is. We're describing how it is and what it is. Not so that we can turn around to you and say, well, if it was like that, there is no if here. You'd have to like it. But I'm not going to be put into a position where I have to defend celestial navigation. If I'm ignorant of a part of the process, I'll take that on the chin. Yeah, I don't understand that bit of the process. If I don't, I'll just admit it. And you can level that at my door and go, oh, you're stupid, you don't understand how this process works. No, that's true. If you catch me out on a given part of it. But how this process works is how this process works.
Right. But you're right about the what is. You don't debate what is. And the guy, the nuclear physicist from yesterday, he brought that up as a point as well. If it's already proven, you don't debate it. Level is a horizontal plane. It isn't debatable.
Exactly. But we're duped.
What are you debating on?
We're debating on what is, and it's not
Yeah,
up for
but
contention.
like John said, if it's not, then what the hell's the debate?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? When you've got the winning position. People don't know that. You just have to take them through the process that shows them how you win. We've been stuck in a position for 10 years where you assume that this was an endless discussion. It's like, no, there is an end point. The end point is when they can't overcome any of the facts. And the facts are it's measured flat. Well, that is the end of the debate. It's just making people aware of how the debate is won.
I don't think people realize how strong this position is. I really don't. That's why you got Whitsitt fiddling around with all this other stuff. If they could comprehend how strong the position is, they would leave all that other nonsense behind.
Yeah, like when he said measuring the horizontal plane isn't necessarily the proof. It's the extension of the horizontal plane that proves it's a horizontal plane.
And they want to make it more complicated than it actually is. Like, no, it's just a plane.
Look how
Well,
they complicate
if you were in it,
life. Go ahead, John.
Part of it, I think, is pride because it is so simple, and it's been there the whole time. It's not like we're hiding it. They were just denying it, They weren't hiding it, though. They never hid it. I mean, I could say to myself that, for 3 years, I argued for a curved level, you know, without even thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some of that, John. You got any screenshots of your arguments as a baller? I would love to see them.
Why would you?
I brought them with me when I first got here. I used to get Anthony Riley worked up with them. Like when he brought up the Plimsoll line, and I said that it was just that the water was having less of an effect and was going up because of gravity. That's why there was a differential in the ships. And he was like, "No, you can't say that. You can't say that." Even most of the time it was just accepting the fact, but then diverting away from it with another point, really, when it come down to it.
So it's exactly what all the other ballers do.
Yeah.
Divert.
You think it's baller tactics. It's not. It's human nature.
Yeah, you think you measure its curvature. See, the thing is, I knew that we measured it from a flat plane when I was a baller, but I thought we also measured curvature. And the reason that we can measure it as the flat plane was it was so biggie at flatty. But
There you go.
that's
So in your own mind, you made the
That's
apologies
insane.
that allowed you to accept the faith that you had from birth, which is normal.
Yeah, but they still say that now.
Yeah. There's some people that come to the point that John's a rational man, so in his mind, because we can measure it with a curve or measure the curve, that's enough. That's enough for him to say, well, we've got a measurement. The minute he recognised that, we don't have a measurement, suddenly it's, well, then that's it. What is there then? Yeah, that's the end of the discussion for John. But some people don't have that kind of rational mind where they start assessing things based on, well, what is it that's actually proving this to me? Well, the measurement proves it. Well, we haven't got that anymore. Black Swan. Refracted.
But that should be where it ends.
It did for John.
It should be that way for everybody. What do you mean? Hold on a second.
John's smart. Not everyone's smart, Neil.
Nathan, everybody knows how to take a measurement. And if that measurement is not there anymore, then that ball's not there anymore. It's very simple.
Not for somebody who thinks it's still a ball. And most people will just defer to, I just can't explain this. I just can't overcome this argument. Someone out there can overcome this argument. I just don't have the answers. Precisely what Danny Faulkner appealed to. You just don't have the answers. You've seen these awkward questions and now started, you just didn't know the right person to answer them. And in people's mind, they go, I don't know why it's not got a measurement anymore, even though the maths shows me that there is, and that was supposed to be the proof of it. Now that there isn't one, it's still a ball, or, refraction. That's what they do, Neil. Because most of them are dumb. People are dumb. It's just, I can't put it any other way. The majority of people aren't that smart. They're not smart enough to give these things long consideration. They appeal to authority, and that's good enough for them.
What Andrew Thomas Young did wasn't refraction because he only dealt with one medium. I know this is a little bit off topic, but maybe that needs to be gone over because all of his studies were done with respect to a flat plane. So it's like maybe monofraction where temperature and density can affect, light's movement. There, I don't, maybe not now, but in the future, it will be discussed. But
Yeah, maybe by ballers, they got to reason that out.
no, it was done on a flat plane. It applies to a flat plane. What he did with his effects at the horizon was with respect to a flat plane. You can see mirages. You can see these things with respect to a flat plane.
Yeah, so they got to work that out. See, once you see that, you see it. Now, if you're saying that these people are just dumb and they're not seeing it, well, then that's on them to see it. And these Danny Faulkner guys, I'll tell you what, he's a very calm talker, and he comes in a way where you would think this guy's got all the answers because the way he presents them.
It's because he says
But
he
all
has.
he's doing is presenting bullcrap.
Yeah, it's because he says he has. When you're looking for something, when you're looking to affirm your bias and you don't have the answers, and he says he's got the answers, that's very simple, basic psychology, isn't it? You've got the answers for this subject I've been looking into, and I don't have the answers. This is a marriage made in heaven. I can't believe this. This is great.
That's what I wanted to say. You filled in my sentence. That's what I was getting at. They want to affirm their bias, so anything he says, the way he says it, and the little people he brings, like the astronaut, the Christian astronaut, and these other people, these generals, or supposed military people that he knows, and that's all people need, and then they're fine.
Yeah, sometimes a fallacy is all they really need, Neil. But if they can't formulate the logical fallacy, and someone like Danny Faulkner can, then he's doing a good job, right? He's selling his books. Everyone's happy. You can go about your business knowing that Earth's still a sphere because Danny Faulkner told you.
Not for long.
There's a video in Skype of a guy who's a victim of Danny Faulkner's book. The channel's called Read Like a Man.
Where's that? Skype where?
That was one of the vids that was posted, Nathan, from Sensual Goat. One of the 3 vids. What's the name of it? Sensual Goat?
The channel's called Read It Like a Man.
That's the one we're covering. We're going to cover that in the live show.
All right, good.
We listened to 10 seconds of him and I already like the cut of his jib based on his first question, so I think we've already covered the other one with Ian Leahy in it. Or unless it's a different interview. But
okay, sorry.
Is it with a bald guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, then if it's the same bald guy, we covered it.
Yeah, I think we've already covered it.
I would like to go easy on Ian. I like Ian.
We've already covered it. We're not covering Ian again. We've already covered that video.
Ian's fine. His only problem is he feels he has to give them an answer for everything. His opening was perfect, that it's measured flat, and through Haverstein and other ways, they've made it into a sphere. Now, when a guy comes back with something like, well, how does that help me? Well, you heard what Nathan said earlier. Just stick to that.
Well, there's a part of you that's compassionate and you want to be able to give them answers after taking away something so, intrinsic to their belief.
Yeah.
But so I think it may be more...
Hold on, Neil. Hold on. John was on to something. Go ahead, John.
But it may be more cruel to give them false answers. You know what I mean? In the end, it may be more cool to, instead of just admitting to them, you don't know, this is just what I do know, and it's measured flat. There's a part of everyone that wants to be able to, give them the answers that they're now seeking, because you were in that position. You felt that pain. You tried to look.
Yeah, but anything, just give. What are you going to give them? You taking back your power? They're hiding God. Which that's 10th Man actually says that as well. He thinks the whole thing was because they're hiding God. I don't agree with that, because they're not hiding God. If they were hiding God, then nobody would be Christian. So what they did was they took the ball and they inserted God into the ball, that he's the creator. Game over, solved. And this is the problem that we're in. Bunch of pastors getting up there trying to tie the Bible into heliocentrism when it don't fit. Trying to take a freaking square peg and putting it in a circle.
Right. So when you debunk something so fundamental to even what has become part of Christianity now, people want an answer in it, and it's, you feel that pain when they say it, ask you. You're like, as Nathan says, share your pain, but it's our pain too, because we would like to know. We just, we're not overcome by pride so much that we try to answer it.
That's my answer too. I want to know too. If you find out, let me know. If you find out what the sun is, be sure to tell me. But we're not here as gurus offering answers where formerly there was lies. Now, after exposing that they're not real, they're not true, places like the space, sky vacuum, it's not reasonable. You have to tell them that. It's not reasonable for you to now put the onus on me to explain what the sky is. I don't know. Now, that might be an uncomfortable truth that means you don't know, but that's not an uncomfortable truth for me, beyond your uncomfort for not knowing something that you thought 30 seconds ago you knew the answer to. Now you don't, and yeah, you might want to blame the messenger for that, and that's fairly standard stuff too, but we collectively don't know. That doesn't make us bad. It doesn't mean that we suddenly need to figure out a storyline to give people about powers that should not be or whatever. We don't have to do that. And in fact, it's very detrimental to us if we do, because there's a good chance that somebody who comes in a light of, or a persona of being inquisitive so that they can get your best guess, and disclaimed fully as being your best guess, and you haven't got any proof for it or whatever, however these rhetorics that we have to fight against start, they get offered in the best possible light and with the best of intentions, and the person that they give them to immediately just turns around and throws them back in their face. Says, this is how that's flawed. And you're like, it's non sequitur to the reality of the world though, isn't it? My best guess, to try and relieve your pain that's now being used against me. So, out of self-preservation, sometimes it's best not to. Even in friend circles, even with people that I know, when they don't like some of the things that you tell them, they'll fall out with you. Now, if you tell them that it's based on speculation, they might still fall out with you. If you don't tell them because you don't want to speculate, they might fall out with you. If you don't accept their speculation, they might fall out with you. There's a whole myriad of reasons why, out of self-preservation, you should just stick to the facts. And if you don't have them, as much as someone might plead with you to speculate, don't. You're not in an arena that's conducive with speculation. It will just get used against you. It's a shame. I'd love to. It's the most interesting bit of the subject. That's why there's so much speculation. All right, so it could be anything. I could just make up anything like they did. Yeah, people do. And that becomes a new problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's more cruel in the end. Like, it's an example of good intentions gone bad, I think, a lot of times.
You're giving a chocolate junkie chocolate. That's all you're doing. Yeah, you've been surviving on chocolate. Chocolate being the idea that you know everything about the world and the sky. Okay? Now, we've told you chocolate's poison. But you still want chocolate? You're asking me for some? No. I'm not going to give you the chocolate, but I really, really, really want it. Yeah, me too.
Enablement. I think in psychology they call it enabling. When you're enabling someone's mental problem or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. People who suddenly, as a result of trauma, which is what we basically do, which is why we're hated, react in a way that says, I need something that I thought I had and don't have anymore. Okay? Well, why are you asking me for it? I can't find it. I can't, you have to deal with your loss. But if I now say, well, it could be that it's X, Y, and Z up in the sky, then all that's done is put a temporary plug in a hole that you've got to fill yourself. You've got to let heal. You can't just ask someone else to fill it in immediately after it's been opened. Quick, sew this wound up with nonsense. No. That's not the right way to do it.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing about enablers is they're extremely empathetic people.
Yep.
Or sympathetic.
Yeah.
So
absolutely
someone
correct.
like Witsit, who's right. So someone like Witsit is enabling people, but not necessarily out of any malicious reason. He just feels that he needs to give these people something in return.
Yeah, I don't doubt a lot of the lies of heliocentrism have been born out of the best of possible intentions.
Yeah, I was just going to expand on empathy and say
You're a bit quiet,
compassionate
Sydney.
people.
Either you've stepped away from your mic or something, but you were very quiet. Can you say that again?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say empathy and compassion. They all, like, that's the thing. So I was just expanding on that because I agree.
Yeah, exploited by people who have none or neither. People who have total lack of compassion and empathy will seek out those who seek to help others. Oh, you want to help me? Help me more. You're not helping me anymore. Can you help me more? You used to help me more. Can you do what you used to do even more and some extra? That's what psychopaths do.
And then maybe do a little dance for us while you're doing it down the road. Yeah, very well said.
Yeah. And I'll reward you initially greatly. Slowly over time, those rewards will diminish, but you'll remember the rewards. Anyway, let's not get into psychopathic love bombing and people on the narcissistic and empathic scales. We get the general gist.
Can I ask a question?
Got 2 minutes.
Yeah, very quickly before the show starts. There used to be a gentleman that come on the show a couple of months back, and he used to come on every Wednesday with his souped up Celestron coupled to his iPhone, and he used to give us some amazing pictures. Whatever happened to that gentleman?
I think he's still. I contacted him a couple of weeks ago, just said hello, and he was like, "How's it going?" You know, he's got other things on. He shared his experience and what he got up until the point that he'd got it. Told us about what he would be doing. Came back and repeated it. Divvied out the information that he'd already acquired over a period of time. Now, having gone out with him and had a curry with him and actually met him in person, I've stayed in touch. It's just, I don't think he's got anything to particularly do, and he's got a job to do and a life to lead like most normal people. So it's not like he's dead. People assume that when someone's made an appearance on YouTube and then they don't make another one, they're dead or something.
Yeah, Brian is definitely staying in contact with him, though, because Brian's trying to get him to get up higher with that telescope, because that's what I want too. I want him to get up higher with that monster. You know what I mean? Like, really show what you can see.
Mr. Tinfoil Hat Man that we're talking about, in case you hadn't figured that out.
Yes, that's him. And I know he's got a life to lead, but we need his equipment out there.
We need it.
We really want it. I don't think we need it, but some of those images he was able to capture with the iPhone hooked up to that thing and he got a new one that's actually more powerful than the one he was using. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, he'll appear again. We'll see more from Mr. Tinfoil Hatman, I mean, no doubt.
This is pathetic.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
What's up, Neil? What's pathetic?
I don't want to be pathetic.
What's up? What's wrong?
Only me and refracted on the G plus panel? Pathetic.
Doesn't matter. It was just me in the G plus panel. It would just serve as playing my role of whatever you want to call them, captions like this picture on screen now. It just offers me that facility and an ability for people who I know to join at the drop of a hat. So if I started the show with just me and Discord, that wouldn't be any problem. I've got 2 panels, haven't I? And now, as a result of, I don't know, demand, we've now got several Discord servers that we can join. So if I happen to join this one and there was just nothing going on, I know of at least 2 other servers that I could just drop into and, you know, involve myself in the conversation, and their reception would be relatively warm. So it's never going to be a problem.
That's not my point. This used to be a spot of prestige. Now, I think we're the peanut gallery.
You just feel outnumbered, do you?
Neil, well, Neil, there's a thing where you can only talk about a concluded point for so long before you have to do other stuff. I don't think anyone's not coming intentionally.
Yeah, there's always something that people want to tell an audience about. And retaining an audience, keeping their interest, that's obviously my job. But keeping the door open to people who I know. So as we were talking about him in the pre-show, right? If Tinfoil Hatman came today and was like, I've got these images and I really want to share them with the world, so to speak. Well, not even so to speak. Then he's got a means of joining, I don't want to call it the main panel, but the main bit that's being shown to the audience. It takes up the most screen real estate. And present his stuff there and then with him having controls that I know he's got easy use of and things like that, right? So someone can drop in at a pinch when they've got something that they do want to talk about. And beyond that, I can generally, even without the Discord server, I could do an hour, no worries. You know, the fact that it can stretch out and does tend to seem to require 3 hours a day of recording and discussion is a testament to the fact that if nobody was here, everyone deserted me for whatever reason, I could still easily do a live show without any assistance from anybody. You know, I've got loads to talk about Flat Earth all day long, every day, till the day I die. So don't worry about it. Hello, Adam, by the way.
Afternoon, guys.
You're late.
So yesterday's
Sorry,
show
Neil.
on QE, I've got criticism, Adam.
Oh, go on, then.
Well, I joined sporadically. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did periodically jump in and out of the stream while I was doing other things. And it seemed like, might not be the case, every time I joined, that's Ballbusters, if you will, were iterating how the globe claim works. Because Danny and whoever else, the people you were covering in the video, weren't adhering to standard globe rhetoric. So it just seems like every time I tuned in, I'm hearing one of you guys tell me how the globe works. You go back and listen.
Robert, I think what we were addressing got very frustrating, addressing a point, and I just kept saying no. I would deal with this is a second law of thermodynamics violation. This is, unless you're talking about when we were talking about traversing the globe with the flight bit, me and Brian, and in which case you've kind of got to nuance the differences of flight and show that against what would be passing a ball. Not sure.
Yeah,
which
there you go.
about.
There's a good example. I did tune into that bit. I was just racking my brains. So there was a point in that particular discussion when second law of thermodynamics violation, which QE kept leaving off. It's in the second law of thermodynamics, he says. What you mean? You mean the sky vacuum, which violates the second law of thermodynamics? But he's so used to saying it that he's just. But anyway, I'm off on a non sequitur already. So you were talking about how people would boil in a vacuum, or what effects would take place in the vacuum, and how the sky vacuum would behave. And it's hard to explain how it just sounded to me as a sporadic listener, as opposed to somebody who's glued to the whole show. Every time I tuned in, it sounded like I was having the globe explained by Ballbusters. That's just how it seemed.
So I think you need to hear the preface before, middle, and end of those, which is frustration of me going. But actually, I'm not going there. I'm only just going to point out why do I need to do this, because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. But if I've got to talk about boiling, you know what I mean, in vacuums and that, then we were covering the points that he's making, showing his ignorance. It's a funny one. I get your point, and if you listen to me fully, you'll see that frustration in me that I'm heading down this feast of nonsense road, which is why I'll pull it back to that. Or I could just, you know what I mean? That's agree. There's certain topics where you are, unfortunately, you're going to get into the weeds, aren't you? As you discuss it or as you disprove their viewpoint. The flight, particularly, because you've got to critique it traversing a globe. So there's no other way of describing the problems you have, or the problems you would have if you were flying a plane over a sphere. You kind of have to get into their paradigm to show how it wouldn't work, if you see what I mean.
I know it's me lower down the blade criticising the tip of the spear for understanding the intricacies, which can be later summarised to me to just hand wave. You know what I mean? I'm sure I know this is to Brian's frustration all the time, because I'll ignore it or even demean it because of my own ignorance and whatever. And then eventually, when I finally understand it, I'll go, right, so I can now summarise it back as I understand it within the globe paradigm, and Brian will agree. And then I'll go, well, it's pointless. I don't need to know this because... And at that point, I'm appealing to the audience, but essentially hand-waving all of the knowledge, which I later then have to disclaim. This will come in useful. If you don't know it, someone will offer a part of it to you as a defence, and you won't know how to overcome it. So you've got to be able to...
I don't know.
Right,
Hold on, you might have a problem with QE though, because I remember just recently I said something to the effect of, yeah, we don't need to spend time debunking the globe anymore. We've moved on. And he came in and said, says you. So I don't know. I think there's a part of QE that likes that.
No. It's not that he likes it. It's that every time someone says the debate is over, oh, right, so the whole Western world now know it's measured flat, do they, Neil? No, the debate will continue. And to understand the intricacies of how the globe is alleged to work is something that you must understand if somebody who understands how it in their mind does work comes and presents it to you as a defence to you showing them how it's flat. Well, how can it be measured flat when in reality, and they refer to some aspect of heliocentrism that you've never even looked at? How are you going to overcome their position if you don't understand it? So it's all well and good knowing the conclusion as an audience member that just wants to listen to the show and get on with their day. So for this will be a slightly lengthened point. For those who say, well, what does it matter to me? Well, okay, let's flip that on its head. If it doesn't matter to you, you're of that mindset. Okay, let's say you do prove that it's flat to me. What difference does it make? Okay, let's just shelve that for a second. If I can get you to the stage in this show where you understand with one rendition how Earth is measured flat and an example that proves it to you, and then even perhaps in the show somebody challenges that and you understand how their globe rebuttal does not overcome the facts of the measurements. Well, at that point, if you're then saying, well, what does it matter? Now I know it's measured flat. How does this affect me? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you just get on with your life knowing that you're not going to change the world, and finding out where something you thought was true isn't now won't necessarily benefit you in your career or your payments of your car. Then fine. Then you've dipped into this show, took out the most valuable aspect of the information we have to offer. That's how the world really is. And then get on with your day. But if you're of the mindset that you then feel, no, there must be something wrong here, then that's a different path you're taking. You're rolling down the hill of anti-flat earthism, where you may brace against us, or you're rolling down the hill in delight because you're going to finally look into an aspect of the world that hasn't actually got an answer, and you might be the one to get it. Well, those are two different paths that you may take beyond the I don't care. And okay, now I know it's flat. I don't feel any different. Okay, great. You took the red pill. You woke up. You saw that everywhere's a shithole and the world wasn't real. Fine, but you still got your mortgage to pay, so you stroll straight back outside, get in the car park, get in your car, drive home, and start doing your receipts. Good for you, but so long as you understand it's measured flat at the beginning of that process, to not care about it. Because if you come away going, well, I understand how they say the globe doesn't work, well, then you've not achieved anything. You'll go away just going, I'm ignorant, rather than, oh, it's measured flat. Oh, man, what a massive lie. Anyway, bills to pay. I'm done.
Right. Well, the main difference, sorry about the kids, the main difference is whether you're going to debate it with someone else who opposes the position. You can know the earth is flat without entering into debate. If you enter into debate, you need to know the points better than your opponent. But just to know the earth is flat, it is unnecessary.
Exactly. I tried to detail this yesterday with my daughter at an art lesson. The art lesson's about dripping paint down a page. That's the essence of the art lesson. Freeism or something like that. I've forgotten the name. I wasn't paying attention. Anyway, she does the lesson. She's explaining how gravity is going to affect the drips and asks my daughter directly, do you understand what gravity is? The answer from my daughter, yes, I do. Because she instantly recognised the context that this was going to be used in. And I assume, after talking to her afterwards, actually, I know, recognised that it wasn't a worthy point to start debating the point. The Western world understand when we use this shortened version of solids moving through air in a downward bias. Yeah, that's what she has to understand if she's going to understand that she can drip paint down the page. Rather than say, no, look, there's clouds up there, which she could have done. Her example to me in the car on the way home was, yeah, I kind of thought, what about balloons going up? And I was like, yeah, but I'm glad you didn't say it because it's not relevant to your art lesson. In other words, you get on with your day. You don't need to enter into this debate, do you? It's not going to benefit you. So, yeah, but if you are, just to get back onto John's point, if you are going to enter into debate, then you need to listen to every one of the last 2,500 shows so you know everything there is to know about this subject.
That would have been classic if your daughter would have went into a Nathan Oakley rant.
I've taught her not to do that. Well, no, I haven't really taught her not to do that. I've just taught her to respect other people's beliefs. And one of them that gets taught to her is heliocentrism. And she probably gets taught more complex heliocentric concepts than most children of her age. They're just being taught the basics. It's just being doctored into them and hammered into them with a globe on the desk in the classroom while they learn maths. You know, some of the advanced heliocentric concepts that she hears discussed and asks questions about, because she's obviously at the other side of a door right now. I'm talking about the older one. The younger one is obviously not that interested in any of this stuff. She's more interested in whether she's getting chocolate later. But you know what I mean? For the older one, when she's engaging with the world that much more, I'm very proud when she doesn't engage in debate. And for the most part, I feel that the majority of the audience also shouldn't necessarily be engaging in debate unless they do feel like they genuinely understand every single aspect of the heliocentric claim, how you can overcome each aspect covered in housekeeping, and ultimately win by not just inferring, but telling the opponent how the world is actually dealt with. Now, if you can tick all those boxes, then yeah, enter into the next man's debate. But if somebody just starts telling you it's a sphere and you just nod along, there's no harm in that. You know, you don't have to enter into debate with next man just because he exercises his belief. You know, if a Muslim started telling you about his faith, you can just nod along. If a Christian starts telling you about their faith, you can just nod along.
I don't know about that.
You're confrontational though, Neil. You want to set the world to rights.
No, that's not it. You said if it depends on who you are. If a Muslim comes to you with their faith.
Well, if you're a Christian rhetoric and you're out there debating in the circuit, then yeah, there's a different set of standards for that man than your average Joe normally who happens to walk through a park where there's a Christian preacher banging a Bible and talking about Christianity. If that person happens to grab you by the arm and you go, whoa, 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 what are you doing? Have you heard about Jesus? Yes, I have. Thank you. I've actually got an appointment though. I'm really sorry. Have you heard about the great word of the sky vacuum and the men and the wonderful work that they're doing in space? I have, thank you. Yes, I've actually got an appointment with somebody. I'm really sorry. As opposed to, Earth's measured flat, mate. What are you babbling about?
Not talking about the guy in the park. Talking about just a worker, me as a worker, and a guy coming across and starts telling me about his Muslim faith. I'm gonna share. I'm not just gonna ignore it.
Okay, well, it's horses for courses, isn't it? Everybody's different, Neil. You're obviously that much more combative than I. In general...
It's not combative. As a Christian, it would be my duty to not keep my, just close my ears to it.
Okay, well, I wasn't talking in terms of the recommended daily dose of Christianity that you're supposed to give if somebody confronts you with their faith in whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about knowing how Earth is dealt with, measured, navigated, built on, and whether or not you choose to correct somebody who's got a different belief in what the world is. And in this country, the Western world belief, the general laid down standard is heliocentrism. So, challenging them, I mean, it's up to you, but you just got to be on. The only point we're trying to make here, let's just get back to John's point.
I walked away.
Let's just get back to John's point.
You don't want to get into it.
Neil, let's just get back to John's point. You've got to be on the cutting edge if you're going to debate people about this. You need to know all the arguments. That's it. Just wanted to be the first on the super chat, says Jardo. Well, thank you very much. Give you a little heart for being first on the super chat. Thank you. Really appreciate the support. Duncan McLeod says, You're confrontational, Neil. No, I'm not.
That's a good one. No, but sometimes you just don't want to get into it. Like the other day, it was brought up, and I said, I'm not even going to start. Fine.
That is starting.
Hey, Neil, do you see it as your
inherent, intrinsic, independent? What?
Inclusive?
Incredulous? Come on, we were almost there with the whole word.
Sorry, I just muted myself. Neil, do you see your invaluable duty to promote flat Earth just like you promote Christianity?
Are you a flat Earth evangelist, Neil?
No, that's what I just said. The other day, it was brought up to me, and I just let it go because I didn't feel like getting into it. Because I sensed what it was going to become.
It's an interesting topic. It's almost along the lines of what we discussed in the pre-show, where we're like, should you offer nonsense answers just to relieve someone of their pain? Well, this is a slightly different scenario where someone isn't aware that what they're telling you is nonsense. Do you make them aware in that moment when it may not necessarily benefit you or them? It opens a gate that may eventually benefit them, maybe of a source of pain. You just don't know where that door will lead for that person in that moment. So it's an assessment that you have to make. And I don't know if there's any moral obligation. Neil tried to parallel it with the Christian moral obligation in the moment by comparison, and I'm not having that. I don't know if there's any moral obligation for me to tell anybody who is under the misapprehension they are standing on a sphere by way of a derivation of measurements of a flat Earth. To point that out or to not point that out, that is the question.
If it's a Christian now, hold on. If it's a Christian, then I'm gonna say something.
You've tried this once.
If they're
yes,
gonna
you tried this
come to me
parallel.
with that,
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about heliocentrism.
Yes, that's what I was doing.
And a Christian, then I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, I tried to draw it away from that parallel, and you've now tried to bring it back onto it. But thank you.
Yeah,
No,
you spoke
misunderstanding
really well, Nathan.
Say again, Sydney.
I appreciate your statement there. It was, it was exactly the way I feel about it. Exactly. Yeah.
But it's a question.
Well done. That's all I was
Well, it's
saying.
just it's a question. Maybe answer it. Do you feel it is appropriate for you to tell all and sundry, or correct all and sundry when they assert something about heliocentrism? Is it your duty or moral obligation to do so, or do you feel no, and
No, and
absolutely not?
it's kind of on a case by case basis, as you said. No, it's so individualized. Same with one's faith in their divine entity or whatever that may be, whether that's Christian or other. Yeah.
Hold on a second. You misunderstood everything I said. I got to defend myself.
Feel free.
That's not what I said. I'm not talking about debating Christianity. I said if a Christian is going to come to me speaking about heliocentrism, then I'm going to try to set them straight.
That seems very prejudicial. So you'd only feel morally obliged if they're of the same faith as you are?
No, because they're using the Bible and they're trying to tie it in with heliocentrism. That's when I got to correct their error.
Okay, fine, fair enough. But beyond that, for anybody who's not Christian, you put yourself in the scenario I gave. You're at an art class with your child, and the teacher starts talking about gravity.
That's so hard. I can't even imagine that.
I mean,
Right.
it wasn't particularly difficult because I already know that my daughter is aware of the social implications of challenging this sort of stuff because I've told her. So I didn't shift uncomfortably. I was intrigued to see what she'd do completely and coached or without any preemption or whatever the word is. So I was intrigued, but I wasn't worried.
Mm-hmm.
In that situation, though, you don't have to be a flat earther, do you? If somebody's bringing up gravity, there's no need for you can deal with the situation intellectually and academically correct in that without having to mention flat earth. In fact, flat earth's not really relevant when somebody brings up gravity. If you want to just challenge the position, do what we do, which is just to ask the person that's citing this as a causation, which gravity they mean. Yeah, Newtonian or Einsteinian or quantum, and watch them fumble after they've tried to present a worldview that they don't truly understand. You don't need to present another one in terms of the issue with the definition of gravity isn't linked to flat Earth. You don't need to flat Earth it. You just show them that they're making statements that they're not even sure which gravity they're talking about.
Maybe if I take it away from the subject matter that we cover, if somebody has incorrectly identified a policy in the political arena and they describe the policy or bill or law incorrectly and you just sat next to them having a chit chat and you're not that politically inclined and you don't care, you just know that they're wrong, do you correct them?
Oh yes,
No,
I mean I've done that, but I'll shut up now.
No, well then you're the one I want to
different-
hear. So you've got to. Okay, great. Give us the setting and the scenario and why you felt obliged to do so.
Oh yeah. Yes. So 2 years ago, pardon me, at a conservative nationwide in the U.S. Mike Lindell summit thing. It was televised and online everywhere, right? Streaming nonstop, 24 hours a day for the 3 or 4 days, of it that I was there. And I was involved in my local politics, doing outreach, also on my committee for my local chamber in a main urban area within Missouri. And then, so I was invited because I was already, working with, I guess, that team and Lindell's people and trying to clean up all the voter blah, 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 blah. So, but yeah, he was citing Mike Lindell was just addressing the entire room, and there were senators and Congress people there. There were news, all sorts of news, authorities doing interviews the entire time, day in, day out. So there was a lot, and then just, spectators, journalists, all sorts. So a lot of people that are influenced are going to be influenced by the people that are attending that setting. So I think it was Mike Lindell himself, but it could have been one of his IT people on stage with him, and both of them were discussing something, and it was citing intelligence, the United States, national intelligence briefing, something or other from a whistleblower back in like the early 90s, right? And it was just so wrong. It was very wrong, and it just made him look like a dumbass a little bit. Well, pretty much the cause as to why we were there entirely, just because of a descriptive error in facts about the judicial process of that whistleblower case, right? So it was involving policies that we were discussing while we were there for cleaning up the voter rolls and potential policies that were already being worked on. So it could have affected a lot of things in that moment, and I was just, ooh, I was kind of helpless in that situation. But I did pull him aside like immediately after and got his, in like our eating space or whatever in between like presentations and stuff like that. But I was like, I didn't know what to say. I was so nervous, dude. But yeah, immediately started to perspire. But it was like, I'm new to this arena too, so what do? I can't just jump on stage with him, but I would have if I would have been more comfortable. It wasn't my first like national conservative conference in general. Like I would have definitely done that.
Gotcha. I mean, that is. I mean, it's obviously out and about in terms of it's in a real world setting where you're pressing the flesh with people. But comparatively, it's like us addressing the people who go out and make videos, in the respect that he's making a public address. It's a brilliant example because it's completely comparative, and yes, like we all feel obliged to address your Blue Marble Sciences and your Dave McKeegan's and your Professor Dave Explains. When someone's making a public address in regards to their claims of heliocentrism, or in this case a political issue, when you know something's wrong, you feel obliged to correct it. But I'm more talking in a general setting. Thank you for your example, by the way. In a general setting, if you're at the bus stop and you sat waiting to go to a paintball, whatever, you're doing something that's completely unrelated and it just happens to come up in discussion, or you bump into somebody that you haven't seen for years and it happens to come up in discussion, and you have actually got an appointment to get to. Do you correct them?
Most of the time.
This is not fair.
Why not?
Sometimes, like, okay, I see a little 3-year-old wearing a NASA T-shirt at the Walgreens pharmacy, right? Just routine things with mom, routine things where I go. And I think on the way out, I said something to the daughter, and because I was just small talking with the mom to whatever. But I saw the rocket T-shirt with NASA on the kid's shirt, and I'm like, I must plant seeds. So I think on the way out of the door, I think I said, question everything or something like that. It was nothing
you
like,
go. See, John, that's what I was fishing for. That's precisely what I was fishing for. Because while I'm saying obliged, what I'm actually fishing for is the feeling of being compelled to say something. That's what I'm actually fishing for. And yeah, I'm glad we got there, because otherwise John's about to be an interjection would have made perfect sense, because he said it wasn't unfair, but I'm going to ask him to elaborate. Thank you, Sydney. Go ahead, John.
Well, first of all, the comparison with religion, I don't think you can make that, because with religion, you're expected to be able to give a reasonable defense of your faith. That's expected whenever you're making a proclamation. So when you're stating it out loud, this is my belief, you need to be able to defend that.
Okay, fair enough.
The facts do not need defending. You don't have to know how to defend a fact.
Okay.
It's just a fact.
That is a very different slant that I hadn't considered. Carry on.
So when someone states something that's not factual, they're the ones in the positive position. You can correct them with a fact, and it not be. It may have religious implications for them, but that is not why you do it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's slightly nuanced, because you don't have to go out there and preach this. That's a decision that you'll make if you want to be an evangelist or whatever. But knowing and claiming are two different things.
Right. Shout out to Jardo, who's just gifted 5 memberships. Picked up by Unselfish Thoughts, Noble Aspirations, Duncan McLeod, Enos, Rob Kine, and Dysfunctional Navigator. So welcome. Check out some of the members only videos. Thank you for gifting those super chats, Jardo. Really appreciate the support. Okay, we do have a video to cover, unless there's anything else to talk about our obligations with regards to flat Earth evangelism. Anybody else want to make any last comments before I move on to the video that we'll be covering? Nope. Okay then. I've already sound checked this, so let's rewind this right to the beginning. Is this guy pro flat Earth, or is he neutral? What's the deal with this guy? Forgotten who suggested this now.
I think it was Vlad, right?
I'm just scrolling up. Yeah, it was Vlad. He's just not around. I can't see him in the chat.
No, I'm around, bro. I just shared the vids, so Essential Goat. I don't even know the names.
Oh yes, it was Central Goat. We won't. Maybe we'll find out, because this is like always. We don't know what we're going to expect, but we will do the same YouTube stuff that we typically do. So go and let this guy know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. He maybe even be friendly. We didn't get any clarity in the pre-show when we did the sound check on this guy, and as always, we're doing it cold. So we'll just see what we get. Everyone ready? Good.
So if you were to ask the average person on the street whether the earth is round or flat, you would probably get some weird looks, and then the answer something along the lines of it's round. Obviously, everybody knows that. But if you were then to go on and ask them why they know that it's round, or how they know that it's round and not flat, most people would just kind of stare at you for a minute and then say something along the lines of, I don't know, like we know that. We have pictures from space. Like,
Did I lose connection?
Oh, I was waffling on about him while I was on mute. My bad. So this channel is called Flat Earth. It's not a channel. Called discombobulated because I was on mute, and I'm now repeating myself. The video is called Flat Earth ? And the channel is called Read Like a Man. Now, I've already linked it once, but I'll do it again. Go and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. I might as well explain to this guy, as I explain to everybody, when we cover people in this way and send our audience to you, the idea is that if you were to make a response video, you would do the same for us and put a link to a Flat Earth debate video so people can find their way to us, because we don't receive any YouTube algorithmic love. So that is the general idea, that you would return the favour if you were to make a response video. We'll find out how friendly you are, because you may not like us after we've covered your video. We'll see. Anyway, the link's going by in the chat. Hopefully that's brought people who've seen the link going by in the live stream audience. How many people are watching? Enough time to actually go by. Almost 100 people watching. So yeah, hopefully a few people will go and check him out. Leave him a comment. Help this video in the algorithm.
Everybody knows it. This line of reasoning, or really lack of reasoning, is one of the reasons why Danny Faulkner wrote this book, Falling Flat, a refutation of flat Earth claims. Most people have no idea how they know that the Earth is round. They just think that they know it. This is a great example of a pervasive problem in modern culture with the idea of epistemology. This is the study of knowledge. Epistemology answers the question, how do we know what we know? And most of us have never thought about that. And for most of us, the things that we know...
Hey man, this video couldn't be a more appropriate video considering the discussion that we've had today, right? Right?
Agreed.
We know because someone told them to us and we just automatically accepted them, and we're like, I don't know, we know because we know. Do I really have to think about it? As far as Flat Earth was concerned, I really thought I didn't have to think about it.
I was much more concise in my summary in the pre-show. I said, yeah, people are stupid. That was how I summarised that, wasn't it? But this could not be more appropriate so far.
Until recently, when a friend came to me and told me...
Just for a bit more... just to expand on that a little bit for the live audience. So we're talking about how when John, sorry to talk about you in the third person, came to the subject of Flat Earth, he trolled us. That's Flat Earthers. Collectively. Stereotype. All of us. Collectively. Every last Flat Earther who's out there trolling him. Bastard. Anyway, he reached a point where he recognised that there is no measurement of an Earth that's spherical. There's no Earth curve measurement, and that's the basis of understanding that that is the case. Well, if you don't have that anymore, you don't have a measurement of Earth as a sphere anymore, you don't have Earth as a sphere anymore. Well, that was the conclusion that a right-minded logical man would come to upon realising that you have to relinquish your Earth curve measurement at the point of the Black Swan, so 1st of Jan 2020. Well, for refracted curvature, that's his logical, reasonable, intellectual stance after realizing the awful truth. So we can't measure Earth as a sphere then. Now, upon discussing that, I said, well, yeah, most people won't do that. Yeah, most people are going to seek to affirm their already in existence belief, affirm their bias, and then get on with their day and squash anything that may take them away from that original belief. Whether or not they recognize it as a belief or not is irrelevant. That's what most people will do. Most people are lazy and stuck in their ways and stupid. Now, he's described it with epistemology, which is perfectly reasonable, just less concise than me saying that, yeah, a good chunk of people are stupid.
Some dear friends that she has who are flat earthers. I was like, what the heck? I didn't even know that was a thing anymore. Turns out, looking at the back of this book, we were up at the Creation Museum recently, and I saw this on the bookshelf. I picked it up, and on the back quote of it, it says, unfortunately, as flat earth websites proliferated on the internet, thousands of people soon joined the movement. It's ironic that more people in the West today may believe that the earth is flat than have in 2 millennia.
Yeah, Danny, standard practice Faulkner, claiming that we have a belief when we can demonstrate how it's measured. Flat. And your sphere belief came from that, Danny, by the way.
So, I was like, well, guess I'm going to have to read this book. So, I have read this book now, and I want to talk with you about 2 key points from it. This book is chock full of all kinds of sciencey stuff.
There is absolutely no science in that book whatsoever. I absolutely guarantee you. There's your first mistake, my friend. To say it's got sciencey stuff straight away sounds awful, but science is a very specific thing. It's a method of establishing cause and effect. It's the basis of physics, the study of the physical and natural world. We won't get into what science actually is, but it's pretty clear from what you've just said about the book containing lots of sciencey stuff. No, Danny Faulkner's a pseudoscientist. He himself was challenged by our very own quantum eraser to define a hypothesis, and he failed. He doesn't know what science is. So there's definitely none in his book. Just want to add something. Go ahead. No?
Dr. Faulkner literally goes...
Sorry, go ahead, John.
I would agree that it is a problem that people believe the Earth is flat, just as it is a problem that people believe it's a globe. This is not a topic of belief. The fact that people are believing anything about it is a problem.
Yeah, we shouldn't be all high and mighty about it moving into 2024 saying you should know it's measured flat. Because this is a kind of, it's not even that new now, it's sort of 4 or 5 months old in terms of discussion, maybe 6 months old. It feels like it's been around for a long time, us pointing out that this is not a belief. And our battle with those who express their beliefs after finding out Earth isn't a globe and not actually knowing that it's flat or being able to prove to an audience that it's flat to any high degree, or any degree in some instances, it's immediately revert to their beliefs about what the world is after the fact, one of them being flat. They can't actually demonstrate it or prove it in any way. But that is, as John says, just as big a problem. And we brace against that equally. Sometimes more than we do the globe, because the globe are reluctant to come in and have their ass handed to them by us. Or be shown that their Earth that they think is spherical is actually measured flat. So yeah, we do brace against those beliefs as well, John. Good point.
Into everything about everything with all the diagrams and all.
That looked like a triangle with a flat baseline. Let's have a little look at that.
Full of all kinds of sciencey stuff. Dr. Faulkner literally goes into everything about everything.
Whoops, pressed the intro button by accident instead of the... Anyway, yeah, let's have a look. What's on this? Moon must be a sphere. And then we've got angles off a flat baseline. What's all this about? Okay, well, I'll study this page that he's held up to the camera at a later date. But it's there on screen for us to peruse later. But what that looks like to me is a couple of right-angle triangles next to each other. That's going to be a problem for a ball, regardless of what you're inferring about the moon with it.
Oh, dear.
thing with all the diagrams and all the math language and all the trigonometry and all the everything. And
this guy's average Joe, isn't he?
It is incredibly complex.
He's saying that
he sounds average.
He's pointed out that Danny.
Sorry, I'm talking through you. Go ahead, John.
I was just saying he's pointing out that Danny Faulkner is trying to apply trigonometry to the stars when they don't obey trigonometry. Yeah, that's provable that they're not trigonometric. They are not that.
No, they're not.
If you really want all the deepest answers to all of the arguments that people make, this is definitely the book to get. But most people are not going to want that. Most people don't need that. I want to give you 2 things to help your own thinking as to why you know the earth is round, but you can't explain it. So to start out with, what we have to talk about first is the actual understanding of what the flat earth cosmology is. So the easiest way to think about this is that flat earth is essentially a pizza pan. All around the edge of it is Antarctica. There's a dome over the top of it.
Why is he saying round and not spherical? That's number one. Number two, he's right in the feast of nonsense already. That does not represent flat earth.
Yeah, Danny's
he
told him
invoked
that...
the cosmology that we...
Sorry, John, go ahead.
He invoked the cosmology that we do not adhere to. Like, what's he talking about?
He's just put it in a false dichotomy where we've got a flat earth that's been converted to a globe and then back out onto a flat map and then represented as a pizza pie floating in a sky vacuum with Antarctica around it. And then he's going to juxtapose that with a globe earth that's come from the same exact Polaris-based flat earth measurements in a false dichotomy. Because that's how it's been stacked up in Danny Faulkner's book. Danny's trying to appeal to the masses, isn't he? He's trying to sell his book. So he's going to take the mass representation of the feast of nonsense arguments when it comes to flat earth, something that we've only just disclaimed we would brace against also, and said that this is the strawman stereotype fallacy that you need to know about because Danny's told me that's what flat earth represents. He said, point 1, understand your opponent. That's basically what he said. What is my opponent? Well, as I understand my opponent, they've got a pizza pie in a sky vacuum with a dome over it, and it's got an ice wall. So, let's start challenging that then. That's how this is stacked up for him by Danny Faulkner. Shout out to Jardo, who says, if you're reviewing a guy taking 2 points from Danny's book, then we have sunk to a new low. I don't know, Jardo. I mean, I think we picked a pretty good video to cover. We're seeing how Average Joe responds to Average Joe's reaction, I should say, to a book about flat Earth represented by an anti-flat earther. This is very much on topic, I'd feel. But thank you for the super chat.
No, he sounds like a... Sorry.
I'll just thank him for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Jardo.
It sounds like to me like Nathan, this guy, he wants his bias affirmed by Danny Faulkner, something we spoke about this morning as well. So anything Danny says, this guy's going to lap it up.
Yeah, that's what, like I said in the pre-show, that's what Danny is appealing to. He said it on the radio broadcast. You think you've got the answers, you come across this subject where you don't have the answers, well, you can come and get them from me. And here's how they all work. Here's how the flat earthers argument works. And that's how he understands it. He's got what he thinks flat earth is from our opponent. So it's obviously going to be distorted in the best possible way to assist the opponent to defeat it. So it's going to be riddled with strawman fallacies, and this is just the first. He doesn't know that. And to be perfectly honest, this guy seems really nice, right? Doesn't seem angry. But there we go. He's just read something that has achieved its ends. It's affirmed his bias by the looks of things. So he's getting on with his life. A pretty much polar opposite position, not polar opposite, direct comparison to what I was suggesting people do when they get to this show, realise it's measured flat, and then get on with their day. Well, that's the mindset that Danny Faulkner's appealing to with his book. For those of you who just want to get on with your day and know how this all breaks down because you happen to have come across it, I'll show you the questions being asked, and I'll show you the answers that are globe related. Come and buy my book. Well, you know, I'm not saying come and buy my book, but come and watch my show so you can get on with your day knowing it's measured flat. How do these arguments actually break down? What is the actual physical evidence in the reality we incorporate into our worldview that we disseminate? Well, that's how the world that you actually inhabit works. How is it measured? Flat. How does the globe come to pass? By measuring a flat earth to infer it. Once you know those things, you can do the same as Danny's hoping to achieve from a ball believer. That you can just get on with your day, and then, in this case, he's so pleased with the fact that he, you know, managed to figure out all the arguments, he made a little video about it. Good for you, mate. Unless you come and watch this, because that'll be absolutely devastating when you find out that every radial value inferred to prove that you've got a sphere beneath your feet by Danny Faulkner came from a measurement of a flat earth. That would be devastating. I mean, I'm not suggesting that. Go and let him know we sent to you. Go ahead.
Also, the concept of the cosmology that he's proposing of a pizza pie and a sky vacuum, that necessitates a flat plane.
Yeah, and the pizza pie and a sky vacuum model is what gives you your globe model wrapped around the same exact flat plane. Horrifying. If you came here and heard that, I'd be devastated. If I was a globe believer who just had my bias affirmed by Danny Faulkner.
That dome has the stars attached to it. The moon and sun are inside the dome, but not attached to it. And they go around the Earth, acting kind of as a spotlight. And that's what makes the day and night. The sun is kind of a spotlight going around the circle of the Earth. So if you look at this picture here, this is kind of the best example of the most universally accepted flat Earth.
Yeah. Danny told him we universally accept that. Right. I don't know. I'm going to guess that there's at least 10 flat earthers between the Discord and G+ panels today. Hands up who would say that they adhere to that model. Room full of flat earthers. Danny lied to you, mate. Yeah, he took the narrative that Google says. Yeah, he didn't go and assess and survey all the flat earthers in terms of what model they adhere to. He didn't do that. He comes on my show and keeps his mouth shut. Yeah, and we tell him that's not our model. He knows that. He's just a liar. But based on your acceptance of his nicely prepackaged lies about what the opponent says, we don't say that. Danny lied to you. Who on the panel would be the best to write the FED book? Thank you for the super chat, Michael Jones. Me, that's who. Anyway.
Earth model. Okay. So the two things that I want you to be thinking about with this. The first is that it was 200 BC when we first measured the circumference of the Earth accurately.
With a flat plane? Let's see where he goes with this. We already know.
100 BC.
Right.
There was a guy named...
There's first misunderstanding. You calculated it, mate. Even if you're going to take that, you didn't measure the circumference. You measured some other things and then calculated from that a presupposed circumference. This is the trouble with reading what Danny tells you. It's not actually the truth. It's not an honest, truthful explanation of what's been done.
I don't know how to say this name. So Eratosthenes, I think.
Eratosthenes.
Oh my
and in 200
God.
BC, he accurately...
What, Neil? What?
Eratosthenes.
He didn't even get the name right?
Doesn't matter.
Hold on. Now, we've all been corrected on it.
He did say, I'm not sure. It's not like he was making out he knew it.
But I like this guy and I don't want him being bashed, right? This is just Joe Normal.
Oh,
right?
That's what I just said. That's a normal man's... I just said I don't know how to say that. He didn't pretend he did, or there's no ego. He's an honest bloke. He just said... And that's what's knocking, because he's genuine. He's thinking that what Danny's presented him with him is unbiased information. So he's taking it as that. Danny, Joe Normie, because why would Danny be a lying misrepresenter?
And that summarised it beautifully. That's the point. Most normal people like this guy will take Danny at face value and assume he's trustworthy and honest in what he presents. So when he presents...
But then you're being lazy.
He's not being lazy. He's normal. Normal.
Nathan, I was normal too when it was presented to me, and I looked into it trying to prove the sphere. These people are just coming into it and buying a book by a supposed Christian, so therefore everything he says in there is true?
Yeah.
That's doing his own homework.
Yeah, that's what Danny has appealed to. That's the purpose of it. You don't have the answers. Well, you haven't got time to look for the answers, but you've got all these questions. Well, you hadn't found me. I've got the answers. Just buy my book. This guy paid for the book. Now he hasn't got to search through endless YouTube, what is it he said, websites to see why everybody's joined this nonsense. Danny will explain it for him in a nicely condensed book. Saved him the bother, didn't he? He's really pleased with himself. He's very calm. He's very happy. Knows the ins and outs, enough to go on camera. Look how chuffed he is. He feels like he's doing God's work. Good on you, mate. It's just a shame that Danny's been a dishonest prick and wrote a book that misrepresents everything that we say and doesn't acknowledge our proofs in any way, shape or form. Takes the feast of nonsense rhetoric from the controlled opposition straight from the first result on Google and says that is the majority view from flat earthers. No, it bloody isn't. Yeah, Danny's a liar.
Accurately measured the Earth's size. He did this by measuring shadow.
What's that you say? No, Danny's not a liar. He's gone out and surveyed all the flat earthers. Oh, really? I run a flat earth show and have done for 10 years. And I've got an entire panel full of flat earthers who I surveyed on the spot to ask if anybody took their model that Danny specifically said the majority of flat earthers would adhere to. Nobody put their hand up. Not one. Danny is a liar. So this man knows you've been deceived by Danny. Yeah?
Shadows and using trigonometry to figure out two different places.
Really? So what, triangles off a flat earth? You'll need a flat earth for them.
On the Earth that he knew. And
so it's flat then? Like triangles? Like this? Yeah? Right angle triangles. That requires Earth to be flat for a flat baseline. Flat Earth. Proven. So even in Danny's own rhetoric, he's telling you about triangles with flat baselines. Yeah, Danny's a liar. He's telling you this proves a sphere. Why isn't he telling you that he's measuring it flat? He's told you that it's a triangle, but being just Joe Normie, because he's told you this proves a sphere, your automatic assumption is that what, these flat triangles with flat baselines are measuring on curved surfaces? No, it's just you've been deceived by a liar. He told you this proved a curve, did he? Liar. He knows that. He's been on our show. I know he knows that. He's listened to me saying it like I'm telling you now. So after, if this guy actually comes along and listens to this show, you can't unhear what you have heard. These triangles require a flat baseline.
And then figured out the Earth's circumference from there. One of the...
Yeah, with Polaris, a flat line with an angle running from the minimum, which you call the equator, outside edge of a sphere for you. That measurement to give you that minimum was taken from a flat Earth. The angle with a flat baseline to Polaris from the equator. That's how Earth's measured. Flat. Now, Danny's telling you it proves a sphere, isn't he? It isn't.
One of the things that's important about this was in 200 BC, and
they're measuring it flat.
He did it based off of the knowledge and the assumption that the Earth was spherical.
How did he get an angle from a curved surface? He didn't. Now, Danny's told you that he's done these angle measurements off flat baselines because of an assumption that it's spherical. Really? Like this? Yeah, Dave McKeegan, who's a bonehead, did the same thing. You don't get angles from curves, like Dave shows you in his diagrams. You need flat baselines for angles, my friend. Now, Danny says, well, when we get flat baseline triangles, we can say the curved surface is what... No. Doesn't work. He just says it's measuring a sphere, but you being Joe Normie, you haven't seen the disconnect between flat baselines of triangles with right angles that go up perpendicular to one another? That's the flat earth prerequisite, my friend. Damien, you're dealing with a liar.
Why did he already believe that in 200 BC? Well, one of the reasons why...
He wouldn't have needed to believe anything if he was measuring it flat. He measures it flat, which is what he did, according to this rhetoric.
and this is the first one that I want you to keep in mind, is that when we are at a body of water and we're watching a ship disappear, what we always see is that the ship disappears hull first, right? We would think if the Earth was flat, it would just get smaller and smaller until I couldn't see it anymore. But if we sit at a body of water and we watch a ship disappear, it disappears hull first, and the last thing to go is the mast and the sails.
It's almost like you're suggesting that there's a physical geometric sphere edge hill called Earth curve getting in the way of the boat here, mate. 2020. Yeah? Danny Faulkner's been a long time in this discussion and is well aware of the Black Swan. In fact, he even discussed it with someone else recently on one of the live podcasts that we reviewed. So Danny's well aware that you and your claim to be physical hill getting in the way of boats was debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as measured on a flat plane, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in your maths that asserts there's a hill in the way. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the physical limitations of a sphere Earth horizon getting in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, Earth is not a sphere. The horizon was debunked as Earth curve in 2020. But what? A liar still leaning on it. Danny the liar.
Hold on. Sorry, what he did was he took the other videos and he showed how there was other white swans, you know?
They were black swans, though. The ones he showed that he claimed
He doesn't know that.
That would still be irrelevant because what you actually have as a calculator is something that is giving you a differential plane resolution loss, and that your difference in your level above surface level is making things seem to disappear where the lowest angle or the minimum angle begins, which will be towards the deck.
What John's pointing out for the benefit of specifically this person we're covering, right? He seems like a reasonable guy. In your Earth curve maths that has the assertion that hills get in the way when you've got a very limited angle to the horizon, is that there's a geometric sphere edge below surface level. So the way the maths actually functions is by giving you the differential from the surface level when you take eye level, which is parallel to surface level. Well, you can extrapolate out a point below surface level called Earth curve that you can infer when you ignore angular limitations. That's perspective. You said, well, you'd expect the boat to get smaller and smaller. Not in your maths. In Earth curve maths, the boat stays 100 feet, 50 feet, however tall the boat is. It doesn't change at any distance in Earth curve maths. They remove all aspects of perspective. So while you say, well, on a flat Earth, you'd expect it to get smaller and smaller, what the angle would reduce. Yeah, that's the effect that they've hijacked to create Earth curve maths. And the way they're excluded perspective is by giving you an orthographic view of the world where you see the side of your own head and the target simultaneously. And then you can ascribe an actual size to the target boat in this instance. And you can say that a 50-foot boat has got 5 feet missing. It's like, well, 5 feet is 5 feet at all distances. If the 50-foot boat is 1,000,000 miles away in that particular depiction, you can still draw one straight line between you and the boat and say you've got a line of sight to it. Because that's how Earth curve maths works. As things do recede into the limitation of the angle against the deck, that's perspective, therefore hull first, it's asserted that a hill gets in the way by ignoring all aspects of perspective, but claiming that the effects of perspective when doing a calculation of resolution loss by utilisation of the flat surface level and the differential from eye level parallel with it, as depicted in Earth curve maths. It's very easy to see. Just go to a calculation with a depiction visually of how the maths is functioning. It's got it labelled as surface level. It's flat. That's what you require to measure to give you an optical resolution loss calculation, to infer there's a sphere edge debunked by the Black Swan below the flat surface level that you're actually measuring. And then, in the mathematics, infer that the item you are claiming is being pushed behind a sphere edge below the surface level is never going to change with distance. If you're stood next to a 6-foot boat, it's going to be 6-foot boat when you're a foot away from it or 1,000,000 miles away from it in Earth curve maths, so that you can call the effect of resolution loss Earth curve. That's how it works. But in reality, it's only an Earth curve calculator in the title. In reality, it's an optical resolution loss calculation. And the point of optical resolution loss is inferred to be below surface level when you insert a geometric sphere edge based on a radial value that's also been measured off a flat plane. We discussed that earlier. Minimum elevation angle measurements to Polaris give you the radial value to infer Earth is a sphere, to put it in orbital motion with Kepler and Huygens, giving you the values. Anyway, Earth's measured flat for every single assumption that is used in Danny Faulkner's assumptions that we have what in his book got a geometric sphere edge capable of measurement and blocking boats and buildings. Not since 2020. We're all told it's refracted. Danny's well aware of it. Debunking the claim that we've got measurements of a geometric sphere edge. We haven't. We've got measurements of a flat Earth to infer it.
And anybody sitting on a body of water and looking can see that with their own eyes. The ancients saw that and realized that can't happen if the Earth is flat. That can only happen if there is a sphere, and as the thing is going away, it's going down below my line of sight.
He's even showing us in an orthographic representation. Below my line of sight, what, finger on the right? Earth curve and target, finger on the left. No, you don't see the side of your own head when you make observations, but that's how Earth curve maths is depicted. Undoubtedly got a diagrammatical example in Danny Faulkner's book. So after watching it, seeing it, looking at it and reading about it, he literally visually depicts it in front of the camera in orthographic view. He's got him on the left and the target on the right, represented by his fingers, as he describes it.
Across this sphere, right?
Across this sphere that you're looking at in an orthographic manner? Yeah, that's how the maths works when it hijacks perspective and utilises a flat surface level to claim that there's that sphere edge that you think blocks boats and buildings. Yeah, you're not up to date with the flat Earth debate. Danny is, though, the liar. He knows. When he wrote that book, he knew.
So that's one of the biggest things and the simplest things, which is why in 200 BC, we had an understanding that the Earth couldn't be flat and had to be spherical. Now,
no, they measured it flat then too, even in your own example.
As a quick aside, one of the things that flat earthers will continually bring up against this is
stereotyping fallacy. Let's see what Danny told him all flat earthers actually believe, and we'll see if we agree.
Different points where people have had experiences where they've seen beyond the curve of the Earth.
So Danny's representation of us as flat earthers is that we as flat earthers would say we see further than the ball would allow. So as a flat earther, I'm telling you that my sight isn't being impaired by a sphere edge. No. You see, I have an example when people strawman us with this garbage, where I have two men standing on a pier looking at an island across the other side of a body of water. And it's about 15 miles away. And one guy squints and goes, you know what? I can see a clock. It's the clock, the one at the library in the town over the way. There it is. I can see it, the clock. And the guy next to him squints and goes, oh, yeah, I can see that clock too. But it's not actually the clock. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It's a slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of the clock from behind the now refracted geometric physical sphere edge horizon we know as Earth curve that's blocking our view of the clock. And then, through extreme refraction, it's being lifted up to above the physical geometric sphere edge that should be blocking our view but isn't. Therefore, we're seeing too far as a result of refraction, says the globe Earth believer. Flat Earther, standing next to him, who originally pointed out the clock, turns to him and says, I just see a clock. So the Flat Earther looks at a clock and says clock. You say, that's the globe Earth numpty, that the clock's not really a clock, it's not really there, we're seeing too far, there should be an Earth curve in the way. But Danny says that's what most flat earthers would agree about. No, seeing too far would infer that there's an Earth curve that should be in the way. That sounds very much like a globe claim. But if you reposition it carefully enough like Danny has, it almost sounds like you've got a pre-packaged argument to overcome that automatically assumes your spherical belief and inference that we should have something blocking our view. And what do you know? It's that Earth curve you were just talking about when we measured Earth flat in your example. No, we don't say you see too far. In fact, we jump on somebody if they said it as a flat earther. No, too far means you've already got a cemented idea that there should be a limitation based on Earth curve maths. No, we don't say that here. But Danny said we do, and he spends plenty of time around us, so he knows better and therefore is a liar. You were just deceived by the man who wrote the book. That's not what we think. You think you see too far when your Earth curve edge isn't blocking your view. I just see a clock and go clock, because there's no explanation required for the evidence of my own bloody eyes. You need to say that there's an explanation required when you just see something. Because Earth curve should be in the way, we're seeing too far. No explanation is required unless you're a globe-believing numpty like the author of the book who tells you that's what flat earthers think. It's a liar. That's what liars do. Misrepresent their opponents. And not only misrepresent them with an insertion of their own fundy belief into the claim that the opponent doesn't make. See too far? My arse. Now just see stuff. You've got to explain why it's not got Earth curve in the way, therefore too far, not me.
He talks extensively about that in this book, being due to inverse...
Extensively talks about seeing too far with respect to a sphere edge that isn't blocking your view like you said it would. Yeah, it sounds like an apology for a problem in the globe model to me. Definitely not something I would say.
Mirages, where the air temperature that normally makes a mirage where the image appears upside down.
Oh, I see. Not really a clock that I can see with my own eyes. Not really there, says Danny. Sounds like he's overcoming his own problems in his own sphere Earth belief that isn't blocking stuff in the distance. There's no hill getting in the way, but that's okay. It's a mirage. It's not really there. Slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of what we're seeing too far, says Danny. Nah, mate, you should have asked me. I know. Unlike the liar Dan who just claims to know. Nah, he'll insert his own sphere Earth belief into his claims of what we say. That's just a clock, mate. It's just the Chicago skyline, mate. You see it. Can you see it? You got a set of eyeballs? Yeah, you're just seeing it. What's that? It shouldn't be there. No, it is there. What's your problem? You got mental issues? No, it shouldn't be there. Quick, I'll show you how the math says it shouldn't be there. Yeah, and your failure of a belief falls apart before your very eyes. You'll create things that you can see with your own eyes and tell me that they're not really there. They're just a mirage.
Down is inverted, so the image appears right side up, and so it looks like you're seeing the whole thing.
Also what, John?
Also, all the atmospheric effects that Andrew Thomas Young appeals to require a flat plane of reference. So what he's actually saying is we see too far for the optical resolution loss calculator over a flat plane to explain. So we apply these refractive indexes over a flat plane to explain why we can see further over the flat plane. That's what the information is showing us.
Yeah.
But that's not what they're saying.
So what Andrew Thomas Young, the guy we're talking to again, I'll appeal to him as though we're talking to him as an individual. We're talking about where Danny Faulkner's got this notion that you've got a mirage. You're not really seeing a clock across the way. You're not really seeing Chicago. Yeah, that's come from a guy called Andrew Thomas Young, who claims that you've got refracted horizons and 7/6R extended geometry. That's to say you increase the sphere that you originally derived from a flat Earth measurement, ballsing up every map and model everywhere, always. But nevertheless, once you refract your geometry, number one, it doesn't work with anything in terms of physical navigation and building. But it also means that you haven't got a measurement of Earth anymore, and anything that's blocked by boats and buildings isn't really being blocked by anything, because everything's always refracted. So you're not asserting Earth curve gets in the way of that boat that you gave as an example anymore, because everything's always refracted, including the horizon, according to Andrew Thomas Young. In reality, in mathematics of orthographic view, where objects don't change their physical size because you're giving actual size rather than apparent size, angular size, boat stays 6 foot at all distances. What you do to bring the boat that isn't really there according to your maths of physical geometry is blow the ball up a bit. Make the ball a bit bigger, so you got a bit of a less of a hill in the way, and you do it at a rate of an R value that's been derived from a physical measurement on Earth of Polaris. So 7/6 of the radius is what terrestrial, that's Earth-based, nonsensical, side view refraction actually is. Works by blowing up the ball a bit. It's got nothing to do with how light behaves, and is purely in the mathematics to justify and apologise for why things that you see in the distance that shouldn't really be there because there's supposed to be a hill in the way, You can see. What's that you say, flat earther? What would you say? What would the majority of flat earthers say, according to Danny Faulkner? We just see it. I literally don't need to give any explanation. When I look at something in front of me, I don't suddenly feel the need to justify why it's there or why it shouldn't really be there. I'm seeing too far when I just look at it. You do, though. Of course, I'm still harping on about this because it's been given to this man as though it's some position that I take as a flat earther. It's an absolute disgrace. It's just an outright lie by Danny Faulkner, but there we go. Might as well expose every lie that this man's been exposed to.
When really you're not. You're seeing a mirage of the thing. It's just inverted, and so it looks straight up and down as opposed to how it would normally look on a mirage.
Like a Chicago skyline that just looks like the Chicago skyline's inverted. No, it's just the Chicago skyline.
But that's the first thing that I want you to remember.
Up and down with respect to a horizontal plane of reference and the horizon, which is horizontal. You'll need flat earths for all these descriptions.
Yes, sir.
When we watch a ship disappear, it goes down below the horizon.
What, the refracted horizon? You've just told us it's all refracted, so what is it going behind the refraction now? You seem to be very confused after reading Danny's book, because according to you, now got to take into account the effects of refraction, in reality 7/6 of a radius in standard form when talking about Earth-based, terrestrial-based, orthographic-based refraction, which just inflates the size of the ball that you've taken from measurements of a flat Earth. But you're now saying boats go over the refracted horizon? No, you're saying it's just going over Earth curve still. You don't seem to understand the flaw in your argument now that you've introduced refraction to it. Yeah, that's because Danny just made it seem like it was an overcome to the problem, rather than an undoing of the measurements that you would need to get the geometry to infer that you've got Earth as a sphere when actually measuring a flat plane.
Hull first, and that was something way back when that was assumed and understood in 200 BC when we correctly measured the Earth's circumference.
And you're going to go back in your time machine to correct him and tell him it was actually going over refraction the whole time?
For the first time. The second piece that I want you...
Sorry, what was there an edit there? You understand now that there's now a contradiction in your example. First it's boats going over Earth curve. Now it's refraction. So boats not going over Earth curve then? Refraction. So where'd you get the geometry measurements for an Earth that's a sphere? Because the original claim is debunked by the refraction claim. Furthermore, the actual measurements presented by your book, when you put it up to the screen, were angles that were only possible if measurements were taken from a flat plane. So this is a total fail. But you thought that was your first and greatest point. Total fail.
To understand about this is if we go back to this model.
The one that none of us accept that's come from the first search in Google by Danny?
In the flat Earth model, the North...
Really?
North Star is directly at the top of the dome here.
No. In a North Pole-centric system that we use for navigation, that would be the same system that gave you the radial value for a sphere Earth, by the way, a flat Earth measurement to Polaris. It's called the latitude grid.
Right? And there is no southern hemisphere. There is no north and south hemisphere.
Yeah, there is. Celestial sphere. What's he babbling about? What, you mean in this strawman representation, there's only one flat plane with one representation of a North Pole-centric section of an overall capable of being described as a sphere, celestial sphere model. Yeah, it's got two flat Earths. One is antipodal from the other in the model. Neither is representative of what we actually experience. There is no dome. We've got a parallel sky with a parallel ground that gives you a perspective representation through a protractor that you can depict as being dome-like above you when you take the measurements of the angles from the horizon to your zenith to the other horizon. That can be represented visually as a dome. A hemispherical dome, I might add. If you do the same thing after travelling south and find the point where you've got a inferred polar centralized point for the stars in the south to move around, you can then do the exact same thing and model it out with a perspective view from that centralized point and then describe the entirety of both systems antipodally. That is to say, you sandwich one model separate from the other underneath the first and then wrap both perspective views of the stars on top of one another. An absolute bastardization of reality, but offers up a model called the celestial sphere. That's what it actually is. Two flat Earth models antipodal from one another. But because Danny showed you what Google said, what a load of garbage. What were you going to say, John?
Yeah, he's using the words above a lot and below. Those are with respect to a horizontal plane as well, not a sphere.
Yeah, up and down, above and below. These are all flat Earth prerequisites, none of which is capable of being depicted or measured or inferred from spherical surfaces. They don't give you these concepts.
Hemisphere, it's just a pizza planet, right? So we have the North Star up here. And flat earthers will not deny the existence of the North Star or its location. We can figure that all out. But
what did you get that from Danny's book? Wow, what a revelation. They won't deny the North Star. It's intrinsic to measurements and navigation off a flat Earth. It's also intrinsic to how your globe was developed. You take those concentric circles as they move out from Polaris and wrap them on a spherical surface. But each and every one is an area of equal elevation, an angle measurement off a flat baseline to Polaris, right out to its minimum at the equator. That means there's a flat Earth running between you and a 90-degree point below Polaris at its minimum. That's a flat Earth. That's what you use to develop the globe, by the way. A flat Earth measurement of Polaris.
what I want you to think about is that if this cosmology was true...
No. The cosmology of the Polaris-centric system that utilizes latitude lines. That's what we use in mapping, and it's flat. Measured flat, it's angles off a flat baseline. But what if the straw man Danny gave you? Yeah, this is why it becomes embarrassing for you, the normie, when you believe liars. I mean, this is how the whole problem manifests itself throughout history, with people like Danny propping it up. I mean, in this instance, there is very specifically a motivation financially to do so by Danny, appealing to those who can't be bothered to go out and research it and watch endless flat earth videos. You can have the whole pre-packaged argument that's a straw man from Danny about what we say when we don't and how he overcomes it. But it's embarrassing when you actually put your garbage argument that you're regurgitating from Danny the liar in front of an actual flat earther like me. Because I point out that no, the actual system that's used in mapping is flat. The Polaris system that's measured it to give you a globe is also flat, and it isn't this.
Then, no matter where you go...
Go and look up the celestial sphere model.
Inside of this dome, you should be able to see the North Star. Right?
Right. What about using the latitude-based Polaris-centric system that's on every map? How about that? That's used quite practically always for navigation and that. Matthew Eastman says, 33 months Illuminati confirmed. I'm very suspect. Matthew Eastman's been a member for 33 months. Not at all suspect. Thank you so much for your prolonged support. Yeah, John.
So we got a flat Earth model of a celestial sphere where we apply mathematics incorrectly and create a globe, and then we have a flat Earth model of a dome in a sky vacuum. Well, both of these arguments necessitate a flat Earth, so we all agree Earth is flat then, sir.
Yep, that's basically what it boils down to. Your globe model came from angle measurements to Polaris, therefore it has a flat Earth genesis. This garbage straw man is a flat Earth. I mean, if we'd have just accepted it, obviously this would fail miserably. And you'd claim that the Polaris-centric system that's measured with angles off a flat plane was actually proving the globe. Because Danny told you. Price of Adam. Again, super chatting. Is it the start of the month or something? Free super chats to the members going out or something. I just wanted to see how many months I had. 26 months for you, Price of Adam. Thank you for the support. Prolonged support, I should say. 123 people watching. I'm going to do a quick call to action. So if you're not subscribed, smash that subscribe button. If you're enjoying the video, there's a button right below it that's specifically for that. It's called like. Smash it. And if you haven't done so already, please share the show. Hopefully we can get up to 150 people watching. That would be lovely. 122 currently watching live. Let's crack on.
There's nowhere that you go in here that the North Star should be hidden from you because it's directly at the top of the dome. And if you're inside a snow globe, you can always see the very tip top of the snow globe because that's how it works because you're on a flat surface.
Right, I see. It's almost like you've got a prepackaged straw man that's really easy to undo. That's the thing about straw men.
Okay? That is verifiably not how the world that we live in works. If you go
therefore globe. Wow, Danny's done a really good job.
Go to what we would consider to be the southern hemisphere, you cannot see the North Star. Okay, so that's another one of the things that I want you to think about. And then the third and final thing that I want you to think about is that...
So, what, at the point that an angle measurement to Polaris reaches and breaches its minimums, that's telling me that when we measure an angle to Polaris, eventually we can't see it anymore. Yeah, okay, but the actual purpose of that and the use of that is that we can measure it with angles and draw out circles that we call latitude. Yeah, off a flat plane. How does this in any way prove sphericity, I ask? I'm sure in Danny's book, when he constantly led you with, and therefore sphere, and therefore sphere, and therefore sphere, it seemed like it proved a sphere, but telling me about the minimum angles to Polaris, that doesn't prove a sphere. It proves it's flat.
That in this cosmology, the sun acts as a spotlight. And
oh, really? Says Danny's strawman that nobody here would adhere to. Here we go. This will definitely be easy. I mean, it's almost like Danny's completely ignored the non-stop rendition of us asking on a daily basis for the distance to the sun. But it's at a fixed distance and like a spotlight in this straw man. Yeah, Danny's a liar. He knows full well that we do not claim this. And we ask him when he's been on the panel and been asked verbally by me, have you got any distance evidence for the sun? We were met with silence from Danny. Now, Danny might take that into a show at a later date and say, just because I didn't answer doesn't mean I couldn't answer, and then he'll go on to not answer. Because if he does, and he uses any heliocentric rhetoric, he'll be using R values derived from minimum Polaris measurements, like we've just gone through, to infer that you've got distances to your heliocentric sun, through Kepler and Huygens, scale and measurement based on assumption of R. With Venus, yeah, we know the rhetoric. So does Danny. He's heard us asking daily for distance to the sun measurements, which you don't have. You've only got flat Earth angles to Polaris. That's where your globe came from. Of course, Danny's not telling you that, is he? No, it's not going to help you in your quest for confirmation bias. Shout out to Unitox Femu, member for 41 months. Inside that dome, there is the Suez Canal, Bolivian Salt Lake, Holland, Florida, a few oceans, a bunch of seas, thousands of lakes. Now why the fog is white. I think he's saying, yeah, you point out a load of flat Earth prerequisites or flat Earth measurements, and you're asked why fog is white as a complete non sequitur. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Sasha.
Hold on, before you start playing again. So that explains it to me. That's why Danny comes in here and doesn't say a word. Because then he wouldn't be able to write this book. Because this is recorded. He knows what we say here. So by staying silent, he never has to say the things that we say here. Because he doesn't refute anything that we talk about. Talks about stuff. He refutes stuff from David Scheiss, from Jiren, and whoever else he spoke to. But when Nathan Thompson asked him a question, he didn't give him an answer. Real slick, Danny.
It doesn't mean he can't give the answer, and I suggest that he should spend at least 20 minutes explaining that inference that not giving an answer means you can't give an answer is worthy of discussion for a very prolonged period. And if you do discuss how not giving an answer isn't necessarily inferring that you haven't got one, would be easily enough waffle to put the distance between the not giving of the answer that you didn't give in the first place, and then move on to a different subject. That's a very, very good way to dodge the original question and make it seem like you do have an answer. He did very well in that regard too, like all excellent liars.
And it goes around the surface of the Earth, and that's what makes the day and night, because it is just acting as a spotlight and only lighting up certain portions of the Earth, right?
Says the straw man that Danny gave you.
And this makes sense. Like, we know a spotlight does exist, and we know it could do that.
Quick, get him some matches. You can burn that straw man really easily. It goes up really nicely. It's like it's just designed to be ignited, isn't it? It's amazing.
The part that I want you to think about is that in order for...
What I want you to think about is the fact that the measurement of the distance to the sun in the heliocentric model was derived from a minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give you a radial value, Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion that puts Earth as a sphere moving around the sun with a scale, and Huygens' assumption that Venus, a light in the sky, has the same flat Earth measured spherical R value inferred onto it. So you can get distance to sun. That's where your 93 million miles comes from. It has its origins in a flat Earth measurement of Polaris. That's where you get your distance. What's that? Where do I place the sun? I don't need to. I'm not making any positive claims about it. That's why this straw man's built up by people like Danny when they lie about us. Because you have a claim of a distance to the sun that you require Earth be measured flat to get.
For a spotlight to function, the cone coming out of the light has to be constricted. So a floodlight has a very wide cone of light. A spotlight has a very concentrated cone of light. So in order for something to act as a spotlight, the light has to be concentrated out of it.
Right, he's busy burning his straw man. Go ahead.
He's about to talk about the angle of incident of light and how.
Oh yeah, I didn't spot it. John is so freaking ace. Go ahead.
Yeah, son, you need a flat Earth to describe both straw men, or your belief and this straw man both require a flat plane of reference to form the shadows and the angles that you would get from them. What are you on about? Is this really the best Danny's give you?
We'll just give John a round of applause for that. That was absolutely brilliant. You're going to need a flat Earth for this. I just love it when you spot one that I don't. That is so brilliant. Yeah, the angle that the light's going to come in, what, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference? You're going to need a flat Earth to burn this. It didn't go up quite as nicely as I thought. I was wrong, and I love being wrong in these ways. Yeah, it seems like John just pissed on the matches. You need a flat Earth for those matches. That was brilliant. I'm going to trim that out. That was so great.
I don't know anything in this book that he talks about, and I'm not aware of any kind of flat Earth theory about the sun being anything other than a giant ball of flame in the sky.
No, that's your claim. You aren't aware of any other flat Earth theory other than the gaseous second law of thermodynamics violation ball that doesn't disperse into an area of volume. You think every flat earther has your same belief. It's amazing. It's almost like Dan stacked up all of the problems with a globe and made it out like they're flat earthers' claims. It's amazing. And then they're so easy to burn until someone comes and urinates on the matches.
That's terrible. We ask daily. We say we don't know what the sun is. When we ask for distance, a lot of times I'll say, do we even know what the sun is?
No, you like all flat earthers, according to Danny, would say it's a burning ball of gas in a sky vacuum, wouldn't you, Neil?
Yeah, but then
yeah, you're supposed to say no.
Then it's a violation.
You're supposed to say no. You're obviously not paying attention to what I actually say.
And so, if you think about that, then the light source of a giant ball of flame that's on fire.
What? Burning ball of gas in a sky vacuum? You know, my understanding of gas, well, I say understanding, it's a fact, it's a law of nature, is that it disperses into an area of volume. What's that? You say we've got a burning ball of gas not dispersing into an area of volume? That's a straight up second law of thermodynamics violation that you've got there as a belief. I'm pretty sure, nay certain, that Danny's aware of the second law of thermodynamics violation that he's laid down in his book to give you pain relief. Acutely aware. Yeah, but obviously selective reasoning by a liar. Yeah, he's more than willing to give you the second law of thermodynamics violation description of a burning ball of gas in a sky vacuum. Why wouldn't he? You're just a normie. You're not going to check anything he says, are you?
Because it's a ball of flame, is 360 degrees. It's the widest angle that it can be. There's nothing constricting it. So,
widest angle? What, with respect to a horizontal plane? You'll need a flat Earth for this straw man.
Even though it's theoretically possible that you could have a spot.
Go ahead.
No, he was talking about the angle of incident from the center point of the light. In that instance, he's talking about from the sun.
Oh, okay.
So that one wouldn't require a flat.
No, fair enough.
Spotlight that only lights up a portion of the thing. In order for that to happen, something has to constrict the beam. So either the sun has to be entirely different than what we think of it as just a giant
or flat Earth, this thing has got a lampshade
and ball of flame, or something has to be constricting all of that light. The other piece that I want you to think about with this, I'm not sure if I'll be able to show this very well, but the closer a light source is to the thing that it's lighting, the closer the diameter of the light matches the actual source. And the further back it gets, the bigger the light goes, because light comes out in a beam that starts either at a tiny angle or a big angle, but either way, as the angle continues, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So if this was to be the case that the sun was going to be acting as a spotlight on the Earth, when you factor in that even in the flat Earth cosmology, the sun is only 3,000 miles away, the sun...
Oh, I'm sorry, this straw man's taking so long.
There's the problem.
Go on.
There's the problem. Whenever he brings the Earth into it and talking about angles, because you will require a flat Earth for that. Whenever you try to bring those angles to the Earth, yeah, it's going to require a flat plane.
sun is 100 times bigger than the Earth, and it's 3,000 miles away. And so the amount of condensing of that light source that would have to happen to make the sun only light up a tiny portion of the Earth all throughout the day is exponential, and it would make the sun appear as a just barely microscopic thing in the sky and not a giant ball of flame that we can see now that's so bright that you can't even look at it with your bare
Giant ball of flame? Ugh.
eyes. Okay, so those are three really quick things that I just wanted to.
What he's done is shown.
Go John, go.
Oh, what I was going to say is basically what he's showing is that the sun is not obeying geometry. Doesn't mean the Earth's not. The celestials are not.
To touch on. If you're interested in really understanding all the arguments and how basically every argument that flat earthers make actually is really an argument for a spherical Earth when you understand and apply.
Oh, what? So you're now telling the audience that when you understand the strawman lies of Danny, you'll appreciate that they're basically just globers asking globe arguments. Is that so? No. Now, let me give you a big fat slap round the face with a wet fish. I am a flat earther, and we tell our audience how Earth is measured flat. And when people like you come before us, we show you how your globe came from those measurements. That's what we do. But it's surprising that after reading Danny's book, you think that, flat earthers are just seeing too far. Seeing further than the ball should allow them to see. It's almost like they've already got a globe getting in the way and need to appreciate why it isn't. It's almost like these flat earthers are making our own arguments from the globe side for us. Shocking how well Danny's repositioned your own arguments to make them seem like they're flat earthers' arguments that just apologise for how the globe fails multiple times for Danny. Yeah, that's not the case.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was about to point that out, that we don't make arguments. We're not making an argument. We're making a statement of fact, not an argument.
And what Danny's doing is making apologetics for where the globe fails and repositioning those apologetics for where the globe fails as though they're flat earthers' arguments. No, it's a statement of fact. Earth's measured flat. That's how it's dealt with. If it wasn't, you wouldn't have a globe to infer and reify into belief that you have. You need those flat earth measurements. You guys need a flat earth more than we do.
The science to it properly.
The science, that load of old garbage that you just rattled off, you think is science? I think we covered this.
But the biggest point that I wanted to take from this whole book is, and I want to read this full quote out loud, because at the end of it, what he said really stuck out to me, especially as someone who runs a booktube channel and is encouraging people to read constantly. And what he said was, as I pointed out in chapter 1, unlike the 19th century flat earth movement, the modern flat earth movement has spawned relatively few books. Rather, the preferred medium for disseminating flat earth information appears to be YouTube videos. I think that is because many flat earthers don't read much. Perhaps many flat earthers.
I see. So it's like almost like this entire poisoning the well paragraph is about how dumb flat earthers are. Reaffirming your bias that we're just stupid and can't read.
Don't read much because they find reading boring. And why do some people find reading boring? People who find reading boring generally don't.
Ed?
Just in that strange statement he's made, there's also the point that YouTube didn't exist in the 1800s when the flat earth movement was going.
Yeah. I mean, Danny can make these outrageous stereotypes about flat earthers. I can make very specific statements about Danny being a disingenuous liar because of the information that's been put before him. I can make that assertion about Danny as an individual and how you got duped by him. Yeah? Leaving you with the impression that all flat earthers are stupid because they get bored easily. They've all got ADHD. What's this? Page 1? Oh no, this is boring. No, definitely not. This is an outrageous stereotyping fallacy and a poisoning the well fallacy. But you think it's the best paragraph? You've underlined it. Underline. Most flat earthers can't read, get bored easy.
Read hardcover book.
Yeah, I mean, Danny's putting out hardbacks. Yeah, go on, sorry, we're all talking over each other one at a time.
My point was that, a little flippant, that he's attacking the simple fact that we've got a methodology of disseminating data very rapidly called YouTube. Yeah, that the only media to disseminate data back then was books. You had to publish a book to get your message out there. Yeah. Well, people have other options today. There's no need to go to all the cost and effort of publishing books. But that doesn't seem to be his argument. His argument means to be decrying the simple fact that we have a rapid medium to disseminate information means we're all thick. So we're using YouTube to disseminate information, not looking at the information, just critiquing the media that the information's disseminated through. Weak.
An appeal to format.
Don't comprehend much of what they are reading. People who lack reading comprehension are just a small step above functional illiteracy. And then he talks.
So, yeah, basically, we're stupid. Really, says the man who didn't recognise the non-adherence of a methodology that's been established for a very long period of time called science. You thought this was sciencey. Sciencey? Should we look that word up? Because obviously we're the illiterate ones. But obviously all of Danny's proofsies are sciencey, aren't they, mate? But you thought it was worthy of underlining how stupid it is, because it affirmed your bias that you're smarter than us all. Because you've read the sciencey book that Danny wrote. Oh, yeah. Yeah, do you feel more scientifically literate now, having read the sciencey book that Danny gave you?
Talks about whenever he posts articles coming against flat earth, or specifically a book or an article that he did called Flat Earth in the Bible. He said, when people did respond, the most common comment was a request to put what I had done in a video. This happened repeatedly and it puzzled me for a while. I finally concluded that the people asking for videos simply couldn't follow what I had written. That's a pity, because I've concluded that people who can't read with comprehension probably aren't very good at reasoning either, because I think that reading comprehension and reasoning ability probably go hand in hand. No one.
So the two things that you paragraphed out of the book were the two things that attack people's comprehension level by stereotype. Wow, you saw value in this, did you? You didn't recognise a poisoning the well and stereotype fallacy. Perhaps it's your lack of comprehension. Maybe if you read a book on fallacies, then you'd recognise a few of them. Me as a flat earther, I feel oh so very righteous and educated for telling you that you have no idea how to recognise fallacies. Perhaps you've never read a book on one.
Wonder these people have fallen for what I recognize.
Maybe he needs it.
Go ahead. John, then Adam.
I was just saying the appeal to format. He just laid that fallacy out perfectly, because the format that they're using is YouTube, therefore they can't read, therefore they're idiots.
Although it's completely non sequitur, there's a good chance that the majority of the videos that I, in quotes, watch, I don't actually watch, because I'm normally in a lesson with one of my daughters, and you can't disturb the lesson by having a video blasting out. So what I tend to do is put the subtitles on and read the entire video. Just thought I'd drop that in there.
As such poor arguments for flat earth. It's not that these people are stupid, it's just that they've never acquired proper reasoning skills along.
It's not that they're stupid, they're just stupid. Not having reasoning skills. Reasoning? What would we, as flat earthers or otherwise, categorize the inability to recognize fallacy in that description? Would we all agree that a lack of comprehension could be described as an inability to identify fallacies? Would we all agree?
Yeah, I think somebody needs to make this guy a video on fallacies so he'll be able to comprehend fallacies, because clearly reading it out of a book, he's not grasped it yet, has he?
Yeah. Maybe Danny read the book on fallacies and then saw it as an educational tool for him to deceive people like you, who he obviously knows isn't going to read a book on fallacies. Right? And we are being told to you as dumb as all hell. We've not even read books, all we can cope with is videos. Right? We're dumb. Yeah, so much so that you thought it was worthy of highlighting 3 different paragraphs on the matter.
With reading comprehension. Now, this book came out in 2019. What fascinated me was a couple years later, Reader Come Home by Marianne Wolf came out, and this book is a just deep dive into the science of learning and reading, and how reading is the only provable thing that we can actually show that develops critical analysis, reflection, and empathy.
3 edits in that sentence. I mean, mate, I'm doing this live. Now, don't get me wrong, I occasionally stutter over a few words or stammer or I've got a mouthful of foam or whatever or forget to take a breath. But I'm doing this live. This is a pre-recorded video and you failed to make that entire sentence in one go. You needed 3 edits in it. And yet you're highlighting sentences. Hang on a minute. I see what's going on here. You're not the sharpest tool in the box. And you want others to be stupider than you. That's what's really going on, isn't it? Look, look! Look, me who can't string a sentence together and needs to edit in 3 splices to make the sentence make sense. These people are dumb. Look, Danny said so. I've highlighted it because I couldn't read in that. This is such brilliant. I had no idea how Danny's pain relief had been organised into a format. But obviously a very effective tool. Look how happy this guy is. He's got all the answers where he didn't have any. Go on, whoever that was, Adam.
No, not me.
No? Oh, it's QE joining. Hello, QE. Wow.
Hello.
Very warm welcome to you.
This book confirms his gut feeling of it just seems like people who can't read well don't
Let's point out something else. He just said that the science of reading.
really think that well. This is what Marianne talks about in this book. You cannot think well if you don't practice by learning to read well and having focused time delving into someone's arguments. So
that's basically science, like you said.
Just really hit me with this whole idea that learning to read well is the single best thing you can do for yourself in life. I love
science.
What John Lovell, the Warrior Poet Society guy, says, that reading is the thing that protects us from the...
I think you should edit you saying the same thing in 2 or 3 times. I mean, I watch a fair amount of videos on how to make videos. And one of the things that they say is, get rid of that shit. Edit it out. You only need to say it once. If you're repeating yourself over and over again, edit that out, not edit it in.
Terrors of ignorance and deceit. I love that. So pick up this book if you haven't. I have a full video about this book that you can read. I'll link that up here somewhere.
I don't know about that book. Maybe it's good, other than a misidentification of science, but people often try and steal the valor of science if they're trying to punt a book where they're teaching something that can't be called science, in this case reading. Yeah, stolen valor. If you hear the word science and translate it into science-y, then you're going to think that it's there's some validity to the book. It's got a valid point. It's been proven. It's science, right? The science of reading, therefore proven. That's the only reason that whoever wrote that book is stealing valor from the empirical methodology that is science. Same reason Danny's stealing valor from it. So he can sound like he's proving things. Because you think it's sciencey.
Go
on, Neil.
I want to know why QE did not tell us about the science of reading. Are you holding back on us, Quan Marisa?
Yes. I also have a full video on John Lovell's book somewhere. If you haven't seen that video, go check that out. I love that book, The Warrior Poet Way. And yeah, if you are interested in falling flat, all of these books, I'll link all of them down below. They are going to be affiliate links that will help this channel if you buy them from there. But if you want this, you want to really dig into all the flat earth stuff and why it's all wrong and doesn't make any sense, definitely pick.
So if you want to dig into flat earth, go read a book by a glober. Yeah, that makes total sense. Okay, well, while I'm not going to promote Danny's book necessarily, I will promote you, my friend. So appreciate the effort. I'm glad you put a video together. I'm glad you're not tarnished by the reality of the argument that actually exists beyond the straw man that Danny set up for you to easily set ablaze. You know, fair enough. I don't hold anything against you in that regard. But what we'll do is send my audience to you. And should you make a response, having heard the actual flat earth side of the argument, not by stereotype or strawman fallacy presented by our opponent, then maybe if you were to make a response, you'd put a link to my video. But in the meantime, you've got a relatively small channel. Hopefully I can help you in the algorithmic love by sending a few of my audience to you. There's 113 people currently watching live. Hopefully a few of them will click on that link, leave you a nice message, polite, no swearing, that says at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And we're, as I say, you to make a response. Hopefully you do the same for me and put a link in your comments or in your information box so that people can find their way back to Flat Earth debate. Any further comments? Because I'm pretty sure that's the end of his video. yes, Nathan, we all thought he was a really nice guy, just poisoned by a liar. Yeah, well, that's exactly the impression I got. I'm glad you said it. It was a nice segue for me to add what I was going to add at the end. Thank you, whoever that was.
Poisoned by himself.
Go on, Neil.
He's poisoned by himself. He wanted that. That's his bias affirmed. That's what he asked for. That's what he got.
I don't think people view it like that. If you wanted to fix a car, you've got yourself a Chevy Camaro and you've got a problem with it and you want to fix it yourself, you go to the library and you buy a Haynes manual on the Chevy Camaro for the year, model and make and type that you've got, if it has a subcategory, or it might just be a generic manual for all models. You go and buy it and you think, this is the book on that subject. Well, this guy's gone, flat earth. What? Well, what sources can I find out? So he goes to book on flat earth, falling flat or whatever Danny Faulkner's called his book. And then you read it and go, okay, this is the guide to that subject. Like I'd read a guide to the car. And it all makes sense. They think that when they measure angles off a flat earth, that they're actually measuring a flat earth, when they don't realise that 2,000 years ago, them measuring a flat earth means that they've got a sphere beneath their feet. People just didn't realise that. That's how he's read his way through the book. Well, does that make him a bad person? Or, you know, people do naturally seek out confirmation bias, whether they realise they're doing it or not. It's a very normie trait. In fact, you've got to fight against that trait, if you ask me. Most people have got to brace against it to kind of encourage themselves to think outside the box, question everything. We had it from Sydney earlier when she's like, saw someone in a NASA top and she wants to whisper, question everything. You know what I mean? You've got to kind of gear yourself to do that rather than slip into the cogs of cognitive affirmation. So I don't have anything against this guy. I've got to be honest. I don't see him as a Danny Faulkner. I don't see him as an anti-flat earther. I just see him as a book reviewer who happens to have found his way across the subject. He's the perfect demographic for Danny's book. And he's given his honest review. I don't know. I literally have no ill will whatsoever to this guy.
I would like to say that what he did was he found a subject and he followed the competency hierarchy that we have built our world on in the West, which is supposed to be based on truth, and he went to that authority to get his answers, which is Danny Faulkner. I can't fault him for that.
Exactly. I can't either.
It's Danny's fault that he's wrong.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's Danny's fault because Danny's wrong. And Danny's heard us. He's listened in. He knows the information he's given is false, but he's giving it anyway.
Yeah, and that's not this guy's fault. And were this guy next week to look at a book on Bigfoot, something that we have no knowledge of here on Flat Earth Debate, I'm sure that there would be big people who watched that video that went, no, you just don't understand. But the difference is when they offered up their critique of his misrepresentation of what people say about Bigfoot, it wouldn't involve any actual usable in the real world proof that has a practical application like navigation, or show how their misapprehensions about how Bigfoot doesn't exist actually proves he does. Like we do when we show your belief in a sphere actually comes from proof and measurements of a flat earth. So it's not comparable, but at the same token, if he was to look at Bigfoot, I'm sure there would be plenty of Bigfoot followers that would have something to say about it. Yeah? And he wouldn't be trying to misrepresent it if he just happened to read a book on debunking Bigfoot. It's just he's a book reviewer, isn't he? Yeah? From what I gather, from what he was saying, he's a book reviewer. So this is just a book to review. He's not, from the sounds of things, got no real vested interest beyond an intrigue about the subject. He just strikes me as the perfect guy to review that you can say, okay, what's a normie in this subject? John Le Bon asked me about all the categorizations that I would give to the people in this subject, and you've got globers, anti-flat earthers, flat earthers, us, where we stand against basically everyone, but no, it's measured flat. Well, he sits in the very normal globe believer category. And when a normal globe believer stumbles into this subject, For him, he's like, well, how can I have an angle to do what I do, which is review books? Or is it obviously, as a smaller YouTuber, maybe he's just started doing it. Maybe I can turn my love of books into a YouTube channel. What's interesting? What's a current subject? Oh, flat Earth. I'll look at that. He's not gone into it going, the bastards think it's flat. I will destroy them all. You know.
So Danny knows his target audience, like Huey says, and he got it.
Yeah,
There's your target audience, Danny.
Yeah. And good on you. I mean, we were quite harsh with this guy, and we were over the top. We tend to be that way to make our points. If you happen to be watching this back, the Dudu runs this channel, Read Like a Man. No, we don't actually think you're stupid when we're saying things overtly, and it may seem that way because we're actually saying it. We don't really mean it. We're talking about the concepts that are being disseminated to you as a normal human being. There's no reason that you would have to assess the validity of right-angled triangles when you're being told that they prove a sphere. It's not expected that you should know the ins and outs of logical consistency as a normal person in normal society. That is not expected of you. So for me to call you stupid as a result is just making a point. It's not actually inferring that you are in any way below average intelligence. I don't think you are. I just think you're a normal dude. So I've got no ill will. I want to reiterate that. It's the first time ever, I think, that someone's actually opposed us that I've gone, I can't fault this guy. Nothing wrong with anything you've said other than the points that you've regurgitated from Danny with his book in your hand. So I can lay every bit of blame at Danny. You're reviewing his book. Not often that you get this, because it's normally the case that I have to say, no, if you're regurgitating this becomes your argument, mate. No, he's not. He's disseminating what Danny says in his book as he reviews it. So this is a privileged moment for me.
No, he's supposed to hear two sides of the matter. Talking about flat and globe, there's two sides to the matter.
Oh, sorry, Neil.
Go ahead, Neil, then
You
Edinburgh.
did say earlier, Nathan, that your daughter was in the other room listening to you and, learning about the flat Earth and that kind of thing. Do you think she'll emulate your approach, or do you have to kind of filter out all the bad words that you use so that she doesn't use those with her teacher?
Why are you even asking?
Piss off, you weasel.
Exactly.
Things. Piss off. Somebody in Discord ban him for bringing people's kids up in topic. It's not relevant.
No, Nathan spoke about his daughter openly.
Go away. Nobody wants to talk to you. You piece of turd. Look at what you've just done. Go away. Come back another day when you've learned civil behaviour and what isn't scumbaggery tactics. You dirty weasel. Go away. Can somebody ban him in Discord for bringing up somebody's children? It's a perfectly good reason for banning. Neil, just give me... Yeah? Is Discord listening? Pick him out.
I don't know. If Hope, one of the mods, is paying attention to you, whether or not they'll do what you say, I don't have any control over Discord. Did you heed Adam's cries?
But not with this guy, I'm sorry. You got to draw the line and get his ass out.
You don't bring people's children up unless you're a piece of human detritus, which he's demonstrating he is. He's not fit to be here.
Yeah, me incorporating what is a real-world example that I can't example unless I mention why I'd be in a position to, for example, not be able to listen to my phone when watching a video. Why? Well, because I'm at a kids' class. Ah, he brought his kids into it. Excellent.
No. Very different. Very different.
Yeah, that's the kind of crap we deal with from Edinburgh, though. People keep telling me in the comments that they're sick of him. It's a repeating theme from the people who leave comments on the live streams. That's it. I'm done with Edinburgh. I can't stand the guy. Why do you keep talking to him? He's only got his agenda and scumbaggery, and that's it. He's just one-trick pony.
Yeah, but when his level of intelligence is so low that he thinks he can use that without repercussion, now that's when he needs dealing with. You have to put up with him just being a standard retard all the time. But when his behavior descends that low, then unfortunately, there's consequence. I don't want to be in a room with somebody that's going to use those kind of tactics, possibly bring my kids into it. Yeah, not acceptable behavior.
Exactly my point.
Also my fault. If I'm going to use an example with my kids in it, I should recognise.
No, you didn't, Nathan.
Okay,
you didn't bring your children into it. You brought a situation where you're learning information. Yeah. Your kids weren't in it. You weren't using your children as an example.
I
You were
was. I
utopic.
I used the example of when gravity's discussed in a lesson and how proud I was of my daughter for not being argumentative and paying attention to what the lesson had to involve. That's very much an example that involves me and my education of my kid within this subject matter.
Yeah.
So that was an angle that was open wide enough for him to step into. But he was doing so well until he started saying, are you going to overcome the fact that she can hear you occasionally swearing in a different room? That's
no
how
longer talking about education, talking about your parenting skills.
Exactly.
That's the point, that it's no longer acceptable.
Yes, agreed. And that's where he overstood the line. But he had a wide enough angle to step into, and he did. And I would have tolerated it until it's like, what are you going to do about them hearing you swearing? Yeah, people swear. What do you want? Do you want to discuss that? We've just spent 2 hours discussing how Danny Faulkner's poisoning people with strawman fallacies that we don't have as our argument, because that's what Google says flat earthers say. But what's that? My kids occasionally hear me swear. Yeah, they do.
You know, Adam, I wanted a piece of him, Adam.
Morning, guys.
Anything to discredit me? It's not about the arguments anymore, is it? Well done, Ed Bear. High five. You made it all about me. Well done. Job's a good one.
That's what I was about to say. Nathan swears in front of his kids, therefore the earth's not flat.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, appealing to the feeble-minded in the audience, right? Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's going to be a fair amount of them in some audiences. Unfortunately, in this audience, they've got a very high level of discernment, and most of them just hate Edabear as a result of the things he does. But there we go. Kudos to you, my audience. You don't represent the majority of the Western world. It's very, very refined, actually. The audience here is so refined. You know what I mean? Because of, but as a byproduct of being cut out of the masses' view in YouTube algorithmic terms, it means that what we do get as an audience, as the audience grows, is a highly refined audience. Yeah? Now, I normally translate this across to the audience with a financial benefit that I get from it. In other words, when I need to e-beg for something that's broken, I'll go, oh, wow, look at how motivated and focused the audience is, and that's why they're so willing to help me financially and support me in this endeavor that we undertake here. Well, that also translates into things like the comment section. You can tell that there's a really focused audience, and the vast majority of them are intelligent.
Yes, on a live show.
Say again.
Go on a live show.
Yeah, we're still live. Why did you want to plug something?
Yeah, tomorrow. I just don't know what time I'm going to do it.
Well, that's all right. Just say tomorrow.
Yeah, it's tomorrow, probably in the later afternoon or evening. It's going to be a treatment of guess who? Dr. Danny Faulkner, the doofus dipshit astronomer. Sorry about that. Astronomer. He's going to give up the ghost. He's going to finally answer the dilemma of Joshua 10.
Remind me, I'm not a Bible scholar. What's Joshua 10?
No way.
Yeah,
you serious?
I got him. Joshua 10.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, Joshua 10. What he did was Joshua commanded the sun to stand still. Danny's going to finally answer that dilemma, and he's going to get asked for scientific evidence for his spinning ball space monkey.
A lot of coverage of Danny Faulkner at the moment. He's going down in infamy, isn't he?
Yeah, it's gonna be catastrophic.
Yeah, it's not going to end well for him.
So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. Today being Wednesday, that'll be Thursday. We don't know the exact time, but check it out. I'm sure you'll see an advertised time once we've got an idea. But yeah, be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. With that, though, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Think on, what's his name? Wonder Boy. Boy Zero? What's his name? Boy Zero, the grifter?
Boy Zero, the sky grifter.
Sky grifter.
That was a good show. I enjoyed that. It's nice when the person that
didn't
you're
see it.
covering isn't a complete scumbag.
I didn't see it. Who made that assessment?
Me. He just seemed like a normie. You know, when a normie's parroting off what some scumbag like Danny Faulkner has written in their book, that they're just paraphrasing back as a review, you really get to hear how the poison is sinking into that person, as opposed to it's sunk in and now they're paraphrasing it back to you, and therefore you can say, well, this is now your argument and you're going to get the full both barrels. It's like, no, he's deflecting both barrels off to Danny because it's a book review. So you can say, oh, well, no harm, no foul as far as you're concerned. And the fact that you believe us to be represented in this way is only reasonable. That's what Danny said. This is how flat Earth is. So you're just going to take that as read. You assume people that you're dealing with are honest.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that this is a polarizing topic? So you're supposed to at least look at another side of it and not just trust one side.
Now, if it's a book review, review the book.
Is there proper etiquette for a book review?
Well, you just read it and disseminate what you thought about it and the general ideas within it. And that's what he did.
So that's what he thought about it. But he's an adult, right? He can think on his feet. Did he make any assessments along the way?
No.
He didn't. Why not?
Normie.
Normie. All right.
Yes, he did. He accepts that everything in that book would refute a flat earther.
Because all the information that they have access to is biased towards the globe. You can't just Google flat Earth and find quantum eraser. That's not going to happen. You don't have access to the information.
Yeah, see, that's where Danny is. That's where he's very smart. I want to know in the book if he refers to quantum eraser, if he refers to Nathan Oakley instead of just saying, "Hey, Nathan, that's for you," not knowing which Nathan he's talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Nathan, did you see that?
No.
Said, "This is for you, Nathan." And we were like, what? And what was the subject, guys?
I'm trying to think of it now. I can't remember.
I think it was flight, wasn't it? Did you have no, you didn't have a discussion with him on flight. It was very strange. I think Danny's insane. In a doofus sort of way.
Is that the conclusion?
I think so. It was really creepy yesterday, dude. We finally hit on the Mason symbol behind his head. It was creepy. You missed the show.
No, I watched. I was there.
He was very critical of the show. Why don't you continue, Nathan?
But it was garbage. Said you're irritating. Your soundboard annoys me. Your sound was awful. Just generally critical. You know how it is.
You were dogging my show.
Apparently, we were using too much ball rhetoric for Nathan's liking.
How so?
I don't know. I'm not a big exponent of that. But there's certain topics you've got to kind of be on the ball.
No pun intended.
Yeah. And flight's one of them because it's a comparative thing, really. You explain flight and then you show how it doesn't work on a ball.
The problem was you didn't have refracted curvature there going, you'll need a flat earth for that in the middle of your example.
What, just to annoy Brian?
Well, yeah, it does annoy Brian. And I don't care. It's going to continue to annoy Brian as he tries to explain from within the rhetoric, because it is easier to keep the context of I'm claiming a ball and here's how it's being claimed. But my criticism is from the audience's perspective, because you've kept it simple and gone from the ball rhetoric, this is how a ball works, when I just dipped into the show, I just hear it and go, man, this is Adam detailing how ball works. That's all. That was my critique, my actual genuine critique, that is.
But at no point did we do that. There's no point where I'm giving any justification for how you can use aerodynamics on a ball. Every part of it is critique that it can't work.
Okay, well, yeah. Go back and have a listen to the show, and maybe I'll have a listen to it in full, and I'll maybe pull out some timestamps.
I'm open because I don't want to be repeat. I want to be front foot, as it were. So if I am doing it, then show me, if you know what I mean, because messages can be modified. You don't have to, but I didn't think we were. I thought I mean, for example, when we're talking about the nose down in, the points we go to, because you can't get elevation angles really at this point, but what you have got is parallel planes with the surface. And that was the point of reiteration, the gyroscope in the plane, maintaining that flat parallel plane commensurate with the surface you take off on when you start your gyro up from. How when we did a dive, even though you've corrected, you have to return back and get yourself parallel to the ground, traveling in straight flight again for landing. So it's parallel lines and also commensurate downs, parallel downs, as well as parallel planes that are the points of reiteration there that destroy the ball, because that shows it's flat. That shows down is one vector across the whole journey. And then with Brian's detail about aerodynamics, all you can ever do is bring the ball in to just show how it's not commensurate with what you just explained in terms of how planes work.
I'll go back.
But isn't the description of nosing?
Oh, sorry. I just say I tend to chat when I'm actually in front of the screen listening intently, and I did chat, so I can easily go through, scroll through, find the bits that I was actually listening, and go here from this timestamp.
The only bit you could use, I suppose, would be there's a point where we talk about nosing up and straight and level flight, and then that is described as 3 degrees. So you would need a flat plane to describe that. So you could put it in there.
It's implicit.
I know, and that's the thing.
So
To me, it's a distraction from the point you're making, just to make another point. That would be my only thing. You can force it in, but you're going to make that point later. We're just talking about flight right now. I don't have to keep banging another drum, which will distract from flight.
Implicit, and I pointed it out yesterday a number of times. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Like I say, I'll have to go back and give you an actual example without one while I'm making a thumbnail. Like I can't give you an exact timestamp.
Make a thumbnail right now. Go ahead and give the treatment to my show yesterday, Mr. Fancy Pants.
I wouldn't dare.
Nathan's stuck on flat.
Hold on.
Measured flat. It's measured flat. Flat.
Let Mr.
That's
Fancy Pants
on.
talk,
If you're
Neil.
not saying that,
I wouldn't dare.
if you're not saying that, then it's not good.
He's just suggested that I do a treatment on his show. I'm thinking no. I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah,
I take it all back. It was wonderful. I have no criticism.
There you go.
There you go. What? You like that superficial surface puke, Neil? No, we don't take that.
No, because I was there listening.
Shut up, Neil.
When you say nosing up and down, what?
Go on, John.
When you say nosing up and nosing down, what's that with respect to? It wouldn't just be any surface.
Yeah, horizontal plane.
Yeah, you see my point? Yeah, and that's the point. You just distract yourself by making another point. And it's valid, but then you've gone off just to make that statement that it is in reference to a flat plane. As he says, it's implicit. We're trying to nuance some of the detail and how the detail actually demonstrably proves this has to occur on a flat Earth. I don't see the benefit of, like I say, banging in a secondary point that doesn't help your direct argument, even though it is a valid point.
So pointing out the implicit part of the argument is not necessary?
Very irritating when you're
But
trying to
people aren't
explain
getting
how a
that.
globe doesn't work. Yes, very annoying. Pointing out how there's got a flat Earth measurement in there somewhere. It just distracts people, John. Brian's right.
It does. It does if you're talking about something else, and every time you keep making that point, you've lost. If I'm talking about straight enough, and then I want to make the point again, yeah, it's not a non sequitur, but it's kind of distracting from the conversation you have as you want to bring up another point. You've just brought out another stick to beat him with. Why did you start with the aeroplane flight in the first? You want to take him to elevation angles, and you'll need a flat plane flight. There's much better topics. I don't see the point in
But I didn't use
when you're in the
elevation
middle
angles.
of that topic, as if it is that topic. It's not. It's nuanced off of it the second you do that.
But I didn't bring it to elevation angles. Just pointed out that the words that you used and their descriptions require a flat plane to begin with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the middle of that
So
conversation.
Adam, what are you saying? It's like a secret weapon that should be brought out when necessary and not just thrown into the battle every time?
Well,
Is that kind of what you're saying?
I'm saying if you're already beating somebody up, right, perfectly amicably, and demonstrating to the audience with detail this particular topic, and the detail in this particular topic is devastating to the ball, why distract from that particular argument to make a separate point? Why pick up another stick and say, how does this stick hurt? Hey, does that one hurt as much as that? Yeah. Because that's what you're doing. You're taking off the point to make another separate but valid point, which to me doesn't help.
What's the other point? What's the other point being made then?
Last night's show.
That's not a point. That's a general direction to a point.
Okay. I'm not sure what your point is.
Right, you're saying that pointing out the descriptions require a flat plane is distracting from the point. What is the point then?
No, you guys are saying that us talking specifically and not bringing up this perfect point is incorrect. And I'm saying, no, I don't feel that. I think I'd much sooner stay on topic and keep the audience focused on the topic rather than mentioning a side point, as valid as it may be. It's a side point. It's a sidestep. I can make that point. I've then got to come back and carry on with the main point I'm making, is what I'm saying. So that's why I wouldn't keep dropping that in at every available opportunity, which there are some, because it's not actually a focused argument. Then I'm sidestepping to make this separate point, which I can make numerous times.
Okay, but what is the point you're trying to make that is taking away from?
Straight and level flight, as we were talking last night. There's no point, as we were detailing all the things we were detailing, yes, we could go, oh, and by the way, that angle, you need a flat plane for that every time we mention the angle. But as QE said, it's kind of implicit. And to keep re-raising it, like I said, distracts from the actual point you're trying to make.
Okay, we got all that. I just disagree. I don't think it's implicit. In fact, quite the opposite. I think people are blindsided by it, and in some instances rebel against it when you reiterate it. So I fundamentally disagree.
In that discussion, I did bring it up. I did say it. So tell you what, go on that video right now. Bring that part up and let's get down to business.
Bloody hell, you're easily offended. Just the inference that someone might have had something critical to say. You want to go through it?
Hell yeah.
I take it back. I think it was someone else's video I was watching.
Back. I don't want your superficial commiserating taking back point. Get that shit out and support what you say, sir.
I've told Adam, who was much more reasonable, that I'll dig out a timestamp and I'll say, here, this is my example and why I thought that. I only thought it as a cursory glance about 5 times. Therefore, I'm just bringing it up as a casual thing that I thought about 5 times and dwelled upon quite a lot because it was awful, terrible.
Dwelled upon quite a lot. Now start at the beginning where he mentions flight. Okay, you'll have to don't bypass my little presentation though. It's quick. It's not that long.
I will. I'll give you some timestamps, I promise. And if I'm unjustified, if I'm wrong, we can all have a good laugh at my expense.
It seems as if
don't pull out.
Hold on. Nathan did say he wasn't listening. He was listening in and out. So I don't know if he listened to the whole show right through.
Exactly. I didn't listen to every single word, so there's a fair chance
I
I'm
don't think
wrong.
that's important. I think what John and you are bringing up is a fair point of discussion. I'm opposed to it, but you're kind of making the point that whatever the topic, if we can bring out this other stick and smash them around the head with it at any opportunity, we should do. Is kind of what I'm hearing as the point.
Oh, I know what's going on.
Well,
you're just saying it's not going to be my year as well, aren't you, Adam? That's what you're doing, bloody naysayer.
It's not your year.
That's a good one.
It's not your year. I think what QE is saying is he pointed out at the beginning of the discussion that it's beating a dead horse. They went into explaining how they're beating this dead horse. But you didn't hear the part where he explained that it's beating a dead horse. Is that what you're saying, Nathan?
Quite possibly. I don't know what I didn't hear. But yeah, after having it explained by Adam, it sounds like, there's disclaimers in between the bits that I haven't listened to. So, that's fine.
Within the stuff, sounds to me like when and Brian mentioned the point about the angle of attack of the aeroplane and how that's described, you would say we need to pause at this moment and remind people that this angle of attack can only be described from a flat Earth and then move back to the point. Refraction.
No, the disclaimer needs to be given before, is I think what Nathan is trying to say. And as long as QE gives the disclaimer, then his criticism is invalid.
Now, can I change the subject
But like
slightly?
QE said, isn't it implicit? Like, wouldn't you figure that out just by hearing angle of attack?
No, people don't figure it. They need it pointing out to them. No, they don't. Just when we just say, "Oh, you'll need an angle for that." Oh, or worse still, the word angle gets mentioned, and it's for us, obviously, with respect to a horizontal plane, and the peanut gallery all pipe up and go, "Oh." You're like, yeah, "Oh" is almost as good as an explanation for how you'll require a flat Earth for what they've just described with the angle and how it's actually utilised, put in place, and put into practical application. Just, "Oh," because someone's heard angle. That's crap. It does absolutely need to be reiterated again and again and again and again. And it will take 2 years before people start saying, yeah, that's just how we deal with the Earth.
So I'm right then. So that is what you're saying. You're saying we do need to pause. The second we describe an angle, we retake that opportunity to reaffirm that angle can and is only taken with reference to a flat Earth.
No,
then move back.
That won't get the desired effect at all, because then Brian won't get annoyed. I don't get to irritate him and interrupt him while he's telling me it's not important. We wouldn't have to have this conversation. All fruitful, all monetizable.
Well, the reason we're in the position we are as the Western world goes is because people lost respect for this fact, the plane of reference. They lost all respect for it.
Yeah.
And they created a globe.
Yeah. So you need to point it out where the trick has been. Just because you know how the magic trick works doesn't mean that suddenly it's not. It's implicit to everyone else because we're showing how the magic trick works.
They only lost respect for this fact in this discussion. In practical reality, everybody knows instinctively how we build, how we measure. It's just ridiculous that it's when this topic in particular comes up, then all of a sudden facts change. Facts all of a sudden care about your feelings or something. It's weird.
No, the rhetoric changes, the facts do not. They will never show you level curving, ever.
Exactly, the facts don't change. So it's cognitive dissonance that is the prevailing factor. So even though we know that the moment that opponent mentions an angle, like Danny Faulkner, and shows a triangle, right, doesn't mean that the audience does. And you have to point it out because for our opponents who turn into anti-flat earthers, that little problem just becomes a cognitive dissonance issue. where they'll just hold two contrasting opinions simultaneously in pain. But yeah, I think we should point it out at every opportunity. But I say in jest, I don't expect Brian to do this. I use Brian because he's not here and he can't argue against me. So when Brian does this, he's going to be explaining something that has a consistency that requires you to be in the description of a globe being a globe and how it works as a globe, even though some of those concepts are going to be flat earth concepts that we could point out. Now, what you're saying, Adam, is we, including the person explaining something, should take every opportunity when you say angle to point out how a flat earth's required. No, not necessarily. And although I said it in jest earlier, I'm going to say it with sincerity. It's actually slightly better that we interject to point it out so it's an aside from a third party to the concise description that requires you to be in the globe paradigm to make it concise. So no, not necessarily. It would be convoluted if you constantly incorporated it into a description that requires you to be in the globe paradigm. It would just become too complicated.
See, I try to do that in like a subtle way, like kind of like how John does it, but not really. Like I'll ask for the, if somebody says angle, say, oh yeah, what's an angle again? Just so that we have that definition. Because obviously, if you have the definition of that, you're not getting that for the curves. You know what I mean?
Did you want to add
so it's like,
Sap.
Sorry.
That's okay. Someone from Discord's got their mic open. I just wanted to... Sap, did you want to add something?
Oh, sorry.
Also, it's not any old angle, right? It's got to be some sort of elevation angle, an angle like that. Not every angle you can say, well, you got to have flat earth for that. You can, no.
Over it. Okay.
And that's my trouble with flight. Yeah. They're not really, it's not, we when we're referencing the plane, the flat plane, it's at the beginning and we're referencing down, really. This is the points and aerodynamics. Angles, I'd say you've kind of got to force them in for this argument. And you can do, but that's what you lose the point to me. I think there's stay focused.
So up and down requiring a flat plane is irrelevant to the argument.
No, because now I can bring in the flat plane, but I'm not bringing in angles. I'm just maintaining that down is the same vector at all parts of the journey across the flat plane. I've not got angles really to cite, if you see what I mean, within this argument. I could try and...
I didn't say angle. Why do you keep saying angle? I said up and down are with respect to a horizontal plane.
Because that's what we were talking about. We were talking about angles, weren't we? Getting that in. Because the initial point was the pitch angle. Now I can make that. It's not an elevation angle, but I can. It is that pitch angle is referenced to the parallel plane I'm flying above, and it's maintained by the gyroscope that's set on the ground to the parallel plane to make sure it's referenceable. So you can work it in, but I don't see angles in this particular argument as the pertinent point.
You don't see the level plane that they say is not a level plane being pertinent.
I didn't say that. I said, you just changed my words. I said angles. I've referenced planes a number of times and said that's where I'd put it in. So, of course, yes, I do see level planes. That's the whole purpose of this particular argument. It's about planes, aeroplanes, flat planes, yeah, but not really elevation angles.
I can hear what's the objection. When QE says it's implicit, you're saying that when a level plane is described within a globe rhetoric, because it's being described as such, it's obvious. Why would you have to point it out? And I'm coming along and saying, yeah, you still have to tie it together. Yes, even though they say this flat plane's being used, that's a flat Earth. That's the flat plane. That's what we claim and what's being done. You've got to kind of exacerbate it, or in an exasperated way, sort of rattle the audience and go, listen, that's the flat Earth bit, because they're not getting it.
I think that's what we did, Huey. This is you need to listen because it's hard for you to make your point without the point of critique and for me to respond. It's find a bit in terms of where you think there's an improvement in the rebuttal.
I will.
We're pissing in the wind a bit, aren't we? If you know
Yeah,
what
we
I
are a
mean.
little bit, and that's my fault.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the point that's being made is at this point.
Basically, Nathan said we were doing it wrong last night.
That's not what I said. What I actually said
Yeah.
was when
So
I
Nathan
tuned in.
had-
What I actually said was when I tuned in sporadically, it sounded like you were a glober explaining how the globe worked. That's what I said.
Yeah, he knows wrong.
That's right, Neil. Next Thursday
Well,
sometime.
that doesn't really sound like a glober, because a glober would usually try to mitigate for why the globe doesn't work. So
Remember, you had Danny Faulkner saying the reason it's a ball is because the way planes fly means they wouldn't work if the atmosphere was changing because it gets really thin up there and you'd fly off into space. And we don't fly off into space, therefore it must be a ball. That was the level of argumentation that was being presented. It was. But see, we haven't got angles, we've got straight lines. Straight line vectors defined by gyroscopes, yeah? That's what we've got here. And a flat parallel surface. And they've got a supposedly curving and reorientating surface. That's the comparative argument for me there. How
they don't have a parallel.
Yes, well that's the greatest. That's my actual point in terms of no parallel downs. That simple concept, yeah. It is geometric based, but it's also supported by aerodynamics and the failings that would happen if you went to a ball. But we describe how everything works on a flat plane or an aeroplane.
did I hear you correctly before? Sorry, John, real quick. Did I hear you correctly, Adam? Did you say that his argument was because we don't fly off into space, therefore we're on a ball?
Yeah, when you travel in a straight line, if we're on a ball, you go off into space, but that's assuming there'd still be air up there. And because we don't go off into space, and it must be a ball with decreasing in air.
I've heard that one for the sky vacuum, not from Danny, but from someone else. Well, because the gas isn't rushing up into the sky vacuum, there is a sky vacuum violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, yeah.
This is all prompted by the question, why don't planes nose down? So that's what they're trying to explain, I think. But he refuses to even deal with it. It's just straight to what flat earthers say, not actually why planes don't nose down on a ball.
Funny you
Not
should
a
say
ball.
down.
Well, that I think is the first point. What is down? And you're going to need a flat earth for that. I think that was made at the beginning.
I'm not sure we iterated the point.
Yes, that's why I took a little offense to what Nathan said as well, because we did say that in the beginning, quite a few times.
I didn't see the intro. I didn't mean to put such a big damper on it. But clearly I have, so I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing this negatively. Stuff like this is positive. It's appraisal.
Exactly.
And there's stuff to be learned. That's why I'm saying just exemplify the points, because if there's more concise, better argumentation to be had, I want to improve. I mean, as good as I am, obviously.
Obviously.
I still want to improve.
On a different note, I saw a practical use for laser interferometry. Neil, you're off mute, mate.
Sorry.
So on a electronic circuit with a chip on it, like a graphics card, you can get something they call coil whine, which is where one of the components vibrates and you can hear it. And they use laser interferometry to test these components when their vibrations are sometimes only like a movement of 2 or 3 microns or something absolutely minuscule. So they need something like a really precise laser interferometry setup to measure the differences. I've just never seen it in any practical application before. Thought that was interesting. And they also proved ether when testing those graphics cards. I just thought I'd drop that in. My point being, it does have some... Go on.
So with that in mind then, about this, whatever this technology is for, how does this technology mitigate for the ether rotation to measure the very... Because obviously that's going to affect the result. If they're measuring such tiny things, and then we've also got the interference of ether rotation, how did they subtract that? Did they mention that at all? Or
no, there was absolutely no subtraction for ether rotation when using the laser interferometry setup to measure the differences in a surface or a component in this instance. No.
Not part of their consideration.
No.
Then, you're doing this accurate thing.
No, not at all.
Shame.
And what's more interesting is this particular study was being done by an acoustician for, who was it? NVIDIA, a graphics card manufacturer. And they were doing it in a semi-anechoic or hemi-anechoic chamber. Yeah, in other words, the floor's not treated. And they're testing the acoustic properties of all these different graphics card fans and various other components in this very expensive anechoic chamber. And they're talking about perturbation and vibration and movement, all with respect to air as the medium for sound to propagate through. So a lot of the words that are being used, albeit not on the exact subject of the laser interferometry, that was explained briefly to the host of this particular video. Gamers Nexus is the video I got this from. And, you know, when this particular acoustician's using those words, they've got a very specific meaning tied to a concept that's being explained to a person asking a question about a very specific concept. In other words, when you hear some of those long words that, no offense, Witsit, that you use, they actually have a context. And not only do they have a context...
Got a medium.
Yeah, because they've got a medium, exactly. That's why I was going with that, Adam, exactly. Because there's a medium to describe it happening within. It's not a speculation, in other words.
Well, it's funny that their description of a medium is to say that light has a wavelength, which is a point in space over time for them to... Isn't that space-time?
The other thing that I thought was absolutely brilliant in this particular video was while the guy who's interviewing him is like most normies, he's got a misapprehension about measuring things being scientific. Nevertheless, with that in mind, he's asking him about these measurements, and the guy's going, this isn't really a measurement that I can give you on a graph where bigger number better or smaller number better in case we're talking about acoustics and decibel levels. He's like, not even the decibel itself is useful in this application. And he's like, why? He's like, because we're talking about psychoacoustics. He's like, well, what do you mean? He doesn't, but I'm doing that for my audience. I'm paraphrasing. Well, what he means is, if you hear a tone, yeah, that is to say, the sound of a mini helicopter, a little mini remote control helicopter, and compare that tone to the tone of a truck going by outside your building, and you measure the decibel level of the two, they might be the same, but one is hella irritating and the other goes almost unnoticed. And that's a psychoacoustic effect. It's a human being's perception of what is a nice tone versus another tone. Same when you've got harmonics. Certain harmonics are irritating, but you can't put that on a graph and say bigger number better, right? But because he's having to explain it in these sorts of terms about pleasing tones to your ears, what's unpleasant to listen to in an environment where you can only hear that sound, and where other sounds that are harmonically linked to that sound can be completely ignored in an environment with background noise. None of these things can be conducive with measurements, right? It's very subjective. But he's having to disclaim it left, right, and centre to the guy who's saying, give me the measurements, give me the measurements, give me the measurements. So he can quantify it for an audience. The guy's like, it doesn't work like that. But the reason, why am I telling you all this? Well, he's using similar words to Whitsitt. But he knows that what he's describing cannot be quantified in an empirical manner. And he's having to disclaim it, because not only can he not validate it in an empirical manner, the numbers that he can give that are real, here's the frequency, here's the decibel number, here's the harmonic frequency and its decibel number, here's them both played together on a graph, here's the chart of the graph and all the other frequencies alongside it. It doesn't matter how much data he gives the guy, it doesn't prove anything. So he has to explain that to him, right? By disclaimer. Now, by contrast, our bullshitting brethren over on the anti-globe, anti-flat earth side that disclaim that they believe in ether to their audiences will say it's science. Yeah, with the very similar description of similar words, that you can get measurements for the vibration and perturbation of movement of air when you're talking about sound waves, or the oscillation of a component at 1 or 2 nanometers when measured with laser interferometry. But the overall results, what you get presented to you, isn't numbers. There's no chart that you can put next to the graphics card to say, we made sure that when this is spun up to high speed, it isn't irritating. How are you supposed to put that on a graph? You can't. But he has to disclaim that, even though he's got all the best measuring equipment in the world. He's at the absolute cutting edge. He's still got to say, no, this is basically pseudoscience. It's subjective. It's psychoacoustics. Yeah? What do we get with ether? This is science. Michelson-Morley. The laser interferometry being used by NVIDIA in my example proves there's an ether drift. You're like, what? What, with you affirming the consequent? You know, there's just such a massive contrast between the people who actually use laser interferometry, in this instance for a purpose that's describing movement of mediums, that's air and sound, how they will be very, very quick to admit, no, yeah, I can give you measurements. Yeah, I could say bigger number better. Look, it's lower decibels. But it isn't that simple, right? Being really clear about where this stuff could be perceived as bullshit if you claimed it as science. And it isn't. But he's got to disclaim it, even with his laser interferometry. Anyway, that's it. I'm done. I thought that was interesting. If you have any practical uses for laser interferometry, put them in the comment section below. We'll have a jolly good read. We can all read here, right?
Not according to that guy we reviewed.
I'll put it in a video format. Obviously, my audiences are all very stupid and they don't have the ability to read and have got a short attention span and would prefer it as in video format.
Just paperback.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a hardcover, so it doesn't count.
Oh,
yeah, when's that going to be on Kindle?
On Kindle? What? So you can be read out with the voice to speech bit, the text to speech?
Yeah, because we can't read, remember?
No. Absolutely not. I can't believe the guy underlined that. Why did he underline that?
Did somebody say that? Did somebody say flat earthers can't read?
Yeah, Danny Faulkner in his book basically said these people...
Danny
yeah.
Faulkner. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, and that's... But the guy who was reading his book underlined it and like went through the paragraphs where Danny poisoned the well with stereotypes. look, according to Danny, these people are stupid and can't read. Not that he's calling them stupid, but look, they're stupid and have a low comprehension level. That's what the paragraph basically said. I'm paraphrasing, but that is basically what he said. And the guy saw fit to underline it and read it out to an audience on YouTube. I said it was projection, not
Proving
projection.
his point that obviously because he was able to underline it and read it, that makes him better because he's a glober and he can read.
That's
like,
what.
This is really the level that we're at. This is insane.
That's what I boiled it down to. He wants to make himself feel better. I'm more intelligent than these dumb flat earthers. Look, Danny says when he's assessed them and they can't even read. I can read and underline stuff. You know, it's a bit of pain relief, but just not the normal. You don't expect people to be seeking out, like directly seeking out sections of a book that says, I'm smarter than some group of people. But that's literally what he did. He underlined it all.
Yeah, that's what his priest told him, you know, and that's what he's really holding to.
Well, he's putting the battery in the back of anybody who's on his side, right? I mean, that's literally telling his audience, oh, look, I mean, you guys have nothing to worry about. The guys you're going up against can't even read. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got them. You know, because we all know it's not about arguments and evidence, right? It's about trust. So trust me, the guys that you're going against can't read, so you've already won the argument. Thank you. Meanwhile, let me go get a video with 3 containers to prove that you don't need a container for gas pressure. Thanks.
I wish that kind of thought helped them when they came here, you know, and usually don't.
Part of his critique was to imply we have no critical thinking. I just wonder what kind of person using critical thinking can read a book written by an opponent of a particular position, have that opponent point out that all the other people are just stupid and can't read. What level of critical thinker would accept that to form a view? That's a demonstration of no critical thinking from the very nice young man. Yeah. But he's demonstrated exactly what he's accusing us of by his reasons for why we're wrong, which is we're stupid. That's all he's got.
Yeah, it's sort of like that guy yesterday that said that no academic.
That was my point about the guy, Adam.
There's a delay to Neil's line.
Sorry. Yeah, I went to hit the button and I shut it off. So I turned it back
Thanks,
on,
Neil.
and somebody was talking.
That's wonderful.
Didn't they know I was getting ready to speak?
Right in the middle of John's. I was listening, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, the guy yesterday implied that no academic would bother responding to a flat earther because they weren't worth responding to. But at the beginning of his video, he claimed to be a nuclear physicist.
Yeah, I read it wrong all day yesterday. I was like, no, it's real nuclear physics. No, it wasn't. The channel, Brian was right. The channel is the real nuclear physicist. I was misreading it because it's just on my big screen and lots of stuff is on it and it's all very tiny little letters and I just misread it. But yeah, he is claiming to be the real nuclear physicist.
No excuse. You're a flat earther. You don't know how to read.
That's true.
So no academic would respond to a flat earther. That means he's not a real academic. That's the only conclusion you can draw from his logic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. No academic would respond to this as I respond to this. Right?
Making him no academic. Yeah, that's the logic.
That sounds a lot like nobody claims the horizon's Earth curve. Jeez.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
Neil, are you talking through a potato?
He is, yeah.
Your mic sounds
I
horrible.
was talking first.
No, you weren't.
Really? Yeah, I was, but then I heard
really.
you. But on your end, you were talking first.
But on everybody
Wow.
else's end,
I'm going to say this one more freaking time. Because maybe nobody understands. When I go to speak, I am not hearing anybody speak. Thank you.
somebody say something then.
Go ahead, Neil.
Shut up, Neil.
Well, what was you going to say?
Are they all being mean to you, Neil?
Mean to me. You just don't know what mean means.
What does mean mean?
You know what I mean?
Know what I mean? No.
What? Is that why you've interrupted Chocolate? What?
Didn't interrupt Chocolate. That's what I'm saying. See, you don't know what I mean. I don't interrupt anybody.
Are we far enough that your point is? Are we far enough away from the point that what you were going to say, Chocolate, doesn't matter anymore?
No, just make it kind of a joke to say like that whole nobody would respond, no academic would respond to a flat earther while I sit here and respond to a flat earther. Kind of sounds like nobody claims the horizon's Earth curve as I sit here and present pictures of the horizon labeled Earth curve. So I don't know. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, Timmy Clown.
Is this the end?
Yeah, what was it he claimed?
No? Yeah.
I was going to say, what did Timmy say that Nathan did to him? Was it a hoodoo? Or he tricked? How did he say that he tricked him?
Timmy Clown?
What do you mean?
Yeah, when Nathan pointed that out to him.
Who's the he's in your statements, for God's sake?
Why do you have to explain the he when it's contextualized within the conversation?
Not contextualized. You said two he's. Why did he have to do what he said?
Timmy and Nathan was the context of what I was talking about.
Yeah, which
I think
one is
you'll,
Timmy?
I think you'll all
Which one is
find it was
Nathan?
implicit.
It wasn't implicit, for fuck's sake.
Yep. Yeah, it was. What did he say that Nathan tricked him with?
No, you didn't say Nathan. You said, what did he say that he plated with? There was two he's.
Right, after saying that Timmy's was
Go back and listen to it.
there was a word for it by Nathan. But now if I'd have said it just that one part without contextualizing it without the entire conversation,
you can't get
then
out of
the
this.
he's wouldn't have made sense.
Yeah, they still didn't make any sense.
No, John, it was implicit because I understood what he meant, who he meant, because I was in the conversation. So I heard him, so therefore I knew who he was talking about.
Who's he? John?
Timmy Clown.
Timmy Clown. But when I said right as soon as Chocolate was finished.
What's up, Neil?
All right, let me try it again. When Nathan pointed out to Timmy that he had the horizon labeled as Earth curve within his photographs, and Timmy said that no one claims the horizon is Earth curve, he said that Nathan had hoodooed him or something along those lines. Does anybody remember exactly what he said?
I don't remember what came after. I just remember nobody's claiming the horizon's Earth curve after sending us images of this is Earth curve, lots of pictures of the horizon. But after the fact, I don't remember what happened.
Well, I just remember that Timmy kind of stuck on the whole idea that all flat earthers are dumb. If you're admitting to getting tricked by a flat earther, what does that say about you to Timmy?
Dumbo.
But nobody tricked him. He tricked himself.
No, he's saying that if the standard is flat earthers are dumb and you get tricked by a flat earther, does that mean you're so dumb that you get tricked by the person you think's dumb? That's what John's saying, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same standard that they're applying with the no academic would reply to a flat earther as I claim to be an academic responding to a flat earther. They may be insane.
Yeah. Weird standards. Appeal to the no academic would do with something that I'm doing, claiming to be an academic, is just, it's crazy behavior.
Yeah, I think there's something about this subject that triggers that in people. And I'm noticing it more and more.
What, bonkers behavior?
Yeah, but just around this topic mainly. I mean, there's other topics like politics or religion, but like the shape of Earth is right there with it. But the point is it shouldn't be, because it's not, subjective. Politics is subjective. Religion, like, you can argue is subjective. Those things are subjective. But this isn't. Why is it triggering people so badly? That's
Neil,
what I'm wondering.
Are you saying it's because of Neil?
No, I was just telling him he wasn't on mute.
Hit him with the wall, Chocolate.
Trying to find a good clip to load up just because, whatever.
Shout out to the composition fallacy.
Yeah, I want to run that one by John about the.
God, sorry.
He brought up something about the individual. What's true of the whole is true of the individuals. Is that composition or division?
I'd have to hear him say it.
I don't have a timestamp.
Is it
I'll watch
today?
it back in the comment. Yeah, it was today.
So he was inferring something that is true of the whole from part of it?
Yeah. But he's saying that something that's true of the whole is true of all the parts of it.
Oh, that's a fallacy of composition.
Okay, I got it wrong on the show then.
Yeah, they're easy to flip. Still a fallacy, though.
Yeah, they're like the mirror image of each other, aren't they?
Yeah. Nathan flips them constantly. At this point, I just let it go.
Oh, here we go. Just because I said your show is crap.
That's not true. Mr. Fancy Pants.
What I've been doing here of late is just waiting until Nathan says fallacy of composition, and then I'll say, well, that's a fallacy of division, and just go the other way with it. So we got both bases covered.
Yeah, you could do that. 90% of the time, you'd be right.
90% being John, 10% being me, right?
Correct.
Very good. Subtle.
It's implicit.
Yeah, I did have a low blow earlier, didn't I? You gotta laugh.
Yeah, yeah. So a couple examples of composition fallacy. Let me give you a couple. Example, observational science. Not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious. Hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Another one is empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. It's not just observable. A lot of people use empirical synonymously with observation. It's not. The ballers do that constantly. Not only the ballers, but your everyday average Joe knucklehead.
So birds humping.
Fallacy.
Birds humping is a fallacy of division then.
Description, fallacy of division, inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example, atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural.
Right. So if you say, I observe birds humping, therefore it's science. Fallacy of division, right?
I haven't heard that one in a long time, man. We're shout out to Jim Panda, Shamalama Gam Panda Ding Dong. And no, I don't think it's a fallacy of division. Say it again.
I watch birds humping, then I'm observing a natural phenomena, therefore it's science. That is a fallacy of division.
That's just stupid.
Yeah, observational science is a fallacy of division, isn't it? It's asserting that what is true of part of the method of science in this instance is therefore true of the whole. What is true of the whole is true of one part of it, which is just the observation section, right?
Yeah, the phrase observational science, yes.
Yeah, which is what bird humping would be.
Yeah, but that's not a phrase. You're taking to actual example now, so it becomes a little more difficult.
Oh, okay.
We're just working with observational science, not examples of observational science, but the phrase observational science.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, when you give an example of your fallacy, that's just being stupid, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be fallacious about birds humping. Say it again.
It's science to say that watching birds hump that's science. That's Gamma Panda Ding Dong Alonga. That's his argument.
Gamma Panda Ding Dong. I guess you could place it in there. In the fallacy composition, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah.
Jolly good.
Because your idea what science is compromised, leading to the fallacious statement like that. Yes, I suppose so. Oh, and the argument to age fallacy the other day. You noted it. I wanted to bring it back up. So
Okay.
if somebody keeps on insisting that, well, we knew about flat Earth, we knew about the globe-tard 2,000 years ago. That's an argument to age fallacy. If it's by itself. So something is neither true or false based on how long it's been supposedly true or false. It goes the other way too. If something is newer, right, then it must be true because it's newer than the older paradigm. It's a flip side. Still argument to age.
Okay.
Sort of like Einsteinian gravity is true because it came out in 1908. Crap, I can't remember the year now.
1915.
Yeah, 1915. Thank you.
Yeah, if it's only that reason, then it's an argument to age fallacy.
Good, I'm glad we got that cleared up.
Oh my. very confusing listening to you guys.
Yes, because we balls up the fallacies. Notice how it was we.
Yes, I noticed. What else is going on?
That's it. Danny's
That's
becoming infamous. Don't know why Danny's suddenly the focus of all of our attention.
He pissed me off.
But he's
pretty angry.
He's on my radar too, and he doesn't piss me off. He's just your average skank and file anti-flat earther.
It said the behavior of an alleged intellectual academic, PhD, and a former university professor, and now with Answers to Genesis, acts like an incoherent 3-year-old. I mean, it's quite telling.
Yeah, he wrote
You know what I'm
an extensive article about the Pastor Odell and Greg Locke debate on his Answers in Genesis. He just won't let his eye off of the topic.
Oh, and speaking of which, Neil asked, did he ever deal with Nathan and QE? Yes. In one of his articles, I remembered that he specifically named me by name.
Oh, cool.
No, I think we reviewed it one time.
Oh.
It was a while ago. I think Anthony was there too.
You feel privileged to be cemented in infamy?
Again?
Do you feel privileged to be cemented in Danny Faulkner's infamy?
I don't know how I felt about it. It was really quite strange the way he put it. I'd have to go back and find
That's what
that.
I'm saying. Was it valid?
What do you think, Neil?
That's my point.
Well, the reason I don't like Danny Faulkner is because he brought this crap to the church, and he's standing up in front of Christians and claiming false doctrine.
Right.
That's why I don't like him.
I furthermore know for a fact that QE has got several hardback books and can read very well.
Oh, I found it. Flat Earthers and the Coriolis Effect, once again, by Dr. Danny Faulkner. August 25th, 2022. And I quote, I have previously discussed how flat earthers misunderstand the Coriolis effect. Alas, the situation has not improved. John Stunya, who on the internet goes by the name Quantum Eraser, or QE for short, fancies himself an expert on all sorts of topics and has become a leader in the flat earth movement. Would you like more?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, you could leave it at the point that you're our boss. You could carry on reading.
I want to hear how you completely messed up the Coriolis effect. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah,
Tell us
QE
all how.
decided to stop it. I'm the boss of the flat Earth instead of
Yeah, that's what I picked up on. No, tanks, exactly. You want to stop there, do you? Danny acknowledges QE as our leader.
Listen, it's long, man. It's really long. People just sent me a little short snippet of it. This is the first time I really got on here. It's long, dude. I think it's all about me.
Is there any of it about the Coriolis effect?
Danny's not going to focus on that. You know him. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, go on.
He just said you got it wrong.
He's not gonna focus on it. That was the name of the article, isn't it? Like, are you serious?
Right.
Oh, you're saying if it's the
not
title of
there.
the article, then it's definitely not going to be. If it's focused on the main front cover, then no way it's going to get covered in the article.
Let's give him a chance, though. Okay, I will continue. Last year, I discussed John's misunderstanding of the philosophy of science. Oh, he's got a link to that. I'd like to see that. we might go back to that. Shit, I'm going to pin this. But I digress. Last year, I discussed John's misunderstanding of the philosophy of science that many other flat earthers have adopted. In an earlier discussion of how flat earthers incorrectly understand science, I mentioned, Nathan Oakley, one of John's associates that I didn't mention. I didn't mention Nathan's last name then. Well, that's important. In some of his many online lessons, John has also misled many flat earthers through his teachings on the Coriolis effect. Here is a recent podcast in which he discussed the Coriolis effect once again.
Son of a bitch. So what he's saying is, QE's wrong about Coriolis, and then by association, he's saying effectively, I'm one of your students who's got it wrong, here's how you've got it wrong, QE. That's what he's set up. Bastard.
Here is the recent podcast.
Go on,
I was gonna say, forget about us listening to how we got it wrong. How did he get it right? What's his assessment?
That won't be in there. We just covered that. It's in the title, so the Coriolis effect won't be in there. Personal attack against me and QE, student and master. That's what we're getting.
No. Here is a recent podcast. Here is a recent podcast in which he's discussed the Coriolis effect once again, and he has a footnote. You can go to the link. His presentation began after 48 minutes and lasted a little over an hour. I'll do a little analysis here. All right, you ready?
Yep.
John began by asking how the Coriolis effect can exist when the necessary condition for it is two separate reference frames, one non-inertial, the Earth, and the other inertial, the atmosphere and everything in it. Right away, he has completely misrepresented the situation. Really? The atmosphere sensibly rotates with the Earth.
So let me get this straight. His opener is you and your reference frames are ruined. That's his opener.
Yes. Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Let's address it. We're still doing a show. We're still recording. Okay, let's just address it as they come up, right? I know this is going to take a bit of time, and you said it's long. So if he's asserting that there's only Earth and atmosphere, there's two sides to this. I'll define them before I go through them. The first is their claim that they should be making as ballers, and then afterwards there'll be our response to their actual claim that Danny is now refuting. So first of all, Danny's standing in opposition to the actual globe Earth claim. The globe Earth claim being that there is a 15 degrees an hour drift, exampled by Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that a ball drifted through the goal. That would be to say the ball travelled straight, but as Earth turned beneath the ball, it appeared to curve and went through the goal. It's also exemplified by, or exampled by, claims that snipers have to account for Earth turning underneath bullets after they leave the barrel of the gun. That is to say there is a 15 degrees an hour drift asserted as Earth turns underneath the second reference frame that the bullet is in as it travels straight, therefore appearing to curve and having to be tracked, or you leave the target because Earth's going to turn underneath in the globe claim. That is the actual globe claim. First and foremost, Danny's standing in opposition to what the globe claims. That's part one, what the globe should be claiming and Danny is denying. Part two, Coriolis effect, if it was exhibited and claimed to be in effect by Neil deGrasse Tyson and snipers, would assert, exactly as QE has laid down in his example that's being strawmanned by Danny, that Earth and atmosphere are claimed to have two separate reference frames. Earth, non-inertial turning, atmosphere, inertial. Well, if that is the case, then Earth turns underneath gunfire and footballs, according to the examples that we get from the high priests of heliocentrism. And if Earth turns underneath gunfire and footballs, then it turns underneath helicopters, aeroplanes, hot air balloons, you if you jump up and down. And obviously it doesn't. We'd notice. QE's example with his mathematics. If there is a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles, then it is asserted that the flight, which only takes 4.5 hours, would be shortened to an hour and a half if Earth was turning beneath it. And it is not. There you go. I used one of your examples that you taught me initially, so it was within the context of his student and master example.
All right, listen to the statement that he says, though. The atmosphere, which is paradox, sensibly rotates with the Earth. What does sensibly mean?
Sensibly is his way of saying first law of thermodynamics violation without informing the audience. So atmosphere, what oxymoronic sphere-shaped air, which is fundamentally unbonded to itself or anything else, is simultaneously velcroed to the ground and moving at an ever-increasing velocity as you raise in altitude on a reified sphere model. Because for the wind, which moves in all directions, I'm sure you'll cover that in a second, was to be asserted to be tracking with the ground beneath it on a sphere, then there'd be an increased circumferential value for the wind or air or gases at a higher altitude. So for those gases to track with the ground beneath, they'd have to increase their velocity with respect to the ground as they increased in altitude. Straight up first law of thermodynamics violation.
So the atmosphere sensibly rotates with the Earth, so the Earth and its atmosphere represent a single non-inertial reference frame.
So bye-bye Coriolis effect then. No drift, no 15 degrees an hour proving Earth spins then, Danny. So I don't even need to cover Coriolis. You're debunking it for me. So no 15 degrees an hour to prove the Earth's drifting and proving it's spinning then. Well done, Danny. Just like Simon Dan, you and your reference frames are ruined, therefore you don't have two reference frames to claim 15 degrees an hour drift then. Well done. You are a moron.
Yep. Therefore, the atmosphere is not an inertial reference frame. Danny, all of your debunked laws of Newton cannot be applied to your Earth. You don't have an inertial reference frame, you dumbass cracker.
So you don't have 15 degrees an hour drift to prove Earth's turning then, Danny? So what is it precisely, pray tell, that proves we are spinning? Not a 15 degrees an hour drift, because only one reference frame, right? You are as stupid as Simon Dan, Danny. That's the facts of this situation. It's almost like your failures in the globe Earth model could be described as strawman arguments the flat earthers make. It could be that way. It isn't. You're just a clown and a liar.
John has been making this blunder for a very long time, and it demonstrates that he doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Oh, and by the way, that last statement is over on the side in green, taken out of the article and highlighted.
Pure projection. In reality, Danny is so clueless about his own claim that's supposed to be proving Earth spins with a 15 degrees an hour drift, he's prepared to decry it and tell the audience, or reader in this instance, that it's actually a failure of the person he's critiquing. Oh, what? So when you tell your audience that there is no second reference frame to prove 15 degrees an hour drift, that's your opponent's failure? Oh my God, pure projection.
John went on to say that from the nature of gases, if the Earth were spinning, the atmosphere would not spin with it. Apparently, he is unaware that viscosity exists within fluids, which include gases and liquids. Suppose God created the Earth as a spinning ball held together by gravity, surrounded by an atmosphere that was not spinning with the Earth. Since the Earth was spinning and its atmosphere was not spinning, there would have been a worldwide wind from east to west, having speeds of 0 miles per hour at the poles and a little more than 1,000 miles at the equator.
That would be confessional debating.
He's an idiot.
No, that's called confessional debating. He is illustrating our overcome to their rebuttal as though it's an overcome to our problem with having two reference frames. They're not our reference frames. You telling... I can't believe he's literally done to you what Simon Dan did to me. I cannot quite believe my ears. You're as stupid as Simon Dan, Danny Faulkner. You should be ashamed. The levels of stupidity are off the charts. You need to claim 15 degrees an hour drift to prove Earth spinning, and you're prepared to literally relinquish one of the reference frames you used to claim it, and then claim that your opponent's stupid. This is off the scale.
Can anyone guess what would have happened next? Though it would not happen instantly, viscosity, friction between the air and the ground and in between the various layers of the atmosphere would have soon caused the atmosphere to sensibly spin with the Earth, resulting in the world we have today.
That's not how it's described in the Bible.
Similarly, viscosity causes the gas around the spinning ball in the air to share in the spinning ball's motion. It is this effect.
So hold on, stop. So unbonded gas bonds to the Earth at all elevations to move in sync with a ball Earth in a vacuum, turning in violation of the first and second law of thermodynamics. So it's violating the second law of thermodynamics by not dispersing into a vacuum, and violating the first law of thermodynamics by increasing its velocity with respect to the ground as it increases its circumferential value as it increases in elevation, which you'll need a flat Earth for. This is so garbage. He doesn't understand Coriolis. He doesn't understand his own claim that Earth must have this two reference frame system to prove its spinning, and he's literally prepared to decry his own claim and blame it on you. Wow.
Wait, when he started, did he say that if God created, how did he say it?
Shut up.
It's important.
It is this effect. Oh my God.
Go on, Kiwi.
It is this effect combined with the translational motion of a ball that causes golf balls with backspin to rise, baseballs to curve, and tennis balls and table tennis balls with topspin to drop.
So this tells me he doesn't understand Coriolis effect. He's describing things that actually curve, right? Golf balls in a parabola and baseballs curving. Those are actual curved trajectories of things that he's ascribing to Earth and an effect that would cause that. You're like, no, that's somebody tossing a ball, mate. Meanwhile, Coriolis effect is a not actual drift that your Earth is supposed to have. That would be to say that things like footballs move straight but appear to curve because Earth's turning beneath them, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, a heliocentric priest. He outranks you, by the way, Danny. Yeah? In his exemplary understanding of how Earth's claim to have 15 degrees an hour, an effect called Coriolis effect. Everyone's familiar with Coriolis effect to the point that they think it's literally only a globe Earth effect when people hear that term. It's not. But that effect requires two reference frames, the two that Danny's denying.
If John knew half as much about fluids, that's the key. As he thinks he does, he would know this. I am tired of this false argument.
Okay, I'd just like to point out that Danny, in one of his opening discussions with one of the interviewers that we recently covered, opened up with this discussion, not in regards to Coriolis effect, but with regards to the sky vacuum argument, by saying that gases are in hydrostatic equilibrium. That is what he said. Now he's saying, well, I don't know what he's saying. When it comes to is this static? This first law of thermodynamics violation, gas that's increasing its velocity as it raises in elevation, is that static? Is that why you're comparing it to a fluid? Because in his mind, I've heard him say it, fluids, when describing gases, give him the justification for hydrostatic equilibrium, don't they? You've heard him say it. I've heard him say it. I don't need to play it. Right? Well, are these moving gases along with the Earth that's moving that takes away your two reference frames and 15 degrees an hour drift? Is that static? Is that hydrostatic? Just nuts. The guy's a bonkers idiot. He's contradicting himself. Even with his non-rhetoric that isn't globe-based, that's actually in defiance of the two reference frames and 15 degrees an hour drift that globe claims proves we're spinning. He's in defiance of that, but also in defiance of his own hydrostatic equilibrium garbage that he's parroted off many a time.
But John wasn't finished. He asked how gas particles that move randomly and at high speeds can rotate in unison with the Earth. It doesn't seem to occur to John that the same sort of question could be asked about a flat Earth. Really? How could gas particles that move randomly and at high speeds stay at rest with respect to a flat stationary Earth? He's a retard.
What kind of false comparison juxtaposition is this garbage? Sorry, at what point did anybody say that gas remained static with respect to a flat plane? No, he did. I just pointed it out. It's pure projection. He literally describes gases as fluids and then describes, quote, hydrostatic equilibrium. But now he's projecting that onto us and saying, how does the non-moving gas work on a flat Earth? He just projects his failures of arguments onto us.
Well, what he's doing without explicit. what he's doing without explicitly stating it is putting a pancake in a second law of thermodynamics violation and saying it's rising upwards. And why isn't the gas dispersing into space on your flat plane model? Is what he wants to say.
I think he should be
But what he's
institutionalized. Go ahead, Chocolate. Sorry.
no, it's all good, man. I'm dying over here. This guy literally said, "How do you guys have non-moving gas on your flat Earth?"
When it's
Like,
moving
that's
randomly
essentially
at
what
high
he just
speed.
said. Right, yeah.
When the gas is moving randomly. Let me read this again. This is so retarded.
Please do.
Yeah. But John wasn't finished. He asked how gas particles that move randomly and at high speeds can rotate in unison with the Earth. It doesn't seem to occur to John, I love that name, by the way, that the same sort of question could be asked about a flat Earth. Here it is, folks. How could gas particles that move randomly and at high speeds stay at rest with respect to a flat Earth?
Yeah, they don't. That's a stupid question.
Jedi mind trick.
No, that isn't. That, no. There is no dumb droid that's ever going to have a hand wave over their face and fall for that crap. That's not a Jedi mind trick. That demonstrates idiocy. No, the question isn't why do we have 10 times as much sugar in our fizzy drinks. The question is about how their fizzy drinks haven't got sugar in them. What the bloody hell are you babbling about? No, if you accept in your premise that gases move at high speed in all random directions, then they're not tracking with Earth. What the hell are you babbling about? You're undoing your own bloody argument for a start.
That's what I was going to say. Is he the one? Sorry, D Rose, real quick. He's the one asserting that gases move randomly and at high speed.
No,
So
he said that I said that.
Oh, okay. He's saying that you saying that. So maybe he doesn't think that that's how gas. That's how gas works.
This is what they do. They turn a fact into a claim that a flat earther's making, and then contest the flat earther's statement of fact, like they're doing at the moment with celestial navigation. Well, if they're not getting the elevation to the height of the star, then it all falls apart. No. They don't require the height of the star. It's not a claim I'm making. It's a fact within this process called navigation. No. Gases do move at high speed in all random directions. That's a fact. But no, it's not a fact, is it? It's QE's claim now, and that needs challenging.
I think
they couldn't do that.
Excuse me. I think you're missing the non sequitur. Listen to that.
And we all caught the non sequitur.
Again?
You all caught the non sequitur. If gases move at all high speeds in all directions on a globe that I'm not contesting, then he should think about how they don't move on a flat Earth and how he explains it. It's a complete non sequitur. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's a nonsense. Yes.
I just want to say I've been listening for the past 10 minutes. I missed everything else, but I got the core of it. And I'm just going to allude to what QE said, and I say this in the most sincere, compassionate, ingenuous, and honest way.
I'll just say it
without add home. He and others like him, until the organizations that they work for fall, people like him seriously need to be charged with fraud for receiving accolades and for getting titles for positions when they speak such nonsensical, fabricated, unfactual gibberish. And they should really be revoked of everything they've gotten, I'm going to say earned, for their accolades or whatever, because this is the epitome. I mean, this is the epitome. This is a popular person. This is a person whose name comes on people's screens everywhere with this title under it. And he talks like a fool, literally like a fool, and a double-talking, lying fool. And it's like I said, it's hard to say whether this guy is really believing what he's saying or he's just so deputized by this organization that he has to stand on this lie to his grave.
They're saying we should horsewhip him publicly.
Figuratively, yes. He needs to be put up on a platform in front of QE or somebody, and people need to observe this. Everyone, the norms, the specialists, and just see and hear this for themselves, because this is like remarkably blatant stupidity, or just a colluding liar.
All right, thanks. I don't think so. I think we should have him out here every day. We need some comedy relief, because this is what I think. Reading this again, this is probably the stupidest thing I ever heard. I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
Again, I'm gonna do it one more time.
Go ahead.
But John wasn't finished. He asked how gas particles that move randomly and at high speeds can rotate in unison with the Earth. It doesn't seem to occur to John that the same sort of question could be asked about a flat Earth. Here it comes. How could gas particles that move randomly and at high speeds stay at rest with respect to a flat stationary Earth? Maybe you ought to read this for yourself. I went ahead and put it in Ballbusters, and I put it in Master B. It's so stupid. He Jedi mind tricked everyone. He's a moron.
We should have reviewed this a long time ago.
Yeah, we should have. We'll continue. He goes on. When there is no wind, such as on a calm night, the air doesn't seem to be moving with respect to the Earth, even on a flat Earth. If John can figure out the answer to that question, what question?
Your question.
If John can figure out the answer to that question about the stationary flat Earth, the same answer would apply to a rotating globe Earth as well.
Man.
End of.
So if you can answer the nonsensical question that he's phrased, it will answer how the globe has its atmosphere turning in unison, QE. It was as simple as that all along. So, given that that's the case, QE, how do you explain how gases stay stationary with respect to a flat Earth that you haven't claimed? Because I want to know the answer, because that's how the globe has a first law of thermodynamics and second law of thermodynamics gas behavior going on. So you tell us, QE. Feel free.
Did he say wind?
Where wind?
Yeah.
He's saying that when there's no wind, we don't notice that the wind is whipping along with the Earth that's rotating.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, I'm about to piss on myself. Give me a minute. This is hilarious. But keep going.
Is there any more?
At around 52 minutes, John, Exceed Beast, asked, please explain the existences of east, north, and south surface, mid, and high-level winds on a spinning ball that has the atmosphere rotating with it from east to west.
So what you're asking, just because it isn't necessarily as concise as it could be. It's more concise than it necessarily needs to be, rather. You're saying that if you've got a wind travelling from, let's say, north to south, up to 100 metres, and then at 1,000 metres, you've got a wind that's going east to west, they're obviously moving in different directions, right? He's saying, given that they're all moving along with Earth, violating the first law, how do you have multiple directions of surface winds with a rotating first law of thermodynamics violating sphere Earth that doesn't have two reference frames proving with spin? That's what you're in essence asking, contextualised within his book and the framework of his garbage nonsense.
Now, I'm asking how you can have east, north, and south surface winds at the same times that the winds only travel west-east.
With the Earth, yeah.
Yep.
Once again, John failed to apply the same logic to a flat Earth. If air can move
This is a common theme. You've got a difficult question I can't answer on a globe. Well, has he considered how this would work on a flat Earth? Genius. The guy's genius.
Once again, John failed to apply the same logic to a flat Earth. If air can move locally, that is wind, with respect to a stationary flat Earth, then air can move locally with respect to a rotating globe Earth too.
Sorry, what the bloody hell? What he's saying is,
So debunking
because we have wind on a flat Earth, we can have wind on a globe Earth. That's his answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have containment, though. He doesn't.
Danny Faulkner, if you're listening, you are the captain of the Monkey Mind Molesting Morons Club. You are the captain, the general. You've earned it. That's your new accolade. Captain of the Monkey Mind Molesting Morons. Good for you.
Gentleman's retarded. He's not dealing with the question at all.
He doesn't need to, right? Let's assess this in a different way. How's he getting away with this? Right?
I don't know.
Well, it's like you called him, Nathan. You called him a genius. I think this is genius.
Yep, that's
right?
what I was. That's where I was going. Chocolate and I like mine. You go ahead, Chocolate.
No, this is genius, man. Like pointed out, mistake what the flat earthers claim, or address how the flat earthers claim about the globe is wrong, and then address how the flat earther doesn't accept the claim on a flat earth, as opposed to let's deal with how this actually works on a globe that I believe in, that I'm teaching you guys how it works.
But as a brilliant deflection
But
point,
we have containment. He doesn't.
No, but Neil, if you point out something awkward about containment, have you considered how containment on a flat Earth might work? That's basically, where's your dome, isn't it?
Yeah,
no, that's a necessary antecedent.
Yeah, but have you thought about how it might work on a flat Earth, Neil?
He don't have that on a sphere globe. He has a vacuum above him, all around him, actually.
Neil pointed out how we have a vacuum. Neil pointed out how we have a vacuum all around him. But had Neil not considered how the flat Earth would work with a vacuum all around it? Had he not considered that? Full stop. New paragraph.
John then had a bonus question. How can you have different wind speeds moving in different directions simultaneously at differing elevations of the atmosphere, all the while the atmosphere is collectively spinning east in unison with the Earth?
No frigging way. So even, just bravo, QE. You obviously incorporated it into your spiel in such a manner that he had to paraphrase it back when he's responding to it so he doesn't get called out for that. And where I interjected and said, no, this is what QE means, you and I criticised you for being too concise. Au contraire, moments later, paraphrased by the person responding, is you explaining exactly that. So there's no ambiguity whatsoever about what's being explained and what he's responding to now, is there? None.
None. Yeah, none. Yeah, I put that bonus in there for that reason. Yes. His answer. Again, John does not realize that viscosity will not allow the Earth's atmosphere to remain motionless while the Earth spins. That doesn't answer the question.
So the air's moving.
For different motions of the air at different elevations, if this is a problem for a spinning globe, then it is also a problem for the flat stationary Earth. What a clown.
What a genius. Genius. I mean, the fact he used that as a response to the last 3 points, why not just use it again? Have you thought how it works on a flat Earth, QE? I mean, have you? Have you?
This guy's a clown, man.
So his response is to claim the sky doesn't work for anyone.
Yeah. No, but this is neutral outcome stuff, isn't it, right? So where we say in debate and we go on someone else's platform and they start rumpusing us, it's because at that point that there hasn't been a concise rebuttal. Therefore, if all bets are off at the end of the rumpusing, there's a neutral outcome. Well, a neutral outcome is good enough if you're trying to affirm someone's bias, and he knows that. So if any problematic question comes up, all he's got to say is, but a flat Earth don't work either. That's all he's doing. And the audience will go, yeah, flat Earth's got that same problem. Oh, that's a very clever problem that QE's come up with, says Danny Faulkner. Just it's a neutral outcome.
I see.
Overcome.
It's a reversal of the burden of proof.
Yes, that too.
Get out. That's what he's. It's the same thing he's doing over and over again.
Yeah,
C too far is the same. Straight lines.
it's the same with see too far. That's the perfect example of what Brian's explaining. So he's saying you flip the burden to say to your opponent, well, how do you explain why boats disappear bottom first? I don't have a claim about the horizon in that regard. I have no explanation for it because I don't need one. Why am I being asked this? Oh, because you claim that the horizon's a physical hill getting in the way of boats and buildings, and therefore I've got to explain boats and buildings. And no, it's a flip in the burden. In this case, oh, well, you say gases don't work on a sphere Earth. Well, how do you explain them on a flat Earth?
Because Brian explained it the other day. We're not in a static, right? We have cycles.
You don't chase you don't chase the burden reversal. You point out the failure again. If it was in debate, would you chase after this burden of proof reversal fallacy and explain how we have a dome? No, you don't. No, you reiterate the point. In this instance, overarching point is one reference frame, you say, no proof of Earth spin then. If it was in debate and it was with me, it would be put back on the tracks every time he attempted to derail it. So his overarching point in all this convoluted garbage, referencing QE 90% of the time, is about the fact that he claims, which we're getting further and further away from, one reference frame. And every explanation that he gives is within that context of Earth and atmosphere move together. So no drift then. No 15 degrees an hour proving we spin then. Okay, so you say net result 0, nothing to see here, no drift, one reference frame. So I, to accept this, must assume that there is an Earth that's spinning and the Earth has an atmosphere violating the first law of thermodynamics, velcroed to it, spinning with it, and there's no effect to observe. So this isn't a proof of anything then. Not that the globe actually claims this, Danny. They say there's a drift because of two reference frames, 15 degrees an hour, to be precise. But you say one drift. Okay, no drift. No proof Earth spins from Coriolis effect then, Danny. So what have you got that does prove Earth spin? Because you're not going to be claiming Coriolis anymore, one reference frame. That means there's no effect to observe. Well, if there's no effect to observe, there's no proof of anything. You just say we must infer it's moving without us noticing. Yeah, I don't accept that. That's crap.
But if Danny
he's red herring fallacy. Sorry, Brian. He's red herring fallacy away from the question every single time. I think you identified it. Every single time he doesn't answer the question that's put to him, and he immediately diverts to how could it work on a flat Earth. Every single time he's done that.
Yeah, 3 times in a row.
That's his answer. How can it work on a flat Earth?
It would have been more subtle if he'd have done it by using a different deflection technique each time rather than every time saying, well, how does that work on a flat Earth? But he used the same thing every time. It's just lack of imagination for deflection.
Nah, he doesn't need to be subtle. He doesn't need to be subtle. This works perfectly for his audience.
That's right. Genius.
But we are aware that there is a...
Hold on. It's Brian. Brian wanted...
Brian, then no tanks.
I'll be quick. Thank you. It's just reversing the burden of proof and then positioning each issue as if it's a mystery and problem for all of us. That's how he's doing it. He's turning it into a neutral problem.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, to beat the argument, to beat his claim, right? I mean, he beat himself. That's one thing. But we are aware that there's a 15 degree per hour like drift of something, being the sun, right? We can connect the sun and the hours to be moving, and then we can then connect the wind to be influenced by the heat from the sun, creating high and low pressure systems that then will equalize within a container, right? So the high and low pressure will meet to equalize. So there is a better response from a flat Earth with a moving sun that accounts for these things he's saying are unaccounted for.
Go on then.
That's it. That the sun moves 15 degrees per hour in the sky, bringing with it its heat, heating the air, creating high and low pressure systems that will create wind. That once those pressure systems meet, they will equalize, and there will be no wind.
Yeah, I mean that's all a matter of fact.
Little fucking weasel. Oh, sorry, no swearing. I just looked at the next one. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, we're done. Go ahead. Yeah, you're right. No thanks. But as long as you don't postulate that as though it's a claim you're making, you're describing matters of fact, right? Sun comes, gets hotter, You know, it does move at 15 degrees an hour. These are matters of fact, aren't they?
Right, but we're going to need the Earth to be
answering the things you
stationary for that sun to be moving, and we're going to need elevation angles from a horizontal baseline to measure the angles to that rotating sun.
Precisely, and in terms of navigation, where it moves above, its GP is useful for moving around the flat surface. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I'm just saying that you're kind of answering the question he wants you to answer then at that stage. It's like, that's just like the way it is. He's looking for you to talk about it. It's like, no, Danny, the question was to you, not to me. You.
You're going to love this one. Next, around 54 minutes, John pointed out that if the atmosphere spins with the Earth, then the air at progressively high elevations must move more quickly. This is correct, but let's check out how much faster it must move. Let's be generous.
Whoa. Let's check out by what extent it violates the first law of thermodynamics.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
It's called super rotation.
This is correct. But let's check out how much faster it must move. So he's going to Jedi mind trick his audience past the train wreck that he just admitted. Let's be generous and consider an elevation of 10 miles, effectively including all the troposphere.
John?
Yes?
Refracted curvature? You there?
Yeah, that's with respect to horizontal plane of reference. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead, QE.
Let's also assume for simplicity that the Earth's circumference is 25,000 miles. Checking the math, the circumference of the top of the troposphere around the equator has a circumference of 25,063 miles.
Stop.
That is a difference of 0.25%, meaning he changes them into percents, meaning that on a spinning globe, the air 10 miles above the equator is moving 0.25% faster than the air on the equator. Does anyone think that this difference in rotation speed from top to bottom would be that significant over an elevation change of 10 miles? What? Just said that.
It's only a little bit. It's only violating the first law a little bit, John. What's the matter with that?
They described
only violating it by point.
He's described the height.
When one considers the various wind velocities at different elevations, John obviously never bothers to check out the numbers for his absurd claim. What about not the troposphere, Danny? Not just the troposphere, even though that's a train wreck, you dumbass cracker. You didn't have all the other parts of the atmosphere. Paradox.
Okay, so he's got the height with respect to surface level that he's describing as it whips along, and then he's convoluted the what would be rim velocity of the atmosphere, as stupid as that sounds, versus the angular momentum to make it a small number and say that it's only a small difference. So if you compare the globe Earth to the hands of a clock, you can describe the angular motion. However, the angular motion of the globe Earth is with respect to its axis that will also need a flat plane of reference to describe. So he's got three flat Earths in there. The height, the axis, and, didn't get this in, I tried to stop here, the radial value itself. So when he describes the outside edge of the equator, that's a description that also needs a flat Earth to measure it. Minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give him his inferred sphericity at a radial value that he dictated. That comes from a flat Earth measurement also, so he's got three in there.
I hear him just basically saying, we live in a blender, and why would you notice that we live in said blender?
It's only violating the first law a little bit, guys. Just let it go.
And if it's only a small number,
it's just a misdemeanor violation.
It's a small number if you put it in angle rather than miles per hour
or percentage.
Oh, if it's a blender in the way that he's describing, then there's no Coriolis.
Why do people keep mentioning blenders?
Conservation principles, next topic. Around 56 minutes, John took on angular momentum. He put up a quote about conservation principles in mechanics only applying in isolated systems, where there are no external forces acting. John then put up another quote saying that there really aren't any isolated systems in nature. He didn't.
Stop. Now he has successfully Jedi mind tricked the audience. What's the discussion about? The globe Earth claims it's got Coriolis effect. Now it's being paraphrased as though quantum erasers' claims are about angular momentum. No. The rebuttal we receive from anti-flat earthers is, as is being reasonably carefully done by Danny Faulkner, convoluting the actual effect the globe Earth claims, that's Coriolis effect, and turning it into something else that's much easier to overcome, conservation of angular momentum, which is absurd also.
I see what he's doing here. He's Jedi mind tricking the skank and file knuckleheads into John against physics. Watch what he does here. John then put up another quote saying that there really aren't any isolated systems. If one were to apply this standard consistently, then conservation principles can never be used in mechanics. John concluded that since the Earth is not an isolated system, angular momentum is not conserved, and thus angular momentum cannot be used to explain the Coriolis effect, you clown of a
They don't
dumbass.
explain Coriolis effect with angular momentum. The effect is a not actual deviation observed as you turn beneath stuff. That's the effect. But he successfully made the audience, by connection at the end with the words Coriolis effect, make them believe that it has something to do with one reference frame and the conservation of momentum that delivers no effect. No drift, no 15 degrees an hour. One reference frame. That's Coriolis, is it? No, Danny. Definitely not. But maybe the audience will think that it's John's misapprehensions about the conservation of momentum in an angular fashion, ignoring rim velocity, when the effects are drift at 15 degrees an hour, the globe claims. Epic.
It never occurs to John to ask why physicists would make up a system of study, physics, that is of absolutely no use in describing the world. He thinks angular momentum is physics.
I got nothing.
What's the natural phenomena?
Angles.
It never occurs to John. Oh, I already did that. If John, I like how he uses my name so much in this.
You liked it 10 minutes ago.
I'm liking it a lot. Yeah, I didn't like it 10 minutes ago. If John were to dig a little deeper into his quote mining, really, how in the hell is that quote mining? He doesn't know what quote mining is at all.
Was there anything? Hold on. Where did you say anything in quotes? Other than your own words that he's quoting, where did you use a reference and put quote marks around it in anything that he's detailed in the last 3 paragraphs? What's he talking about?
He's saying that I quote mined the definition for angular momentum and then quote mined the definition for isolated systems.
He thinks that definitions are quotes. What's he talking about?
He's a moron.
I don't follow this logic at all.
Mining something? Quote mining now?
Yeah, apparently.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
If John were to dig a little deeper into his quote mining, that is fucking hilarious, Danny. You sound like an evotard. He would find that the same sources likely stated that if outside forces are very small, those forces can be ignored. And what we predict based upon no outside forces agree with reality to a very high degree. What the fuck is that?
And
what the hell was that, Danny?
And what are they agreeing with? What's the principle that we're getting agreement on? That there's no drift at 15 degrees an hour because we've got one reference frame. Well done. So no proof Earth spins then. But what, you've successfully sabotaged one man in your book for about 10 paragraphs so far. Great job.
Often the disagreement between the prediction, there were no predictions here, Danny, and reality are so small that we cannot detect the difference. That is, departures from the assumption of an isolated system are negligible. What?
There's that word. Almost sounds like he's saying I can't substantiate my claim.
Yeah, meanwhile, Coriolis effect on a globe is claimed to be at 15 degrees an hour. It's the difference that you would observe in not actual drift of things like stars, bullets, and footballs when it's asserted that Earth turns beneath them as a second reference frame. This entire garbage spiel from Danny Faulkner is in line with Simon Dan saying, the reference frames the globe uses to claim that we've got 15 degrees an hour drift and assert that we can prove we spin are ruined. We've only got one. That's what this whole garbage nonsense is about.
He's going to train wreck himself in the next statement, right along with your statement right there, Nathan. Listen up. If the difference are not negligible, then one must do a more complicated analysis of using torques. That should be external torques. Danny, let me ask you a question. How many external torques are in a system that is only one system, a non-inertial reference frame? Where's the external torques coming from?
I think I've got his response by email. He says, has QE considered how torque work on a flat Earth? Amazing.
Yeah, that's what he would probably say, yes. Yeah. I caught Hillbilly Blue Balls doing that same thing a while back. If he didn't, I think you might remember. It might be fuzzy, though. Let me continue. That's a bit too high level for most people. Fortunately for the Coriolis effect, this is not necessary. John has done nothing less here than undermine all of mechanics, a very important part of physics, a discipline he considers to be a true science. What? What a clown. You're a clown, Danny. You're retarded, aren't you?
What Coriolis effect? The same one you debunked in your first statement out the gate?
Yeah.
By saying that the atmosphere rolls around with the Earth? Like, are you out of your mind? Danny, you need to show up here and talk about this Coriolis, bro. Because this is insane. Coming from somebody who's got a book, calls himself a doctor, and this is how you describe Coriolis? You're a clown, bro. Sad.
Yeah, I think that last statement that he made right there was pretty much him saying, well, we see that QE loves the scientific method, so why not just obey all scientists at their word instead of putting it to the test? And it would be an insult for you to put it to the test.
Yeah, it's clumsy. A discipline he considers to be a true science. I'm not going to go into it. It's too stupid. At 101, John asks, what is conserving angular momentum? He doesn't get it. Just as in the case of linear motion, force causes a change in linear momentum. So in the case of rotational motion, torque causes a change in angular momentum. If there is no external torque, then angular momentum is conserved. If the external torque is so small as to be negligible, then the change in angular momentum will be negligible. This is a nothing burger.
It has
so John has this backward. He is asking what conserves angular momentum when he ought to be asking what changes angular momentum. What? Huh? There you go.
No, you're not asking.
From what would it, how would it work flat Earth?
The question isn't about
why
angular
should
momentum.
He be asking about?
The question's about Coriolis effect, which is claimed to be a drift from two reference frames. That would be a not actual drift, not like a baseball or a golf ball. But he's decrying it by saying one reference frame and suggesting that QE's asking about conservation of angular momentum. He's not. You've got a claim that's Coriolis effect. You ruined it in your first statement because you go to the school of Simon Dan.
John's ignorance of basic physics is astounding, and all the while he heaps scorn and ridicule on others who do understand physics.
Right, is that are angles physics?
What?
Are angles physics? Angles?
No.
Can't do fuck all of an angle, mate.
No swearing.
For an example, for an example, oh, he didn't say John. For an example, just look at the words on the video at the timestamp above. What? I don't know. Point objects. This was followed closely around 103 with some statements about the angular momentum of point objects and extended objects. In his statement about point objects, John appears to have confused radius with radians. Huh? What? I don't know. Right after this, he goes on to another topic. Right after this, he brought up a hovering helicopter. This is the very poorly handled example that flat earthers, stereotype fallacy, always go to. John concluded that a hovering helicopter on a rotating Earth would have angular momentum. So far, so good. How can something that's hovering have angular momentum? Danny, I think you need to go look at what the definition of hovering means. So
I have
far,
a
so good.
question.
No, that's not good. I pointed out that that's freaking crackhead. Then
I have
he
a
looked up
question.
and the definition of hovering, oh, he's going to give it. Then he looked up and the definition of hovering and found this: to float in the air without moving in any direction. Again, so far, so good. How can it be so far, so good, Danny? How can something not have any motion but yet have angular momentum at the same time?
Yo, I have
He-
a
then he
question.
asked-
Hold on a second, Kiwi. Go on, whoever that is.
Oh, me? Okay. So what are we talking about? Earth rotation?
Yes, influencing a hovering helicopter having angular momentum.
Okay, so do you think that the Earth and atmosphere move is one reference frame or two separate reference frames?
Do I think or do I know?
Well, I'm asking you.
I know that they are two separate reference frames. The
No,
non-inertial
they're not.
spinning
Stop,
reference
stop,
frame
stop.
and the
Stop,
inertial-
stop, stop,
Okay,
stop,
so-
stop, stop.
In that case,
Stop.
if they're
Hold
two
on a
separate
second, dude.
reference frames,
Dude,
hold on.
just
If they're
stop a
two
second.
separate reference frames, as the Earth rotates, we should be experiencing an atmospheric blowback, 1,000 mile per hour
Not if.
winds.
Not if. They are.
Well, we don't observe that though.
Right, what's your
Yeah, it's
position,
because
my
the
friend?
Delta's
Just
not
stop a
moving.
second, Guy. What's your position? What are you trying to claim?
Oh, my position?
Yes.
I recognize the Earth to be a flat, stationary, closed plane, self-sustaining, systematic environment.
Okay, so in that regard, there's no claim to make in this respect, though, is there? There's no positive assertion for you to be making, is there?
Well, I don't know what your position is.
There isn't one. There's no positive claim from us, or you in this instance.
Bro, you joined
So then
flat
what's
Earth
the
debate.
argument?
What do you think our position is? You serious?
Well, I think everybody, well, there's a lot of people in this call, so it's hard to know who's on what side. So I'm asking you, what are you exactly debating for?
Well, we're pulling apart how Dr. Danny Faulkner is destroying his own claim of Coriolis effect on a magical spinning water ball. We're pulling that apart. So,
Oh, that's
yeah.
simple. Yeah, if the Earth was rotating, we would feel the blowback winds. Yeah.
Well, no, that's where I was trying to step in earlier. Hold on, just one sec. No, if the Earth was rotating, stick to what they actually say would occur. They say we'd experience a Coriolis effect. That's the effect of Earth turning underneath. So debunk that rather than saying we would feel this. Suddenly you're inserting a claim into this debate that you don't need to make.
The law of fluid
Yeah,
dynamics
that's
that
the
we
Coriolis
observe
effect.
and we can recreate the effect of the law of fluid dynamics on a small scale. So given the observable, repeatable evidence of that, because the heliocentric model claims two separate reference frames from the Earth to the atmosphere, as the Earth rotates, the outer portions of the Earth's atmosphere would be dragged by the inner portion of the Earth's spin, which means that we would feel that rotation, we would feel the atmospheric blowback, and if it's 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, we would actually be destroyed. Everything would be destroyed at that speed.
Sure, but that what you're suggesting is we work against a hypothetical example. So we've spent quite a long time moaning at Danny Faulkner for misrepresenting what we would suggest is the claim and how it would be proven. Well, in this instance, what they actually claim is that there's two reference frames. Now, that's such a big problem that even their own side, Danny Faulkner in this instance, has to deny the very premise of their claim. So for me, I get that you can invent a different scenario where if what they say is true, so we're begging the question that they say Earth's turning, this is the effect that we'd experience, the atmosphere would rip us apart. Okay, I'll just accept that, just so that we can move on without any argument. Fine, yeah, okay, that would be the case. Fine.
It's,
But they say,
Faulkner.
but they
Name
say,
sounds familiar.
but they
Hold on.
say,
Is Denny?
My bad, still talking. But they don't say that, do they? What they do say is there's two reference frames, and we'll see 15 degrees now drift. That's what they actually claim, and that's such a big problem that most of the people we oppose or oppose us deny the very essence of that claim. So that's where the focus should be, not in a hypothetical example where it was spinning. I say this effect would be the example. Yeah, but they don't claim that.
Hold on, is Danny Faulkner the guy that froze when he was asked how you have air pressure?
Yeah,
in
it
a
was.
container?
Yeah, that's him.
That's that guy. That guy's not a real scientist.
Yep.
The guy's a fraud.
That's okay. Well,
yeah, well,
that's
we're
okay.
What's the science?
Yeah, we're quite aware of that.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like everybody here is relatively on the same page.
Yeah. So meanwhile,
So
back
are
at
there
the
any?
ranch.
Where are the ballers at? Are there any ballers in here?
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're going through this document, sir. Just relax and go on mute. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, listen to this again.
I wanted to debate against a baller. Are there
well,
any ballers in here?
Go find a baller somewhere. We're on another mission.
He's not listening.
Oh, well, what is your mission?
Brother, you gotta relax.
I think this guy is just. I have a feeling.
They're doing a show where they have a recording of
Yes, indeed, Brian.
Can QE state the mission?
Oh well, I don't want to interrupt.
Thank you.
fucking
You already did.
done that.
Yeah, you do. That's what you're doing. You're doing it on purpose.
Just go on mute.
It's a public call. It's a public VC. What do you want?
Yeah, well, join in then.
Brother.
Don't.
I did join.
Calm down.
Tell him
We
that
understand you want to debate a baller. Dude,
he doesn't.
We understand you want to debate a baller. There are no ballers here right now. If there is one that shows up, he will speak up. Right?
They don't come
or
here.
not, they might just might sit on mute. But for now, what we're doing is going over this article by Danny Faulkner that was addressed about QE. That's what we're doing right now.
Gotcha.
So just cool out.
Any Don Pettit fans?
No.
See what I'm saying? Ryan, respect yourself.
Yeah. Can I please speak up?
Right after my statement, you ask another question.
Oh my gosh. I just set everybody off. One question.
That's
one question. Everybody started going off.
He's repositioning the argument, and he's continually derailing. He's a troll.
He's a glober, mate. He's a glober.
How do you know he's a
You
glober?
ask what you ask what is the mission. Now QE will already answer what is the mission.
No, he's a troll. He knows what the mission is. He has a mission to derail what's going on here. He's laughing
The mission is
from the very start. Hang on, I tried to say it from the very start. That's not Coriolis. He's not even talking about Coriolis. He's trying to reposition it. He's only here to derail and disrupt. That's all he's here for. So, buddy, if you have a globe claim to make, you make it. And I report it.
No, I'm not a baller.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, no, I'm not a baller.
Yeah, you're a baller. Yeah, you're a troll. So you
I'm
make
not
your
a
globe
baller.
claim. Make your globe claim, buddy.
I don't have any claim. I don't. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
you do.
There's
You're
no claims to make.
You're laughing as you're talking.
All right.
We actually have 1 second. Talking. You don't have any confidence in your claims to make them here. That's what's going on.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side. This is friendly fire.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Whether you're on our side or not, or not, can you calm down and relax a little bit so we can continue doing what we were doing before? Unless you have something extravagant to interject, please.
No, that's it.
Yes.
Is that cool? Thank you.
Yeah,
brother.
that's fine.
Huey, go ahead.
So let's get back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, John concluded that a hovering helicopter on a rotating Earth would have angular momentum. So I didn't say that, but he said I said it. So far, so good. Then he looked up a definition of hovering and found this: to float in the air without moving in any direction. Again, so far, so good. How would be that so far, so good, Danny? But then he asked, how can a hovering helicopter have an angular velocity yet not move in any direction? Yeah, that would be the question. If John understood what he was talking about, he would know the answer to this question. Better yet, he wouldn't have asked the question in the first place. Really? So, in the coordinate system of the rotating Earth, what coordinate system is that, Danny? The helicopter is hovering. No, that's not in the same coordinate system as the rotating Earth, Danny. The helicopter is hovering, i.e., not moving in any direction. That's right. Keep in mind that the rotating Earth is a non-inertial reference frame. From the perspective of an inertial reference frame, not spinning with the Earth, where'd you get that at, Danny? The helicopter is moving. But an observer in such an inertial reference frame would see that the helicopter is moving along with the rotating Earth and could readily recognize that within the reference frame of the rotating Earth, the helicopter is at rest and suffering in that reference frame. He's freaking cuckoo, man. He's bonkers. What the heck is going on out here? That's a convoluted nonsense, dude. You want me to read that again? Everyone catch that?
Yes. Yes, read it. It's like
Do it
planes
again.
flying
Do it again, but
backwards.
slower. Do it again, but slower.
If John understood what he was talking about, he would know the answer to this question. Better yet, he wouldn't have asked the question in the first place. Listen up. In the coordinate system of the rotating Earth, the helicopter is hovering, i.e., not moving in any direction. Keep in mind that the rotating Earth is a non-inertial reference frame. From the perspective of an inertial reference frame, not spinning with the Earth, the helicopter is moving. But an observer in such an inertial reference frame would see that the helicopter is moving along with the rotating Earth and could readily recognize that within the reference frame of the rotating Earth, the helicopter is at rest and hence hovering in that reference frame. Try to unpack that
Wow.
That's right up there with planes flying backwards. You know what I'm saying? That's like right there with it.
John unwittingly imported some notions about absolute motion into his discussion and badly applies his chosen definition of a word hover. I guess that's my definition. John doubled down on his misunderstanding by asking how a hovering helicopter rotating with the atmosphere and the Earth that are constantly accelerating due to being in rotation. He doesn't understand that concept. Can at the same time have zero acceleration? Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it, Danny? Again, the answer is easy. Within the non-inertial reference frame of the rotating atmosphere and Earth, the helicopter's not moving, nor is it accelerating.
And no drift then.
Institutionalized, man. That was good. We ready for some more? Are we still out there?
Yeah, carry on.
Where's Nathan at?
I said I'm listening.
Around.
I'm not really ready for more.
Say again?
I'm not really ready for more. I don't understand. Like, there's a guy come in here a minute ago trolling, pretending to be a flat earther. Now I want him to support these globe claims.
Oh, so you want to divert? You want to help him divert? Okay.
Not that I want to help him divert. I just don't think he should get off the hook that easy. I want to go back to what we're doing, but I don't want him to get off the hook that easy.
He never
So
claimed
he's
the
not here,
globe while
Brad.
he was here.
No, what he
gone now,
did is he came in to derail and he repositioned things and started talking about how a wind would be blowing at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. That's not the Coriolis effect. That's what we're talking about. The Coriolis effect doesn't have wind in it. It's a visual phenomenon. So would he like to speak up and prove his Coriolis effect?
Yeah, but
he's gone, Brian.
With respect
just
to
to be honest, like when he came in, he asked if we were speaking about Earth rotation. He didn't really denote Coriolis.
Yeah, but that's my point. I tried to get out. I tried to say it from the very start. If you listen back, you'll hear me say it 3 times. That's not the Coriolis effect. He was trying to reposition it from the start. He was trolling from the start. I got a bad feeling off him immediately. The minute he opened his mouth, he was laughing as he opened his mouth. So I want him to support Danny Faulkner here. Come on, baller. Support Danny Faulkner. Support what Faulkner said. Open your mic.
I think someone said he left.
Yeah. Anyway, just needed to do that. Thank you.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, around 107, John began what he thought was his next body blow. He wrote, "The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame because there'd never be a case where external torques even exist." This statement is correct. Yeah, I fucking know it is. So John doesn't understand what he said. Conservation of momentum when there is no net torque does not apply in a non-inertial reference frame. He switched it up. He didn't say the conservation of angular momentum. I caught you there, Danny, because there's two types of momentum, you little weasel, you. The conservation of what you should have stated, see if this makes sense. Conservation of angular momentum does not apply in a non-inertial reference frame. You mean the one that has angular momentum? Oh, God. To understand properly what is going on, one must analyze the situation from an inertial reference frame, the one that Danny doesn't have, because he renounced it earlier in the paper. Since a truly non-inertial reference frame does not exist on a rotating Earth. What? Since a truly non-inertial reference frame does not exist on a rotating Earth. That's what it is.
Wow, that must be an ultimate okey-doke right there.
Yeah, he's basically saying you have to go to a place that doesn't exist for me to describe what exists.
He doesn't know what a non-inertial reference frame is. Let me finish the thought. I'll go to the end of the paragraph. It's only a short sentence. Since a truly non-inertial reference frame does not exist on a rotating Earth and atmosphere, the correct frame of reference to understand the Coriolis effect is not on the Earth.
What the hell?
This guy, he needs to be institutionalized. I can't believe he wrote
Yeah,
it.
you have to go to the
we-
sun, moon, and stars.
So then, where do we observe this Coriolis effect?
Coriolis
observe
effect,
it.
just for brevity, Coriolis effect can only be observed on a non-inertial rotating reference frame. That's the only place it can be observed. Just so we're clear.
But he just made the statement that you can't have a truly non-inertial reference frame on a spinning Earth, even though I could have sworn that that's what the hell it's supposed to be. But I mean, am I wrong here?
No, you're exactly right. This guy, he's a moron. I mean, what else? Since a truly non-inertial reference frame does not exist on a rotating Earth, he needs to be institutionalized. That's what a non-inertial
Your reference frames are ruined. This was the earlier version of your reference frames are ruined, because this was out before moron Dan, whatever his name is, Simon Dan. So this was the first version of that.
Since nowhere on Earth can be described as spinning on, you can't even rationalize that.
No, because
if
it's
you
a
know what the words
contradiction.
are.
No, because it's a contradiction. That's why it's a paradox. You guys are dumbfounded because that's what a non-inertial reference frame is, one that's rotating.
Yeah, I think he's insane.
Yeah.
So maybe not insane. Maybe another step of that genius we were talking about, right? Let me take away one of the absolute inertial reference frames that we have, which is the non-inertial one, aka the rotating Earth. Let me take that away, and therefore I can conclude that
You're on mute, QE.
No, I just stopped to let you guys finish. It looks like I'm not getting any more. Do you want me to go on?
Yeah, why not?
At 109, John introduced another quote which explained the difference between an inertial reference frame and a non-inertial reference frame. Yeah, you should have listened to that, Danny. This quote said that Newton's laws of motion are not valid in a non-inertial reference frame, but are valid in an inertial reference frame. Yeah, that's correct. This was preceded by a quote stating that the conservation of angular momentum is a consequence of Newton's third law. Combining these quotes and building on his misunderstanding of them. How can I misunderstand them? They were just quotes. John asked, how can you then invoke the law of conservation of angular momentum whilst Newton's third law is only valid in an inertial reference frame? Yeah, that's correct. John went on to reason that we have only a single rotating non-inertial spinning reference frame. Right. No, I never said that. Why would I state that? He's a liar. John followed this with another quote that described the Coriolis effect as an inertial force. From all of this, John concluded with this question: how can you have an inertial force without an inertial reference frame? Yeah, you think that's a pretty legitimate question.
Yeah, it is. Right, I'm going to round out on that note. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting me up on Ko-Fi, leaving a thanks, all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!